Scarlett never knew, but it seemed hours. She didn't even hear a word that Melanie read. Now she was beginning to think of Frank as well as Ashley. So this was the explanation of his apparent calm this evening. He had promised her he would have nothing to do with the clan. Oh, this was just the kind of trouble she had feared would come upon them. All the work of this last year would go for nothing. All her struggles and fears and labor in rain and cold had been wasted. And who would have thought that spiritless old Frank would get himself mixed up in the hot-headed doings of the clan? Even at this minute he might be dead. And if he wasn't dead and the Yankees caught him, he'd be hanged. And Ashley, too. Her nails dug into her palms until 4 bright red crescents showed. How could Melanie read on and on so calmly when Ashley was in danger of being hanged, when he might be dead? But something in the cool, soft voice reading the sorrows of Jean Valjean steadied her, kept her from leaping to her feet and screaming. Her mind fled back to the night Tony Fontaine had come to them, hunted, exhausted, without money. If he hadn't reached their house and received money and a fresh horse, he would have been hanged long since. If Frank and Ashley weren't dead at this very minute, they were in Tony's position, only worse. With a house surrounded by soldiers, they couldn't come home and get money and clothes without being captured. And probably every house up and down the street had a similar guard of Yankees, so they couldn't apply to friends for aid. Even now they might be riding wildly through the night, bound for Texas. But Rhett. Perhaps Rhett had reached them in time. Rhett always had plenty of cash in his pocket. Perhaps he would lend them enough to see them through. But that was queer. Why should Rhett bother himself about Ashley's safety? Certainly he disliked him. Certainly he professed a contempt for him. Then why? But this riddle was swallowed up in a renewed fear for the safety of Ashley and Frank. "Oh, it's all my fault," she wailed to herself. "India and Archie spoke the truth. It's all my fault. But I never thought either of them was foolish enough to join the clan. And I never thought anything would really happen to me. But I couldn't have done otherwise. Melly spoke the truth. People have to do what they have to do. And I had to keep the mills going. I had to have money. And now I'll probably lose it all, and somehow it's all my fault." After a long time, Melanie's voice faltered, trailed off, and was silent. She turned her head toward the window and stared as though no Yankee soldier stared back from behind the glass. The others raised their heads, caught by her listening pose, and they too listened. There was a sound of horses' feet and of singing, deadened by the closed windows and doors, borne away by the wind but still recognizable. It was the most hated and hateful of songs, the song about Sherman's men marching through Georgia, and Rhett Butler was singing it. Hardly had he finished the first lines when 2 other voices, drunken voices, assailed him, enraged, foolish voices that stumbled over words and blurred them together. There was a quick command from Captain Jaffrey on the front porch, and the rapid tramp of feet. But even before these sounds arose, the ladies looked at one another, stunned, for the drunken voices expostulating with Rhett were those of Ashley and Hugh Elsing. Voices rose louder on the front walk, Captain Jaffrey's curt and questioning, Hugh's shrill with foolish laughter, Rhett's deep and reckless, and Ashley's queer, unreal shouting. "What the hell? What the hell?" "That can't be Ashley," thought Scarlett wildly. "He never gets drunk. And Rhett, why, when Rhett's drunk, he gets quieter and quieter, never loud like that." Melanie rose, and with her Archie rose. They heard the captain's sharp voice. "These 2 men are under arrest." And Archie's hand closed over his pistol butt. "No," whispered Melanie firmly. "No, leave it to me." There was, in her face, the same look Scarlett had seen that day at Tara, when Melanie had stood at the top of the steps looking down at the dead Yankee. Her weak wrist weighed down by the heavy saber, a gentle and timid soul nerved by circumstances to the caution and fury of a tigress, She threw the front door open. "Bring him in, Captain Butler," she called in a clear tone that bit with venom. "I suppose you've gotten him intoxicated again. Bring him in." From the dark, windy walk, the Yankee captain spoke. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Wilkes, but your husband and Mr. Elsing are under arrest." "Arrest? For what? For drunkenness? If everyone in Atlanta was arrested for drunkenness, the whole Yankee garrison would be in jail continually." "Well, bring him in, Captain Butler. That is, if you can walk yourself." Scarlett's mind wasn't working quickly, and for a brief moment nothing made sense. She knew neither Rhett nor Ashley was drunk, and she knew Melanie knew they weren't drunk. Yet here was Melanie, usually so gentle and refined, screaming like a shrew, and in front of Yankees, too, that both of them were too drunk to walk. There was a short, mumbled argument, punctuated with curses, and uncertain feet ascended the stairs. In the doorway appeared Ashley, white-faced, his head lolling, his bright hair tousled, his long body wrapped from neck to knees in Rhett's black cape. Hugh Elsing and Rhett, none too steady on their feet, supported him on either side, and it was obvious he would have fallen to the floor but for their aid. Behind them came the Yankee captain, his face a study of mingled suspicion and amusement. He stood in the open doorway with his men peering curiously over his shoulders, and the cold wind swept the house. Scarlett, frightened, puzzled, glanced at Melanie and back to the sagging Ashley, and then half-comprehension came to her. She started to cry out, "But he can't be drunk," and bit back the words. She realized she was witnessing a play, a desperate play on which lives hinged. She knew she wasn't part of it, nor was Aunt Pitty, but the others were, and they were tossing cues to one another like actors in an oft-rehearsed drama. She understood only half, but she understood enough to keep silent. "Put him in the chair," cried Melanie indignantly. "And you, Captain Butler, leave this house immediately. How dare you show your face here after getting him in this condition again?" The two men eased Ashley into a rocker, and Rhett, swaying, caught hold of the back of the chair to steady himself, and addressed the captain with pain in his voice. "That's fine thanks, Agid, isn't it? For keeping the police from getting him and bringing him home, and him yelling and trying to claw me." "And you, Hugh Elsing, I'm ashamed of you. What will your poor mother say? Drunk and out with a Yankee-loving scalawag like Captain Butler? And, oh, Mr. Wilkes, how could you do such a thing?" "Millie, I ain't so very drunk," mumbled Ashley, and with the words fell forward and lay face down on the table, his head buried in his arms. "Archie, take him to his room and put him to bed." "As usual," ordered Melanie. "Aunt Pitty, please run and fix the bed, and oh, she suddenly burst into tears. "Oh, how could he? After he promised." Archie already had his arm under Ashley's shoulder, and Pitty, frightened and uncertain, was on her feet when the captain interposed. "Don't touch him. He's under arrest. Sergeant—" As the sergeant stepped into the room, his rifle at trail, Rhett, evidently trying to steady himself, put a hand on the captain's arm, and with difficulty focused his eyes. "Tom, what are you arresting him for? He ain't so very drunk. I've seen him drunker." "Drunk be damned!" cried the captain. "He can lie in the gutter for all I care. I'm no policeman. He and Mr. Elsing are under arrest for complicity in a Klan raid at Shantytown tonight. A nigger and a white man were killed. Mr. Wilkes was the ringleader in it." "Tonight?" Rhett began to laugh. He laughed so hard that he sat down on the sofa and put his head in his hands. "Not tonight, Tom," he said when he could speak. "These two have been with me tonight, ever since 8 o'clock, when they were supposed to be at the meeting." "With you, Rhett? But—" A frown came over the captain's forehead, and he looked uncertainly at the snoring Ashley and his weeping wife. "But where were you?" "I don't like to say." And Rhett shot a look of drunken cunning at Melanie. "You'd better say." Let's go out on the porch, and I'll tell you where we were. You'll tell me now. Hate to say it in front of the ladies. If you ladies will step out of the room... I won't go, cried Melanie, dabbing angrily at her eyes with her handkerchief. I have a right to know. Where was my husband? At Belle Watling's sporting house, said Rhett, looking abashed. He was there, and Hugh, and Frank Kennedy, and Dr. Meade, and a whole lot of them. Had a party, big party, champagne, girls. At Belle Watling's? Melanie's voice rose until it cracked with such pain that all eyes turned frightenedly to her. Her hand went clutching at her bosom, and before Archie could catch her, she had fainted. Then a hubbub ensued, Archie picking her up, India running to the kitchen for water, Pitty and Scarlett fanning her and slapping her wrists, while Hugh Elsing shouted over and over, "Now you've done it! Now you've done it!" "Now it'll be all over town," said Rhett savagely. "I hope you're satisfied, Tom. There won't be a wife in Atlanta who'll speak to her husband tomorrow." "Rhett, I had no idea." Though the chill wind was blowing through the open door on his back, the captain was perspiring. "Look here. You take oath they were at Belle's?" "Hell, yes," growled Rhett. "Go ask Belle herself if you don't believe me. Now let me carry Mrs. Wilkes to her room. Give her to me, Archie." "Yes, I can carry her." "Miss Pitty, go ahead with the lamp." He took Melanie's limp body from Archie's arms with ease. "You get Mr. Wilkes to bed, Archie. I don't want to ever lay eyes or hands on him again after this night." Pitty's hand trembled so that the lamp was a menace to the safety of the house, but she held it and trotted ahead toward the dark bedroom. Archie, with a grunt, got an arm under Ashley and raised him. "But I've got to arrest these men." Rhett turned in the dim hallway. "Arrest them in the morning, then. They can't run away in this condition. And I never knew before that it was illegal to get drunk in a sporting house. Good God, Tom, there are 50 witnesses to prove they were at Belle's." "There are always 50 witnesses to prove a Southerner was somewhere where he wasn't," said the captain morosely. "You come with me, Mr. Elsing. I'll parole Mr. Wilkes on the word of—" "I am Mr. Wilkes's sister. I will answer for his appearance," said India coldly. "Now will you please go? You've caused enough trouble for one night." "I regret it exceedingly." The captain bowed awkwardly. "I only hope they can prove their presence at the, Mrs. Watling's house. Will you tell your brother that he must appear before the provost marshal tomorrow morning for questioning?" India bowed coldly, and putting her hand upon the doorknob, intimated silently that his speedy retirement would be welcome. The captain and the sergeant backed out, Hugh Elsing with them, and she slammed the door behind them. Without even looking at Scarlett, she went swiftly to each window and drew down the shade. Scarlett, her knees shaking, caught hold of the chair in which Ashley had been sitting to steady herself. Looking down at it, she saw that there was a dark, moist spot, larger than her hand, on the cushion in the back of the chair. Puzzled, her hand went over it, and, to her horror, a sticky red wetness appeared on her palm. "India!" she whispered. "India! He's hurt." "You fool! Did you think he was really drunk?" India snapped down the last shade and started on flying feet for the bedroom, with Scarlett close behind her, her heart in her throat. Rhett's big body barred the doorway, but past his shoulder, Scarlett saw Ashley lying white and still on the bed. Melanie, strangely quick for one so recently in a faint, was rapidly cutting off his blood-soaked shirt with embroidery scissors. Archie held the lamp low over the bed to give light, and one of his gnarled fingers was on Ashley's wrist. "Is he dead?" cried both girls together. "No, just fainted from loss of blood. It's through his shoulder," said Rhett. "Why did you bring him here, you fool?" cried India. "Let me go to him. Let me pass. Why did you bring him here to be arrested?"
"He was too weak to travel. There was nowhere else to bring him, Miss Wilkes. Besides, do you want him to be in exile like Tony Fontaine? Do you want a dozen of your neighbors to live in Texas under assumed names for the rest of their lives? There's a chance that we may get them all off if Belle—"
"Let me pass."
"No, Miss Wilkes. There's work for you. You must go for a doctor, not Dr. Meade. He's implicated in this and is probably explaining to the Yankees at this very minute. Get some other doctor. Are you afraid to go out alone at night?"
"No," said India, her pale eyes glittering. "I'm not afraid." She caught up Melanie's hooded cape, which was hanging on a hook in the hall. "I'll go for old Dr. Dean." The excitement went out of her voice as, with an effort, she forced calmness. "I'm sorry I called you a spy and a fool. I did not understand. I'm deeply grateful for what you've done for Ashley. But I despise you just the same."
"I appreciate frankness, and I thank you for it." Rhett bowed, and his lip curled down in an amused smile. "Now go quickly, and by back ways, and when you return, do not come in this house if you see signs of soldiers about." India shot one more quick, anguished look at Ashley, and wrapping her cape about her, ran lightly down the hall to the back door and let herself out quietly into the night. Scarlett, straining her eyes past Rhett, felt her heart beat again as she saw Ashley's eyes open. Melanie snatched a folded towel from the washstand rack and pressed it against his streaming shoulder, and he smiled up weakly, reassuringly into her face. Scarlett felt Rhett's hard, penetrating eyes upon her, knew that her heart was plain upon her face, but she didn't care. Ashley was bleeding, perhaps dying, and she who loved him had torn that hole through his shoulder. She wanted to run to the bed, sink down beside it, and clasp him to her, but her knees trembled so that she couldn't enter the room. Hand at her mouth, she stared while Melanie packed a fresh towel against his shoulder, pressing it hard as though she could force back the blood into his body. But the towel reddened as though by magic. How could a man bleed so much and still live? But thank God there was no bubble of blood at his lips. Oh, those frothy red bubbles, forerunners of death that she knew so well from the dreadful day of the battle at Peachtree Creek when the wounded had died on Aunt Pitty's lawn with bloody mouths. "Brace up," said Rhett, and there was a hard, faintly jeering note in his voice. "He won't die. Now go take the lamp and hold it for Mrs. Wilkes. I need Archie to run errands." Archie looked across the lamp at Rhett. "I ain't taking no orders from you," he said briefly, shifting his wad of tobacco to the other cheek. "You do what he says," said Melanie sternly, "and do it quickly. Do everything Captain Butler says. Scarlett, take the lamp." Scarlett went forward and took the lamp, holding it in both hands to keep from dropping it. Ashley's eyes had closed again. His bare chest heaved up slowly and sank quickly, and the red stream seeped from between Melanie's small, frantic fingers. Dimly she heard Archie stump across the room to Rhett and heard Rhett's low, rapid words. Her mind was so fixed upon Ashley that, of the first half-whispered words of Rhett, she only heard, "Take my horse. Tied outside. Ride like hell." Archie mumbled some question, and Scarlett heard Rhett reply, "The old Sullivan plantation. You'll find the robes pushed up the biggest chimney. Burn them." Grunted Archie. "And there's 2 men in the cellar. Pack them over the horse as best you can, and take them to that vacant lot behind Belle's, the one between her house and the railroad tracks. Be careful. If anyone sees you, you'll hang as well as the rest of us. Put them in that lot and put pistols near them, in the hands. Here, take mine." Scarlett, looking across the room, saw Rhett reach under his coat-tails and produce 2 revolvers, which Archie took and shoved into his waistband. "Fire 1 shot from each. It's got to appear like a plain case of shooting. You understand?" Archie nodded as if he understood perfectly. and an unwilling gleam of respect shone in his cold eye, but understanding was far from scarlet. The last half-hour had been so nightmarish that she felt nothing would ever be plain and clear again. However, Rhett seemed in perfect command of the bewildering situation, and that was a small comfort. Archie turned to go and then swung about, and his one eye went questioningly to Rhett's face. "Him?" "Yes." Archie grunted and spat on the floor. "Hell to pay," he said, as he stumped down the hall to the back door. Something in the last low interchange of words made a new fear and suspicion rise up in Scarlett's breast like a chill, ever-swelling bubble. When that bubble broke... "Where's Frank?" she cried. Rhett came swiftly across the room to the bed, his big body swinging as lightly and noiselessly as a cat's. "All in good time," he said, and smiled briefly. "Steady that lamp, Scarlett. You don't want to burn Mr. Wilkes up." "Miss Melly?" Melanie looked up like a good little soldier awaiting a command, and so tense was the situation, it didn't occur to her that for the first time Rhett was calling her familiarly by the name which only family and old friends used. "I beg your pardon. I mean, Mrs. Wilkes." "Oh, Captain Butler, do not ask my pardon. I should feel honored if you called me Melly without the miss. I feel as though you were my brother, or my cousin. How kind you are, and how clever. How can I ever thank you enough?" "Thank you," said Rhett, and for a moment he looked almost embarrassed. "I should never presume so far, but Miss Melly," and his voice was apologetic, "I'm sorry I had to say that Mr. Wilkes was in Belle Watling's house. I'm sorry to have involved him and the others in such a... But I had to think fast when I rode away from here, and that was the only plan that occurred to me. I knew my word would be accepted because I have so many friends among the Yankee officers. They do me the dubious honor of thinking me almost one of them because they know my, shall we call it my unpopularity, among my townsmen. And you see, I was playing polka in Belle's bar earlier in the evening. There are a dozen Yankee soldiers who can testify to that. And Belle and her girls would gladly lie themselves black in the face and say Mr. Wilkes and the others were upstairs all evening. And the Yankees will believe them. Yankees are queer that way. It won't occur to them that women of their profession are capable of intense loyalty or patriotism. The Yankees wouldn't take the word of a single nice Atlanta lady as to the whereabouts of the men who were supposed to be at the meeting tonight, but they will take the word of fancy ladies. And I think that between the word of honor of a scalawag and a dozen fancy ladies, we may have a chance of getting the men off." There was a sardonic grin on his face at the last words, but it faded as Melanie turned up to him a face that blazed with gratitude. "Captain Butler, you are so smart. I wouldn't have cared if you'd said they were in hell itself tonight if it saves them. For I know, and everyone else who matters knows, that my husband was never in a dreadful place like that." "Well," began Rhett awkwardly, "as a matter of fact, he was at Belle's tonight." Melanie drew herself up coldly. "You can never make me believe such a lie." "Please, Miss Melly, let me explain. When I got out to the old Sullivan place tonight, I found Mr. Wilkes wounded, and with him were Hugh Elsing and Dr. Meade and old man Merriweather." "Not the old gentleman?" cried Scarlett. "Men are never too old to be fools. And your Uncle Henry—" "Oh, mercy!" cried Aunt Pitty. The others had scattered after the brush with the troops, and the crowd that stuck together had come to the Sullivan place to hide their robes in the chimney and see how badly Mr. Wilkes was hurt. But for his wound, they'd be headed for Texas by now, all of them. But he couldn't ride far, and they wouldn't leave him. It was necessary to prove that they had been somewhere instead of where they had been, and so I took them by back ways to Belle Watling's." "Oh, I see. I do beg your pardon for my rudeness, Captain Butler. I see now it was necessary to take them there, but... Oh, Captain Butler, people must have seen you going in.
No one saw us. We went in through a private back entrance that opens on the railroad tracks. It's always dark and locked.
Then how...
I have a key, said Rhett laconically, and his eyes met Melanie's evenly. As the full impact of the meaning smote her, Melanie became so embarrassed that she fumbled with the bandage until it slid off the wound entirely.
I did not mean to pry, she said in a muffled voice, her white face reddening as she hastily pressed the towel back into place.
I regret having to tell a lady such a thing.
Then it's true, thought Scarlet with an odd pang. Then he does live with that dreadful Watling creature. He does own her house.
I saw Belle and explained to her. We gave her a list of the men who were out tonight, and she and her girls will testify that they were all in her house tonight. Then, to make our exit more conspicuous, she called the 2 desperados who keep order at her place and had us dragged down the stairs, fighting, and through the barroom and thrown out into the street as brawling drunks who were disturbing the place. He grinned reminiscently. Dr. Meade did not make a very convincing drunk. It hurt his dignity to even be in such a place, but your Uncle Henry and old man Merriweather were excellent. The stage lost 2 great actors when they did not take up the drama. They seemed to enjoy the affair. I'm afraid your Uncle Henry has a black eye due to Mr. Merriweather's zeal for his part. The back door swung open, and India entered, followed by old Dr. Dean, his long white hair tumbled, his worn leather bag bulging under his cape. He nodded briefly, but without words, to those present, and quickly lifted the bandage from Ashley's shoulder. "Too high for the lung," he said. "If it hasn't splintered his collarbone, it's not so serious. Get me plenty of towels, ladies, and cotton, if you have it, and some brandy." Rhett took the lamp from Scarlet and set it on the table as Melanie and India sped about, obeying the doctor's orders. "You can't do anything here. Come into the parlor by the fire." He took her arm and propelled her from the room. There was a gentleness foreign to him in both hand and voice. "You've had a rotten day, haven't you?" She allowed herself to be led into the front room, and though she stood on the hearth rug in front of the fire, she began to shiver. The bubble of suspicion in her breast was swelling larger now. It was more than a suspicion. It was almost a certainty, and a terrible certainty. She looked up into Rhett's immobile face, and for a moment she could not speak. Then, "Was Frank at Belle Watling's?" "No." Rhett's voice was blunt. "Archie's carrying him to the vacant lot near Belle's. He's dead. Shot through the head." Chapter 46. Few families in the north end of town slept that night for the news of the disaster to the clan, and Rhett's stratagem spread swiftly on silent feet as the shadowy form of India Wilkes slipped through backyards, whispered urgently through kitchen doors, and slipped away into the windy darkness. And in her path she left fear and desperate hope. From without, houses looked black and silent and wrapped in sleep, but within, voices whispered vehemently into the dawn. Not only those involved in the night's raid, but every member of the clan was ready for flight, and in almost every stable along Peachtree Street, horses stood saddled in the darkness, pistols in holsters and food in saddlebags. All that prevented a wholesale exodus was India's whispered message, "Captain Butler says not to run. The roads will be watched. He has arranged with that Watling creature." In dark rooms men whispered, "But why should I trust that damn scalawag Butler? It may be a trap." And women's voices implored, "Don't go. If he saved Ashley and Hugh, he may save everybody. If India and Melanie trust him." And they half trusted,
and stayed because there was no other course open to them. Earlier in the night, the soldiers had knocked at a dozen doors, and those who could not or would not tell where they had been that night were marched off under arrest. René Picard and one of Mrs. Merriweather's nephews, and the Simmons boys and Andy Bunnell were among those who spent the night in jail. They had been in the ill-starred foray, but had separated from the others after the shooting. Riding hard for home, they were arrested before they learned of Rhett's plan. Fortunately, they all replied to questions that where they had been that night was their own business and not that of any damned Yankees. They had been locked up for further questioning in the morning. Old Man Merriweather and Uncle Henry Hamilton declared shamelessly that they had spent the evening at Belle Watling's sporting house, and when Captain Jaffrey remarked irritably that they were too old for such goings-on, they wanted to fight him. Belle Watling herself answered Captain Jaffrey's summons, and before he could make known his mission, she shouted that the house was closed for the night. A passel of quarrelsome drunks had called in the early part of the evening and had fought one another, torn the place up, broken her finest mirrors, and so alarmed the young ladies that all business had been suspended for the night. But if Captain Jaffrey wanted a drink, the bar was still open. Captain Jaffrey, acutely conscious of the grins of his men and feeling helplessly that he was fighting a mist, declared angrily that he wanted neither the young ladies nor a drink, and demanded if Belle knew the names of her destructive customers. Oh, yes, Belle knew them. They were her regulars. They came every Wednesday night and called themselves the Wednesday Democrats, though what they meant by that she neither knew nor cared. And if they didn't pay for the damage to the mirrors in the upper hall, she was going to have the law on them. She kept a respectable house, and... oh, their names? Belle unhesitatingly reeled off the names of 12 under suspicion. Captain Jaffrey smiled sourly. "These damned rebels are as efficiently organized as our Secret Service," he said. "You and your girls will have to appear before the Provost Marshal tomorrow." "Will the Provost make them pay for my mirrors?" "To hell with your mirrors. Make Rhett Butler pay for them. He owns the place, doesn't he?" Before dawn, every ex-Confederate family in town knew everything. And their Negroes, who had been told nothing, knew everything too, by that black grapevine telegraph system which defies white understanding. Everyone knew the details of the raid, the killing of Frank Kennedy and crippled Tommy Welburn, and how Ashley was wounded in carrying Frank's body away. Some of the feeling of bitter hatred the women bore Scarlett for her share in the tragedy was mitigated by the knowledge that her husband was dead, and she knew it and could not admit it, and have the poor comfort of claiming his body. Until morning light disclosed the bodies and the authorities notified her, she must know nothing. Frank and Tommy, pistols in cold hands, lay stiffened among the dead weeds in a vacant lot, and the Yankees would say they killed each other in a common drunken brawl over a girl in Belle's house. Sympathy ran high for Fanny, Tommy's wife, who had just had a baby. But no one could slip through the darkness to see her and comfort her, because a squad of Yankees surrounded the house waiting for Tommy to return. And there was another squad about Aunt Pitty's house, waiting for Frank. Before dawn, the news had trickled about that the military inquiry would take place that day. The townspeople, heavy-eyed from sleeplessness and anxious waiting, knew that the safety of some of their most prominent citizens rested on three things: the ability of Ashley Wilkes to stand on his feet and appear before the military board as though he suffered nothing more serious than a morning-after headache, the word of Belle Watling that these men had been in her house all evening, and the word of Rhett Butler that he had been with them. The town writhed at these last two. Belle Watling. To owe their men's lives to her, it was intolerable. Women who had ostentatiously crossed the street when they saw Belle coming wondered if she remembered and trembled for fear she did. The men felt less humiliation at taking their lives from Belle than the women did, for many of them thought her a good sort. But they were stung that they must owe lives and freedom to Rhett Butler,
a speculator and a scalawag. Belle and Rhett, the town's best-known fancy woman and the town's most hated man. And they must be under obligation to them. Another thought that stung them to impotent wrath was the knowledge that the Yankees and carpetbaggers would laugh. Oh, how they would laugh! 12 of the town's most prominent citizens revealed as habitual frequenters of Belle Watling's sporting house. 2 of them killed in a fight over a cheap little girl. Others ejected from the place as too drunk to be tolerated even by Belle, and some under arrest, refusing to admit they were there when everyone knew where they were. Atlanta was right in fearing that the Yankees would laugh. They had squirmed too long beneath Southern coldness and contempt, and now they exploded with hilarity. Officers woke comrades and retailed the news. Husbands roused wives at dawn and told them as much as could be decently told to women. And the women, dressing hastily, knocked on their neighbors' doors and spread the story. The Yankee ladies were charmed with it all and laughed until tears ran down their faces. This was Southern chivalry and gallantry for you. Maybe those women who carried their heads so high and snubbed all attempts at friendliness wouldn't be so uppity now that everyone knew where their husbands spent their time when they were supposed to be at political meetings. Political meetings! Well, that was funny. But even as they laughed, they expressed regret for Scarlett and her tragedy. After all, Scarlett was a lady, and one of the few ladies in Atlanta who were nice to Yankees. She had already won their sympathy by the fact that she had to work because her husband couldn't or wouldn't support her properly. Even though her husband was a sorry one, it was dreadful that the poor thing should discover he had been untrue to her. And it was doubly dreadful that his death should occur simultaneously with the discovery of his infidelity. After all, a poor husband was better than no husband at all, and the Yankee ladies decided they'd be extra nice to Scarlett. But the others, Mrs. Meade, Mrs. Merriweather, Mrs. Elsing, Tommy Welburn's widow, and most of all, Mrs. Ashley Wilkes, they'd laugh in their faces every time they saw them. That would teach them a little courtesy. Much of the whispering that went on in the dark rooms on the north side of town that night was on this same subject. Atlanta ladies vehemently told their husbands that they did not care a rap what the Yankees thought. But inwardly, they felt that running an Indian gauntlet would be infinitely preferable to suffering the ordeal of Yankee grins and not being able to tell the truth about their husbands. Dr. Meade, beside himself with outraged dignity at the position into which Rhett had jockeyed him and the others, told Mrs. Meade that, but for the fact it would implicate the others, he would rather confess and be hanged than say he had been at Belle's house. "It is an insult to you, Mrs. Meade," he fumed. "But everyone will know you weren't there for... The Yankees won't know. They'll have to believe it if we save our necks, and they'll laugh. The very thought that anyone will believe it and laugh infuriates me. And it insults you because, my dear, I have always been faithful to you." "I know that." And in the darkness Mrs. Meade smiled and slipped a thin hand into the doctor's. "But I'd rather it were really true than have one hair of your head in danger." "Mrs. Meade, do you know what you're saying?" cried the doctor, aghast at the unexpected realism of his wife. "Yes, I know. I've lost Darcy and I've lost Phil, and you are all I have, and rather than lose you, I'd have you take up your permanent abode at that place. You are distrait. You cannot know what you're saying." "You old fool," said Mrs. Meade tenderly, and laid her head against his sleeve. Dr. Meade fumed into silence and stroked her cheek, and then exploded again. "And to be under obligation to that butler man. Hanging would be easy compared with that. No, not even if I owe him my life can I be polite to him. His insolence is monumental, and his shamelessness about his profiteering makes me boil. To owe my life to a man who never went in the army." "Melly said he enlisted after Atlanta fell." "It's a lie. Miss Melly will believe any plausible scoundrel. And what I can't understand is why he's doing all this, going to all this trouble. I hate to say it, but... Well, there's always been talk about him and Mrs. Kennedy.
I've seen them coming in from rides together too often this last year. He must have done it because of her. If it was because of Scarlett, he wouldn't have lifted his hand. He'd have been glad to see Frank Kennedy hanged. I think it's because of Mellie. Mrs. Meade, you can't be insinuating that there's ever been anything between those two. Oh, don't be silly. But she's always been unaccountably fond of him ever since he tried to get Ashley exchanged during the war. And I must say this for him. He never smiles in that nasty, nice way when he's with her. He's just as pleasant and thoughtful as can be. Really, a different man. You can tell by the way he acts with Mellie that he could be decent if he wanted to. Now, my idea of why he's doing all this is... She paused. Doctor, you won't like my idea. I don't like anything about this whole affair. Well, I think he did it partly for Mellie's sake, but mostly because he thought it would be a huge joke on us all. We've hated him so much and showed it so plainly, and now he's got us in a fix where all of you have your choice of saying you were at that Watling woman's house and shaming yourself and wives before the Yankees, or telling the truth and getting hanged. And he knows we'll all be under obligation to him and his mistress, and that we'd almost rather be hanged than be obliged to them. Oh, I'll wager he's enjoying it. The doctor groaned. He did look amused when he took us upstairs in that place. Doctor? Mrs. Meade hesitated. What did it look like? What are you saying, Mrs. Meade? Her house. What did it look like? Are there cut-glass chandeliers, and red plush curtains, and dozens of full-length gilt mirrors? And were the girls... were they unclothed? Good God! Cried the doctor, thunderstruck, for it had never occurred to him that the curiosity of a chaste woman concerning her unchaste sisters was so devouring. How can you ask such immodest questions? You are not yourself. I will mix you a sedative. I don't want a sedative. I want to know. Oh, dear. This is my only chance to know what a bad house looks like, and now you're mean enough not to tell me. I noticed nothing. I assure you I was too embarrassed at finding myself in such a place to take note of my surroundings, said the doctor formally, more upset at this unsuspected revelation of his wife's character than he had been by all the previous events of the evening. If you will excuse me now, I will try to get some sleep. Well, go to sleep then, she answered, disappointment in her tones. Then, as the doctor leaned over to remove his boots, her voice spoke from the darkness with renewed cheerfulness. I imagine Dolly has gotten it all out of old man Merriweather, and she can tell me about it. Good heavens, Mrs. Meade! Do you mean to tell me that nice women talk about such things? It sleeted the next day, but as the wintry twilight drew on, the icy particles stopped falling and a cold wind blew. Wrapped in her cloak, Melanie went bewilderedly down her front walk, behind a strange Negro coachman who had summoned her mysteriously to a closed carriage waiting in front of the house. As she came up to the carriage, the door was opened, and she saw a woman in the dim interior. Leaning closer, peering inside, Melanie questioned, "Who is it? Won't you come in the house? It's so cold." "Please come in here and sit with me a minute, Miss Wilkes," came the faintly familiar voice, an embarrassed voice from the depths of the carriage. "Oh, you're Mrs. Watling," cried Melanie. "I did so want to see you. You must come in the house." "I can't do that, Miss Wilkes." Belle Watling's voice sounded scandalized. "You come in here and sit a minute with me." Melanie entered the carriage, and the coachman closed the door behind her. She sat down beside Belle and reached for her hand. "How can I ever thank you enough for what you did today? How can any of us thank you enough? Miss Wilkes, you hadn't ought to have sent me that note this morning. Not that I wasn't proud to have a note from you, but the Yankees might have got it. And as for saying you was going to call on me to thank me, why, Miss Wilkes, you must have lost your mind.
The very idea. I come up here as soon as 'twas dark to tell you mustn't think of any such thing. It wouldn't be fitting at all. It wouldn't be fitting for me to call and thank a kind woman who saved my husband's life. Oh, shucks, Miss Wilkes. You know what I mean."
Melanie was silent for a moment, embarrassed by the implication. Somehow this handsome, sedately dressed woman sitting in the darkness of the carriage didn't look and talk as she imagined a bad woman, the madam of a house, should look and talk. She sounded like, well, a little common and countrified, but nice and warm-hearted. "You were wonderful before the Provost Marshal today, Mrs. Watling. You and the young lady certainly saved our men's lives."
Mr. Wilkes was the wonderful one. I don't know how he even stood up and told his story, much less look as cool as he done. He was sure bleeding like a pig when I seen him last night. Is he going to be all right, Miss Wilkes?
"Yes, thank you. The doctor says it's just a flesh wound, though he did lose a tremendous lot of blood. This morning he was pretty well laced with brandy, or he'd never have had the strength to go through with it all so well. But it was you, Mrs. Watling, who saved them. When you got mad and talked about the broken mirrors, you sounded so convincing."
"Thank you, ma'am, but I thought Captain Butler done mighty fine, too," said Belle, shy pride in her voice.
"Oh, he was wonderful," cried Melanie warmly. "The Yankees couldn't help but believe his testimony. He was so smart about the whole affair. I can never thank him enough. Or you either. How good and kind you are."
"Thank you kindly, Miss Wilkes. It was a pleasure to do it. I hope it ain't going to embarrass you none, me saying Mr. Wilkes come regular to my place. He never, you know."
"Yes, I know. No, it doesn't embarrass me at all. I'm just so grateful to you."
"I'll bet the other ladies aren't grateful to me," said Belle with sudden venom. "And I'll bet they ain't grateful to Captain Butler, neither. I'll bet they'll hate him just this much more. I'll bet you'll be the only lady who even says thanks to me. I'll bet they won't even look me in the eye when they see me on the street. But I don't care. I wouldn't have minded if all their husbands got hung, but I did mind about Mr. Wilkes. You see, I ain't forgot how nice you was to me during the war, about the money for the hospital. There ain't never been a lady in this town nice to me like you was, and I don't forget a kindness. And I thought about you being left a widder with a little boy if Mr. Wilkes got hung, and he's a nice little boy, your boy is, Miss Wilkes. I got a boy myself, and so I...
"Oh, you have? Does he live,
Oh, no. He ain't here in Atlanta. He ain't never been here. He's off at school. I ain't seen him since he was little. Well, anyway, when Captain Butler wanted me to lie for those men, I wanted to know who the men was, and when I heard Mr. Wilkes was one, I never hesitated. I said to my girls, I'll whale the living daylights out of you all if you don't make a special point of saying you was with Mr. Wilkes all evening."
"Oh," said Melanie, still more embarrassed by Belle's offhand reference to her girls. "Oh, that was, kind of you, and of them, too."
"No more'n you deserve," said Belle warmly. "But I wouldn't have did it for just anybody. If it had been that Miss Kennedy's husband by hisself, I wouldn't have lifted a finger no matter what Captain Butler said."
"Why?"
"Well, Miss Wilkes, people in my business knows a heap of things. It'd surprise and shock a heap of fine ladies if they had any notion how much we knows about them. And she ain't no good, Miss Wilkes. She killed her husband and that nice Welburn boy same as if she shot them. She caused it all, prancing about Atlanta by herself, enticing niggers and trash. Why, not one of my girls—"
"You must not say unkind things about my sister-in-law." Melanie stiffened coldly. Belle put an eager, placating hand on Melanie's arm and then hastily withdrew it.
"Don't freeze me, please, Miss Wilkes. I couldn't stand it after you've been so kind and sweet to me. I forgot how you liked her, and I'm sorry for what I said. I'm sorry about poor Mr. Kennedy's being dead, too. He was a nice man. I used to buy some of the stuff for my house from him, and he always treated me pleasant. But Miss Kennedy, well, she just ain't in the same class with you, Miss Wilkes. She's a mighty cold woman, and I can't help it if I think so. When are they going to bury Mr. Kennedy?"
"Tomorrow morning. And you are wrong about Mrs. Kennedy. Well, this very minute she's prostrated with grief."
"Maybe so," said Belle with evident disbelief. "Well, I gotta be going. I'm afraid somebody might recognize this carriage if I stayed here longer, and that wouldn't do you no good. And, Miss Wilkes, if you ever see me on the street, you don't have to speak to me. I'll understand."
"I shall be proud to speak to you. Proud to be under obligation to you. I hope we meet again."
"No," said Belle. "That wouldn't be fittin'. Good night."
Chapter 47. Scarlett sat in her bedroom, picking at the supper tray Mammy had brought her, listening to the wind hurling itself out of the night. The house was frighteningly still, quieter even than when Frank had lain in the parlor just a few hours before. Then there had been tiptoeing feet and hushed voices, muffled knocks on the front door, neighbors rustling in to whisper sympathy, and occasional sobs from Frank's sister, who had come up from Jonesboro for the funeral. But now the house was cloaked in silence. Although her door was open, she could hear no sounds from below stairs. Wade and the baby had been at Melanie's since Frank's body was brought home, and she missed the sound of the boy's feet and Ella's gurgling. There was a truce in the kitchen, and no sound of quarreling from Peter, Mammy, and Cookie floated up to her. Even Aunt Pitty, downstairs in the library, was not rocking her creaking chair in deference to Scarlett's sorrow. No one intruded upon her, believing that she wished to be left alone with her grief. But to be left alone was the last thing Scarlett desired. Had it only been grief that companioned her, she could have borne it as she had borne other griefs. But added to her stunned sense of loss at Frank's death were fear and remorse and the torment of a suddenly awakened conscience. For the first time in her life, she was regretting things she had done. Regretting them with a sweeping, superstitious fear that made her cast sidelong glances at the bed upon which she had lain with Frank. She had killed Frank. She had killed him just as surely as if it had been her finger that pulled the trigger. He had begged her not to go about alone, but she hadn't listened to him. And now he was dead because of her obstinacy. God would punish her for that. But there lay upon her conscience another matter that was heavier and more frightening even than causing his death, a matter which had never troubled her until she looked upon his coffined face. There had been something helpless and pathetic in that still face which had accused her. God would punish her for marrying him when he really loved Sue Ellen. She would have to cower at the seat of judgment and answer for that lie she told him coming back from the Yankee camp in his buggy. Useless for her to argue now that the end justified the means, that she was driven into trapping him, that the fate of too many people hung on her for her to consider either his or Sue Ellen's rights and happiness. The truth stood out boldly, and she cowered away from it. She had married him coldly, and used him coldly. And she had made him unhappy during the last 6 months, when she could have made him very happy. God would punish her for not being nicer to him. punish her for all her bullyings and proddings and storms of temper and cutting remarks, for alienating his friends and shaming him by operating the mills and building the saloon and leasing convicts. She had made him very unhappy, and she knew it. But he had borne it all like a gentleman. The only thing she had ever done that gave him any real happiness was to present him with Ella. And she knew if she could have kept from having Ella, Ella would never have been born. She shivered, frightened, wishing Frank were alive so she could be nice to him, so very nice to him to make up for it all. Oh, if only God didn't seem so furious and vengeful. Oh, if only the minutes didn't go by so slowly and the house were not so still. If only she were not so alone. If only Melanie were here with her. Melanie could calm her fears. But Melanie was at home nursing Ashley. For a moment Scarlett thought of summoning Pity-Pat to stand between her and her conscience, but she hesitated. Pity would probably make matters worse, for she honestly mourned Frank. He had been more her contemporary than Scarlett's, and she had been devoted to him. He had filled to perfection Pity's need for a man in the house, for he brought her little presents and harmless gossip, jokes and stories, read the paper to her at night, and explained topics of the day to her while she mended his socks. She had fussed over him and planned special dishes for him and coddled him during his innumerable colds. Now she missed him acutely, and repeated over and over as she dabbed at her red, swollen eyes, "If only he hadn't gone out with the clan!" If there were only someone who could comfort her, quiet her fears, explain to her just what were these confused fears which made her heart sink with such cold sickness. If only Ashley... But she shrank from the thought. She had almost killed Ashley, just as she had killed Frank. And if Ashley ever knew the real truth about how she lied to Frank to get him, knew how mean she had been to Frank, he could never love her any more. Ashley was so honorable, so truthful, so kind, and he saw so straightly, so clearly. If he knew the whole truth, he would understand. Oh, yes, he would understand only too well. But he would never love her any more. So he must never know the truth, because he must keep on loving her. How could she live if that secret source of her strength, his love, were taken from her? But what a relief it would be to put her head on his shoulder and cry and unburden her guilty heart. The still house, with the sense of death heavy upon it, pressed about her loneliness, until she felt she couldn't bear it, unaided any longer. She arose cautiously, pushed her door half closed, and then dug about in the bottom bureau drawer beneath her underwear. She produced Aunt Pity's swoon bottle of brandy, which she had hidden there, and held it up to the lamp. It was nearly half empty. Surely she hadn't drunk that much since last night. She poured a generous amount into her water glass and gulped it down. She would have to put the bottle back in the cellarette before morning, filled to the top with water. Mammy had hunted for it just before the funeral when the pallbearers wanted a drink, and already the air in the kitchen was electric with suspicion between Mammy, Cookie, and Peter. The brandy burned with fiery pleasantness. There was nothing like it when you needed it. In fact, brandy was good almost any time, so much better than insipid wine. Why on earth should it be proper for a woman to drink wine and not spirits? Mrs. Merriweather and Mrs. Meade had sniffed her breath most obviously at the funeral, and she had seen the triumphant look they had exchanged. The old cats. She poured another drink. It wouldn't matter if she did get a little tipsy tonight, for she was going to bed soon, and she could gargle cologne before Mammy came up to unlace her. She wished she could get as completely and thoughtlessly drunk as Gerald used to get on court day. Then perhaps she could forget Frank's sunken face accusing her of ruining his life, and then killing him. She wondered if everyone in town thought she had killed him. Certainly the people at the funeral had been cold to her.
The only people who had put any warmth into their expressions of sympathy were the wives of the Yankee officers with whom she did business. Well, she didn't care what the town said about her. How unimportant that seemed beside what she would have to answer for to God. She took another drink at the thought, shuddering as the hot brandy went down her throat. She felt very warm now, but still she couldn't get the thought of Frank out of her mind. What fools men were when they said liquor made people forget. Unless she drank herself into insensibility, she'd still see Frank's face as it had looked the last time he begged her not to drive alone, timid, reproachful, apologetic. The front door hammered with a dull sound that made the still house echo, and she heard Aunt Pitty's waddling steps crossing the hall and the door opening. There was the sound of greeting and an indistinguishable murmur. Some neighbor calling to discuss the funeral, or to bring a blancmange. Pitty would like that. She had taken an important and melancholy pleasure in talking to the condolence callers. She wondered, incuriously, who it was, and when a man's voice, resonant and drawling, rose above Pitty's funereal whispering, she knew. Gladness and relief flooded her. It was Rhett. She hadn't seen him since he broke the news of Frank's death to her, and now she knew, deep in her heart, that he was the one person who could help her tonight. "I think she'll see me." Rhett's voice floated up to her. "But she is lying down now, Captain Butler, and won't see anyone. Poor child. She's quite prostrated. I think she will see me. Please tell her I'm going away tomorrow and may be gone some time. It's very important." "But," fluttered Aunt Pittypat. Scarlet ran out into the hall, observing with some astonishment that her knees were a little unsteady, and leaned over the banisters. "I'll be down directly, Rhett," she called. She had a glimpse of Aunt Pittypat's plump, upturned face, her eyes owlish with surprise and disapproval. "Now it'll be all over town that I conducted myself most improperly on the day of my husband's funeral," thought Scarlet, as she hurried back to her room and began smoothing her hair. She buttoned her black basque up to the chin, and pinned down the collar with Pittypat's mourning brooch. "I don't look very pretty," she thought, leaning toward the mirror, too white and scared. For a moment her hand went toward the lockbox where she kept her rouge hidden, but she decided against it. Poor Pittypat would be upset in earnest if she came downstairs pink and blooming. She picked up the cologne bottle and took a large mouthful, carefully rinsed her mouth, and then spit into the slop jar. She rustled down the stairs toward the two who still stood in the hall, for Pittypat had been too upset by Scarlet's action to ask Rhett to sit down. He was decorously clad in black, his linen frilly and starched, and his manner was all that custom demanded from an old friend paying a call of sympathy on one bereaved. In fact, it was so perfect that it verged on the burlesque, though Pittypat didn't see it. He was properly apologetic for disturbing Scarlet, and regretted that in his rush of closing up business before leaving town, he had been unable to be present at the funeral. "Whatever possessed him to come?" wondered Scarlet. "He doesn't mean a word he's saying." "I hate to intrude on you at this time, but I have a matter of business to discuss that will not wait. Something that Mr. Kennedy and I were planning." "I didn't know you and Mr. Kennedy had business dealings," said Aunt Pittypat, almost indignant that some of Frank's activities were unknown to her. "Mr. Kennedy was a man of wide interests," said Rhett respectfully. "Shall we go into the parlor?" "No!" cried Scarlet, glancing at the closed folding doors. She could still see the coffin in that room. She hoped she never had to enter it again. Pitty, for once, took a hint, although with none too good grace. "Do use the library. I must go upstairs and get out the mending. Dear me, I've neglected it so this last week, I declare."
She went up the stairs with a backward look of reproach, which was noticed by neither Scarlett nor Rhett. He stood aside to let her pass before him into the library. "What business did you and Frank have?" she questioned abruptly. He came closer and whispered, "None at all. I just wanted to get Miss Pitty out of the way." He paused as he leaned over her. "It's no good, Scarlett." "What?" "The cologne." "I'm sure I don't know what you mean." "I'm sure you do. You've been drinking pretty heavily." "Well, what if I have? Is it any of your business?" "The soul of courtesy, even in the depths of sorrow. Don't drink alone, Scarlett. People always find it out, and it ruins the reputation. And besides, it's a bad business, this drinking alone." "What's the matter, honey?" He led her to the rosewood sofa, and she sat down in silence. "May I close the doors?" She knew if Mammy saw the closed doors, she would be scandalized, and would lecture and grumble about it for days. But it would be still worse if Mammy should overhear this discussion of drinking, especially in light of the missing brandy bottle. She nodded, and Rhett drew the sliding doors together. When he came back and sat down beside her, his dark eyes alertly searching her face, the pall of death receded before the vitality he radiated, and the room seemed pleasant and homelike again, the lamps rosy and warm. "What's the matter, honey?" No one in the world could say that foolish word of endearment as caressingly as Rhett, even when he was joking. But he didn't look as if he were joking now. She raised tormented eyes to his face and somehow found comfort in the blank inscrutability she saw there. She didn't know why they should be, for he was such an unpredictable, callous person. Perhaps it was because, as he often said, they were so much alike. Sometimes she thought that all the people she had ever known were strangers except Rhett. "Can't you tell me?" He took her hand, oddly gentle. "It's more than just old Frank leaving you. Do you need money?" "Money? God, no." "Oh, Rhett, I'm so afraid." "Don't be a goose, Scarlett. You've never been afraid in your life." "Oh, Rhett, I am afraid." The words bubbled up faster than she could speak them. She could tell him. She could tell Rhett anything. He'd been so bad himself that he wouldn't sit in judgment on her. How wonderful to know someone who was bad and dishonorable and a cheat and a liar, when all the world was filled with people who would not lie to save their souls, and who would rather starve than do a dishonorable deed. "I'm afraid I'll die and go to hell." If he laughed at her, she would die right then. But he did not laugh. "You're pretty healthy. And maybe there isn't any hell after all." "Oh, but there is, Rhett. You know there is." "I know there is, but it's right here on Earth, not after we die. There's nothing after we die, Scarlett. You're having your hell now." "Oh, Rhett, that's blasphemous." "But singularly comforting. Tell me, why are you going to hell?" He was teasing now. She could see the glint in his eyes, but she didn't mind. His hands felt so warm and strong, so comforting to cling to. "Rhett, I oughtn't to have married Frank. It was wrong. He was Sue Ellen's beau, and he loved her, not me. But I lied to him and told him she was going to marry Tony Fontaine. Oh, how could I have done it?" "Ah, so that's how it came about. I always wondered." "And then I made him so miserable. I made him do all sorts of things he didn't want to do, like making people pay their bills when they really couldn't afford to pay them. And it hurt him so when I ran the mills and built the saloon and leased convicts. He could hardly hold up his head for shame. And Rhett, I killed him. Yes, I did. I didn't know he was in the Klan. I never dreamed he had that much gumption. But I ought to have known, and I killed him." "Will all great Neptune's ocean wash this blood clean from my hand?" "What?" "No matter. Go on." Go on? That's all. Isn't it enough? I married, and I made him unhappy, and I killed him. Oh, my God. I don't see how I could have done it. I lied to him, and I married him. It all seemed so right when I did it, but now I see how wrong it was. Rhett, it doesn't seem like it was me who did all these things. I was so mean to him, but I'm not really mean. I wasn't raised that way. Mother... She stopped and swallowed. She had avoided thinking of Ellen all day, but she could no longer blot out her image. I often wondered what she was like. You seem to me so like your father. Mother was... Oh, Rhett, for the first time I'm glad she's dead, so she can't see me. She didn't raise me to be mean. She was so kind to everybody, so good. She'd rather I'd have starved than done this. And I so wanted to be just like her in every way, and I'm not like her one bit. I hadn't thought of that. There's been so much else to think about. But I wanted to be like her. I didn't want to be like Pa. I loved him, but he was so thoughtless. Rhett, sometimes I did try so hard to be nice to people and kind to Frank, but then the nightmare would come back and scare me so bad I'd want to rush out and just grab money away from people, whether it was mine or not. Tears were streaming unheeded down her face, and she clutched his hand so hard that her nails dug into his flesh. "What nightmare?" His voice was calm and soothing. "Oh, I forgot you didn't know. Well, just when I would try to be nice to folks and tell myself that money wasn't everything, I'd go to bed and dream that I was back at Terra right after Mother died, right after the Yankees went through. Rhett, you can't imagine. I get cold when I think about it. I can see how everything is burned and so still and there's nothing to eat. Oh, Rhett, in my dream I'm hungry again." "Go on." "I'm hungry. And everybody, Pa and the girls and the darkies, are starving. And they keep saying over and over, 'We're hungry.' And I'm so empty it hurts and so frightened. My mind keeps saying, 'If I ever get out of this, I'll never, never be hungry again.' And then the dream goes off into a gray mist and I'm running in the mist, running so hard my heart's about to burst. And something is chasing me, and I can't breathe. But I keep thinking that if I can just get there, I'll be safe. But I don't know where I'm trying to get to. And then I'd wake up, and I'd be cold with fright, so afraid that I'd be hungry again. When I'd wake up from that dream, it seems like there's not enough money in the world to keep me from being afraid of being hungry again. And then Frank would be so mealy-mouthed and slow-pokey that it would make me mad and I'd lose my temper. He didn't understand, I guess. And I couldn't make him understand. I kept thinking that I'd make it up to him someday when we had money, and I wasn't so afraid of being hungry. And now he's dead and it's too late. Oh, it seemed so right when I did it, but it was all so wrong. If I had to do it over again, I'd do it so differently."
"Hush," he said, disentangling her frantic grip and pulling a clean handkerchief from his pocket. "Wipe your face. There's no sense in your tearing yourself to pieces this way." She took the handkerchief and wiped her damp cheeks, a little relief stealing over her, as if she had shifted some of her burden to his broad shoulders. He looked so capable and calm, and even the slight twist of his mouth was comforting, as though it proved her agony and confusion unwarranted. "Feel better now? Then let's get to the bottom of this. You say if you had it to do over again, you'd do it differently. But would you? Think now. Would you?"
"Well,
No. You'd do the same things again. Did you have any other choice?"
no.
Then what are you sorry about?
I was so mean and now he's dead."
And if he wasn't dead, you'd still be mean. As I understand it, you are not really sorry for marrying Frank and bullying him and inadvertently causing his death. You're only sorry because you're afraid of going to hell. Is that right?
Well, that sounds so mixed up.
Your ethics are considerably mixed up, too. You are in the exact position of a thief who's been caught red-handed and isn't sorry he stole, but is terribly, terribly sorry he's going to jail. A thief? Oh, don't be so literal. In other words, if you didn't have this silly idea that you were damned to hellfire eternal, you'd think you were well rid of Frank.
Oh, Rhett!
Oh, come. You're confessing, and you might as well confess the truth as a decorous lie. Did your, conscience bother you much when you offered to, shall we say, part with that jewel which is dearer than life for $300? The brandy was spinning in her head now, and she felt giddy and a little reckless. What was the use in lying to him? He always seemed to read her mind. I really didn't think about God much then, or hell. And when I did think, well, I just reckoned God would understand. But you don't credit God with understanding why you married Frank?
Rhett, how can you talk so about God when you know you don't believe there is one?
But you believe in a God of wrath, and that's what's important at present. Why shouldn't the Lord understand? Are you sorry you still own Tara, and there aren't carpetbaggers living there? Are you sorry you aren't hungry and ragged?
Oh, no.
Well, did you have any alternative except marrying Frank?
No.
He didn't have to marry you, did he? Men are free agents. And he didn't have to let you bully him into doing things he didn't want to, did he?
Well...
Scarlett, why worry about it? If you had it to do over again, you would be driven to the lie, and he to marrying you. You would still have run yourself into danger, and he would have had to avenge you. If he had married Sister Sue, she might not have caused his death, but she'd probably have made him twice as unhappy as you did. It couldn't have happened differently.
But I could have been nicer to him.
You could have been, if you'd been somebody else. But you were born to bully anyone who let you do it. The strong were made to bully and the weak to knuckle under. It's all Frank's fault for not beating you with a buggy whip. I'm surprised at you, Scarlett, for sprouting a conscience this late in life. Opportunists like you shouldn't have them.
What is an what'd you call it?
A person who takes advantage of opportunities.
Is that wrong?
It has always been held in disrepute, especially by those who had the same opportunities and didn't take them.
Oh, Rhett, you're joking, and I thought you were going to be nice.
I am being nice. For me. Scarlett, darling, you are tipsy. That's what's the matter with you.
You dare?
Yes, I dare. You are on the verge of what is vulgarly called a crying jag. And so I shall change the subject and cheer you up by telling you some news that will amuse you. In fact, that's why I came here this evening, to tell you my news before I went away.
Where are you going?
To England. And I may be gone for months. Forget your conscience, Scarlett. I have no intention of discussing your soul's welfare any further. Do you want to hear my news?
But...
She began feebly, and paused. Between the brandy, which was smoothing out the harsh contours of remorse, and Rhett's mocking but comforting words, the pale spectre of Frank was receding into shadows.
Perhaps Rhett was right. Perhaps God did understand. She recovered enough to push the idea from the top of her mind and decide, I'll think about it all tomorrow.
What's your news? She said with an effort, blowing her nose in his handkerchief, and pushing back the hair that had begun to straggle. My news is this, he answered, grinning down at her. I still want you more than any woman I've ever seen. And now that Frank is gone, I thought you'd be interested to know it.
Scarlett jerked her hands away from his grasp and sprang to her feet. You are the most ill-bred man in the world coming here at this time of all times with your filthy... I should have known you'd never change. And Frank hardly cold. If you had any decency... Will you leave this...
"Do be quiet, or you'll have Miss Pittypat down here in a minute," he said, not rising, but reaching up and taking both her fists. "I'm afraid you miss my point."
"Miss your point? I don't miss anything." She pulled against his grip. "Get out of here." "I never heard of such bad taste.
Hush," he said. "I am asking you to marry me. Would you be convinced if I knelt down?"
She said, "Oh," breathlessly, and sat down hard on the sofa. She stared at him, her mouth open, wondering if the brandy were playing tricks on her mind, remembering senselessly his jibing,
"My dear, I'm not a marrying man."
She was drunk or he was crazy. But he didn't look crazy. He looked as calm as though he were discussing the weather, and his smooth drawl fell on her ears with no particular emphasis.
"I always intended having you, Scarlett, since that first day I saw you at 12 Oaks, when you threw that vase and swore and proved that you weren't a lady. I always intended having you, one way or another. But as you and Frank have made a little money, I know you'll never be driven to me again with any interesting propositions of loans and collaterals. So I see I'll have to marry you."
"Rhett Butler, is this one of your vile jokes?"
"I bare my soul, and you are suspicious." "No, Scarlett. This is a bona fide, honorable declaration. I admit that it is not in the best of taste, coming at this time, but I have a very good excuse for my lack of breeding. I'm going away tomorrow for a long time, and I fear that if I wait till I return, you'll have married someone else with a little money. So I thought, why not me and my money? Really, Scarlett, I can't go all my life waiting to catch you between husbands."
He meant it. There was no doubt about it. Her mouth was dry as she assimilated this knowledge, and she swallowed and looked into his eyes, trying to find some clue. They were full of laughter, but there was something else, deep in them, which she had never seen before, a gleam that defied analysis. He sat easily, carelessly, but she felt that he was watching her as alertly as a cat watches a mouse hole. There was a sense of leashed power. He was actually asking her to marry him. He was committing the incredible. Once she had planned how she would torment him, should he ever propose. Once she had thought that if he ever spoke those words, she would humble him and make him feel her power and take a malicious pleasure in doing it. Now he had spoken, and the plans didn't even occur to her. For he was no more in her power than he had ever been. In fact, he held the whip hand of the situation so completely that she was as flustered as a girl at her first proposal, and she could only blush and stammer. I shall never marry again." "Oh, yes, you will. You were born to be married. Why not me?" "But, Red, I don't love you." "That should be no drawback. I don't recall that love was prominent in your two other ventures." "Oh, how can you? You know I was fond of Frank." He said nothing. I was. "Well, we won't argue that. Will you think over my proposition while I'm gone?" "Rhett, I don't like for things to drag on. I'd rather tell you now. I'm going home to Tara soon, and India Wilkes will stay with Aunt Pittypat. I want to go home for a long spell, and I don't ever want to get married again." "Nonsense. Why?" "Oh, well, never mind why. I just don't like being married." "But, my poor child, you've never really been married. How can you know? I'll admit you've had bad luck, once for spite and once for money. Did you ever think of marrying just for the fun of it?" "Fun? Don't talk like a fool. There's no fun being married." "No? Why not?" A measure of calm had returned, and with it all the natural bluntness which brandy brought to the surface. "It's fun for men, though God knows why. I never could understand it. But all a woman gets out of it is something to eat and a lot of work and having to put up with a man's foolishness. And a baby every year. He laughed so loudly that the sound echoed in the stillness, and Scarlett heard the kitchen door open. "Hush. Mammy has ears like a lynx, and it isn't decent to laugh so soon after—" "Hush laughing. You know it's true. Fun. Fiddle-dee-dee."
"I said you'd had bad luck, and what you just said proves it. You've been married to a boy and to an old man, and into the bargain I'll bet your mother told you that women must bear these things because of the compensating joys of motherhood. Well, that's all wrong. Why not try marrying a fine young man who has a bad reputation and a way with women? It'll be fun."
"You are coarse and conceited, and I think this conversation has gone far enough. It's quite vulgar."
"And quite enjoyable, too, isn't it? I'll wager you never discussed the marital relation with a man before. Even Charles Frank."
She scowled at him. Rhett knew too much. She wondered where he learned all he knew about women. It wasn't decent.
"Don't frown. Name the day, Scarlett. I'm not urging instant matrimony because of your reputation. We'll wait the decent interval. By the way, just how long is a decent interval?"
"I haven't said I'd marry you. It isn't decent to even talk of such things at such a time."
"I've told you why I'm talking of them. I'm going away tomorrow, and I'm too ardent a lover to restrain my passion any longer. But perhaps I've been too precipitate in my wooing."
With a suddenness that startled her, he slid off the sofa onto his knees, and with one hand placed delicately over his heart, he recited rapidly,
"Forgive me for startling you with the impetuosity of my sentiments, my dear Scarlett. I mean, my dear Mrs. Kennedy. It cannot have escaped your notice that for some time past, the friendship I have had in my heart for you has ripened into a deeper feeling, a feeling more beautiful, more pure, more sacred. Dare I name it you? Ah, it is love which makes me so bold."
"Do get up," she entreated. "You look such a fool, and suppose Mammy should come in and see you."
"She would be stunned and incredulous at the first signs of my gentility," said Rhett, arising lightly. "Come, Scarlett, you're no child, no schoolgirl to put me off with foolish excuses about decency and so forth. Say you'll marry me when I come back, or before God, I won't go. I'll stay around here and play a guitar under your window every night and sing at the top of my voice and compromise you, so you'll have to marry me to save your reputation."
"Rhett, do be sensible. I don't want to marry anybody."
"No? You aren't telling me the real reason. It can't be girlish timidity. What is it?"
Suddenly she thought of Ashley, saw him as vividly as though he stood beside her, sunny-haired, drowsy-eyed, full of dignity, so utterly different from Rhett. He was the real reason she didn't want to marry again, although she had no objections to Rhett, and at times was genuinely fond of him. She belonged to Ashley forever and ever. She had never belonged to Charles or Frank, could never really belong to Rhett. Every part of her, almost everything she had ever done, striven for, attained, belonged to Ashley, were done because she loved him. Ashley and Tara, she belonged to them. The smiles, the laughter, the kisses she had given Charles and Frank were Ashley's, even though he had never claimed them, would never claim them. Somewhere deep in her was the desire to keep herself for him, although she knew he would never take her. She didn't know that her face had changed, that reverie had brought a softness to her face, which Rhett had never seen before. He looked at the slanting green eyes, wide and misty, and the tender curve of her lips, and for a moment his breath stopped. Then his mouth went down violently at one corner, and he swore with a passionate impatience, "Scarlett O'Hara, you're a fool."
Before she could withdraw her mind from its far places, his arms were around her as sure and hard as on the dark road to Tara so long ago. She felt again the rush of helplessness, the sinking yielding, the surging tide of warmth that left her limp. The quiet face of Ashley Wilkes was blurred and drowned to nothingness. He bent back her head across his arm and kissed her, softly at first, and then with a swift gradation of intensity that made her cling to him as the only solid thing in a dizzy, swaying world. His insistent mouth was parting her shaking lips, sending wild tremors along her nerves, evoking from her sensation she had never known she was capable of feeling. And before a swimming giddiness spun her round and round, she knew that she was kissing him back. "Stop, please, I'm faint," she whispered, trying to turn her head weakly from him. He pressed her head back hard against his shoulder, and she had a dizzy glimpse of his face. His eyes were wide and blazing queerly, and the tremor in his arms frightened her. "I want to make you faint. I will make you faint. You've had this coming to you for years. None of the fools you've known have kissed you like this, have they? Your precious Charles or Frank or your stupid Ashley. Please. I said your stupid Ashley. Gentlemen all. What do they know about women? What did they know about you? I know you." His mouth was on hers again, and she surrendered without a struggle, too weak even to turn her head, without even the desire to turn it, her heart shaking her with its poundings, fear of his strength and her nerveless weakness sweeping her. What was he going to do? She would faint if he did not stop. If he would only stop. If he would never stop. Say yes. His mouth was poised above hers, and his eyes were so close that they seemed enormous, filling the world. "Say yes, damn you," or she whispered, "Yes," before she even thought. It was almost as if he had willed the word, and she had spoken it without her own volition. But even as she spoke it, a sudden calm fell on her spirit. Her head began to stop spinning, and even the giddiness of the brandy was lessened. She had promised to marry him when she had had no intention of promising. She hardly knew how it had all come about, but she wasn't sorry. It now seemed very natural that she had said yes, almost as if by divine intervention a hand stronger than hers was about her affairs, settling her problems for her. He drew a quick breath as she spoke, and bent as if to kiss her again, and her eyes closed and her head fell back. But he drew back, and she was faintly disappointed. It made her feel so strange to be kissed like this, and yet there was something exciting about it. He sat very still for a while, holding her head against his shoulder, and, as if by effort, the trembling of his arms ceased. He moved away from her a little and looked down at her. She opened her eyes and saw that the frightening glow had gone from his face, but somehow she couldn't meet his gaze, and she dropped her eyes in a rush of tingling confusion. When he spoke, his voice was very calm. "You meant it? You don't want to take it back?" "No. It's not just because I've, what is the phrase, swept you off your feet by my, order?" She could not answer, for she did not know what to say. Nor could she meet his eyes. He put a hand under her chin and lifted her face. "I told you once that I could stand anything from you except a lie. And now I want the truth. Just why did you say yes?" Still the words would not come, but, a measure of poise returning, she kept her eyes demurely down and tucked the corners of her mouth into a little smile. "Look at me. Is it my money?" "Why, Rhett, what a question!" "Look up, and don't try to sweet-talk me. I'm not Charles or Frank or any of the county boys to be taken in by your fluttering lids. Is it my money?
Well, yes, a part.
A part?
He did not seem annoyed. He drew a swift breath, and with an effort wiped from his eyes the eagerness her words had brought, an eagerness which she was too confused to see. Well, she floundered helplessly. Money does help, you know, Rhett, and God knows Frank didn't leave any too much, but then... Well, Rhett, we do get on, you know, and you are the only man I ever saw who could stand the truth from a woman, and it would be nice having a husband who didn't think me a silly fool and expect me to tell lies, and... Well, I am fond of you.
Fond of me?
Well, she said fretfully, if I said I was madly in love with you, I'd be lying, and what's more, you'd know it.
Sometimes I think you carry your truth-telling too far, my pet. Don't you think, even if it was a lie, that it would be appropriate for you to say, I love you, Rhett, even if you didn't mean it?
What was he driving at, she wondered, becoming more confused. He looked so queer, eager, hurt, mocking. He took his hands from her and shoved them deep in his trouser pockets, and she saw him ball his fists. If it costs me a husband, I'll tell the truth, she thought grimly, her blood up as always when he baited her. Rhett, it would be a lie. And why should we go through all that foolishness? I'm fond of you, like I said. You know how it is. You told me once that you didn't love me, but that we had a lot in common. Both rascals was the way you... Oh, God, he whispered rapidly, turning his head away. To be taken in my own trap. What did you say?
Nothing. He looked at her and laughed. But it was not a pleasant laugh. Name the day, my dear. And he laughed again and bent and kissed her hands. She was relieved to see his mood pass, and good humor apparently return, so she smiled too. He played with her hand for a moment and grinned up at her. Did you ever in your novel reading come across the old situation of the disinterested wife falling in love with her own husband? You know I don't read novels, she said, and trying to equal his jesting mood went on. Besides, you once said it was the height of bad form for husbands and wives to love each other. I once said too goddamn many things, he retorted abruptly and rose to his feet. Don't swear. You'll have to get used to it and learn to swear, too. You'll have to get used to all my bad habits. That'll be part of the price of being fond of me and getting your pretty paws on my money. Well, don't fly off the handle so, because I didn't lie and make you feel conceited. You aren't in love with me, are you? Why should I be in love with you? No, my dear, I'm not in love with you no more than you are with me. And if I were, you would be the last person I'd ever tell. God help the man who ever really loves you. You'd break his heart, my darling, cruel, destructive little cat who is so careless and confident she doesn't even trouble to sheathe her claws. He jerked her to her feet and kissed her again, but this time his lips were different, for he seemed not to care if he hurt her, seemed to want to hurt her, to insult her. His lips slid down to her throat and finally he pressed them against the taffeta over her breast, so hard and so long that his breath burnt to her skin. Her hands struggled up, pushing him away in an outraged modesty. You mustn't! How dare you! Your heart's going like a rabbit's, he said mockingly. All too fast for mere fondness, I would think, if I were conceited. Smooth your ruffled feathers. You're just putting on these virginal airs. Tell me what I shall bring you from England. A ring? What kind would you like? She wavered momentarily between interest in his last words and a feminine desire to prolong the scene with anger and indignation. Oh, a diamond ring. And Rhett, do buy a great big one. So you can flaunt it before your poverty-stricken friends and say, see what I caught? Very well. You shall have a big one so big that your less fortunate friends can comfort themselves by whispering that it's really vulgar to wear such large stones." He abruptly started off across the room, and she followed him, bewildered, to the closed doors. "What's the matter? Where you going?" "To my rooms to finish packing." "Oh, but—" "But what?" "Nothing. I hope you have a nice trip." "Thank you." He opened the door and walked into the hall. Scarlett trailed after him, somewhat at a loss, a trifle disappointed, as at an unexpected anticlimax. He slipped on his coat and picked up his gloves and hat. "I'll write you. Let me know if you change your mind." "Aren't you—" "Well?" He seemed impatient to be off. "Aren't you going to kiss me goodbye?" she whispered, mindful of the ears of the house. "Don't you think you've had enough kissing for one evening?" he retorted, and grinned down at her. To think of a modest, well-brought-up young woman. "Well, I told you it would be fun, didn't I?" "Oh, you are impossible!" she cried in wrath, not caring if Mammy did hear. "And I don't care if you never come back." She turned and flounced toward the stairs, expecting to feel his warm hand on her arm, stopping her. But he only pulled open the front door, and a cold draft swept in. "But I will come back," he said, and went out, leaving her on the bottom step, looking at the closed door. The ring Rhett brought back from England was large indeed. So large it embarrassed Scarlett to wear it. She loved gaudy and expensive jewelry, but she had an uneasy feeling that everyone was saying, with perfect truth, that this ring was vulgar. The central stone was a 4-carat diamond, and surrounding it were a number of emeralds. It reached to the knuckle of her finger, and gave her hand the appearance of being weighted down. Scarlett had a suspicion that Rhett had gone to great pains to have the ring made up, and for pure meanness had ordered it made as ostentatious as possible. Until Rhett was back in Atlanta and the ring on her finger, she told no one, not even her family, of her intentions, and when she did announce her engagement, a storm of bitter gossip broke out. Since the clan affair, Rhett and Scarlett had been, with the exception of the Yankees and carpetbaggers, the town's most unpopular citizens. Everyone had disapproved of Scarlett since the faraway day when she abandoned the weeds worn for Charlie Hamilton. Their disapproval had grown stronger because of her unwomanly conduct in the matter of the mills, her immodesty in showing herself when she was pregnant, and so many other things. But when she brought about the death of Frank and Tommy, and jeopardized the lives of a dozen other men, their dislike flamed into public condemnation. As for Rhett, he had enjoyed the town's hatred since his speculations during the war, and he had not further endeared himself to his fellow citizens by his alliances with the Republicans since then. But oddly enough, the fact that he had saved the lives of some of Atlanta's most prominent men was what aroused the hottest hate of Atlanta's ladies. It was not that they regretted their men were still alive. It was that they bitterly resented owing the men's lives to such a man as Rhett and to such an embarrassing trick. For months they had writhed under Yankee laughter and scorn, and the ladies felt and said that if Rhett really had the good of the clan at heart, he would have managed the affair in a more seemly fashion. They said he had deliberately dragged in Bill Watling to put the nice people of the town in a disgraceful position. And so he deserved neither thanks for rescuing the men nor forgiveness for his past sins. These women, so swift to kindness, so tender to the sorrowing, so untiring in times of stress, could be as implacable as furies to any renegade who broke one small law of their unwritten code. This code was simple: reverence for the Confederacy, honor to the veterans, loyalty to old forms,
pride in poverty, open hands to friends, and undying hatred to Yankees. Between them, Scarlet and Rhett had outraged every tenet of this code. The men whose lives Rhett had saved attempted, out of decency and a sense of gratitude, to keep their women silent, but they had little success. Before the announcement of their coming marriage, the two had been unpopular enough, but people could still be polite to them in a formal way. Now, even that cold courtesy was no longer possible. The news of their engagement came like an explosion, unexpected and shattering, rocking the town. And even the mildest-mannered women spoke their minds heatedly, marrying barely a year after Frank's death, and she had killed him. And marrying that butler man who owned a brothel and who was in with the Yankees and carpetbaggers in all kinds of thieving schemes. Separately, the two of them could be endured, but the brazen combination of Scarlet and Rhett was too much to be borne, common and vile, both of them. They ought to be run out of town. Atlanta might perhaps have been more tolerant toward the two if the news of their engagement had not come at a time when Rhett's carpetbagger and scalawag cronies were more odious in the sight of respectable citizens than they had ever been before. Public feeling against the Yankees and all their allies was at a fever heat at the very time when the town learned of the engagement. For the last citadel of Georgia's resistance to Yankee rule had just fallen. The long campaign which had begun when Sherman moved southward from above Dalton 4 years before had finally reached its climax, and the state's humiliation was complete. 3 years of Reconstruction had passed, and they had been 3 years of terrorism. Everyone had thought that conditions were already as bad as they could ever be. But now Georgia was discovering that Reconstruction at its worst had just begun. For 3 years, the federal government had been trying to impose alien ideas and an alien rule upon Georgia, and with an army to enforce its commands, it had largely succeeded. But only the power of the military upheld the new regime. The state was under the Yankee rule, but not by the state's consent. Georgia's leaders had kept on battling for the state's right to govern itself according to its own ideas. They had continued resisting all efforts to force them to bow down and accept the dictates of Washington as their own state law. Officially, Georgia's government had never capitulated, but it had been a futile fight, an ever-losing fight. It was a fight that could not win, but it had at least postponed the inevitable. Already many other southern states had illiterate Negroes in high public office, and legislatures dominated by Negroes and carpetbaggers. But Georgia, by its stubborn resistance, had so far escaped this final degradation. For the greater part of 3 years, the state's capital had remained in the control of white men and Democrats. With Yankee soldiers everywhere, the state officials could do little but protest and resist. Their power was nominal, but they had at least been able to keep the state government in the hands of native Georgians. Now, even that last stronghold had fallen. Just as Johnston and his men had been driven back step by step from Dalton to Atlanta 4 years before, so had the Georgia Democrats been driven back little by little from 1865 on. The power of the federal government over the state's affairs and the lives of its citizens had been steadily made greater and greater. Force had been piled on top of force, and military edicts in increasing numbers had rendered the civil authority more and more impotent. Finally, with Georgia in the status of a military province, the polls had been ordered thrown open to the Negroes, whether the state's laws permitted it or not. A week before Scarlet and Rhett announced their engagement, an election for governor had been held. The Southern Democrats had General John B. Gordon, one of Georgia's best-loved and most honored citizens, as their candidate. Opposing him was a Republican named Bullock. The election had lasted 3 days instead of 1. Trainloads of Negroes had been rushed from town to town, voting at every precinct along the way. Of course, Bullock had won. If the capture of Georgia by Sherman had caused bitterness, the final capture of the state's capital by carpetbaggers, Yankees, and Negroes caused an intensity of bitterness such as the state had never known before. Atlanta and Georgia seethed and raged. And Rhett Butler was a friend of the hated Bullock. Scarlett, with her usual disregard for all matters not directly under her nose, had scarcely known an election was being held. Rhett had taken no part in the election, and his relations with the Yankees were no different from what they had always been. But the fact remained that Rhett was a scalawag and a friend of Bullock. And if the marriage went through, Scarlett also would be turning scalawag. Atlanta was in no mood to be tolerant or charitable toward anyone in the enemy camp, and the news of the engagement coming when it did, the town remembered all of the evil things about the pair and none of the good. Scarlett knew the town was rocking, but she didn't realize the extent of public feeling until Mrs. Merriweather, urged on by her church circle, took it upon herself to speak to her for her own good. "Because your own dear mother is dead, and Miss Pitty, not being a matron, is not qualified to talk to you upon such a subject. I feel that I must warn you, Scarlett. Captain Butler is not the kind of a man for any woman of good family to marry. He managed to save Grandpa Merriweather's neck and your nephew's, too." Mrs. Merriweather swelled. Hardly an hour before, she had had an irritating talk with Grandpa. The old man had remarked that she must not value his hide very much if she didn't feel some gratitude to Rhett Butler, even if the man was a scallywag and a scoundrel. "He only did that as a dirty trick on us all, Scarlett, to embarrass us in front of the Yankees," Mrs. Merriweather continued. "You know as well as I do that the man is a rogue. He always has been, and now he's unspeakable. He is simply not the kind of man decent people receive." "No? That's strange, Mrs. Merriweather. He was in your parlor often enough during the war. And he gave Maybelle her white satin wedding dress, didn't he? Or is my memory wrong? Things were so different during the war, and nice people associated with many men who were not quite... It was all for the cause, and very proper, too. Surely you can't be thinking of marrying a man who wasn't in the army, who jeered at men who did enlist. He was, too, in the army. He was in the army 8 months. He was in the last campaign and fought at Franklin, and was with General Johnston when he surrendered." "I had not heard that," said Mrs. Merriweather, and she looked as if she didn't believe it either. "But he wasn't wounded," she added triumphantly. "Lots of men weren't. Everybody who was anybody got wounded. I know no one who wasn't wounded." Scarlett was goaded. "Then I guess all the men you knew were such fools they didn't know when to come in out of a shower of rain, or of minnie-balls. Now let me tell you this, Mrs. Merriweather, and you can take it back to your busybody friends. I'm going to marry Captain Butler, and I wouldn't care if he'd fought on the Yankee side." When that worthy matron went out of the house with her bonnet jerking with rage, Scarlett knew she had an open enemy now instead of a disapproving friend. But she didn't care. Nothing Mrs. Merriweather could say or do could hurt her. She didn't care what anyone said, anyone except Mammy. Scarlett had borne with Pitty's swooning at the news, and had steeled herself to see Ashley look suddenly old, and avoid her eyes as he wished her happiness. She had been amused and irritated at the letters from Aunt Pauline and Aunt Eulalie in Charleston, horror-struck at the news, forbidding the marriage, telling her it would not only ruin her social position but endanger theirs. She had even laughed when Melanie, with a worried pucker in her brows, said loyally, "Of course, Captain Butler is much nicer than most people realize, and he was so kind and clever the way he saved Ashley. And after all, he did fight for the Confederacy. But, Scarlett, don't you think you'd better not decide so hastily?" No, she didn't mind what anybody said, except Mammy. Mammy's words were the ones that made her most angry and brought the greatest hurt.
"I has seed you do a heap of things that would hurt Miss Ellen, did she know? And it has done sorrowed me a plenty. But this year is the worst yet. Marryin' trash. Yes'm, I said trash. Don't go telling me he come from fine folkses. That don't make no difference. Trash come out of the high places, same as the low, and he trash. Yes'm, Miss Scarlett, I seed you take Mr. Charles away from Miss Honey when you didn't care nothing about him. And I seed you rob your own sister of Mr. Frank. And I's hushed my mouth about a heap of things you has done, like selling pole lumber for good, and lying about the other lumber gentmans, and riding round by yourself, exposing yourself to free issue niggers and getting Mr. Frank shot, and not feeding them poor convicts enough to keep their souls in their bodies. I's done hushed my mouth, even if Miss Ellen in the Promised Land was saying, Mammy, Mammy, you ain't look after my child right. Yes'm, I stood for all that, but I ain't gwine stand for this, Miss Scarlett. You can't marry with trash. Not while I got breath in my body.
I shall marry whom I please, said Scarlett coldly. I think you're forgetting your place, Mammy.
And high time, too. If I don't say these words to you, who going to do it?
I've been thinking the matter over, Mammy, and I've decided that the best thing for you to do is to go back to Tara. I'll give you some money and... Mammy drew herself up with all her dignity.
I is free, Miss Scarlett. You can't send me nowhere I don't want to go. And when I goes back to Tara, it's gwine to be when you goes with me. I ain't gwine to leave Miss Ellen's child, and there ain't no way in the world to make me go. And I ain't gwine to leave Miss Ellen's grandchildren for no trashy step-paw to bring up neither. Here I is, and here I stays.
I will not have you staying in my house and being rude to Captain Butler. I am going to marry him, and there's no more to be said.
There is plenty more to be said, retorted Mammy slowly, and into her blurred old eyes there came the light of battle. But I ain't never thought to say it to none of Miss Ellen's blood. But, Miss Scarlett, listen to me. You ain't nothing but a mule in horse harness. You can polish a mule's feet and shine his hide and put brass all over his harness and hitch him to a fine carriage, but he a mule just the same. He don't fool nobody, and you is just the same. You got silk dresses and the mills and the store and the money, and you give yourself airs like a fine horse, but you a mule just the same, and you ain't fooling nobody neither. And that Butler man, he come of good stock, and he all slicked up like a racehorse, but he a mule in horse harness just like you. Mammy bent a piercing look on her mistress. Scarlett was speechless and quivering with insult. If you say you gwine marry him, you gwine do it 'cause you is bull-headed like your pa. But remember this, Miss Scarlett, I ain't leaving you. I gonna stay right here and see this thing too. Without waiting for a reply, Mammy turned and left Scarlett, and if she had said, "Thou shalt see me at Philippi," her tones could not have been more ominous. While they were honeymooning in New Orleans, Scarlett told Rhett of Mammy's words. To her surprise and indignation, he laughed at Mammy's statement about mules in horse harness. "I have never heard a profound truth expressed so succinctly," he said. "Mammy's a smart old soul, and one of the few people I know whose respect and goodwill I'd like to have. But being a mule, I suppose I'll never get either from her. She even refused the $10 gold piece which I, in my groom-like fervor, wished to present her after the wedding. I've seen so few people who did not melt at the sight of cash. But she looked me in the eye and thanked me and said she wasn't a free-issue nigger and didn't need my money." "Why should she take on so? Why should everybody gabble about me like a bunch of guinea hens? It's my own affair whom I marry and how often I marry.
I've always minded my own business. Why don't other people mind theirs?
My pet, the world can forgive practically anything except people who mind their own business. But why should you squall like a scalded cat? You've said often enough that you didn't mind what people said about you. Why not prove it? You know you've laid yourself open to criticism so often in small matters, you can't expect to escape gossip in this large matter. You knew there'd be talk if you married a villain like me. If I were a low-bred, poverty-stricken villain, people wouldn't be so mad, but a rich, flourishing villain, of course, that's unforgivable.
I wish you'd be serious sometimes.
I am serious. It's always annoying to the godly when the ungodly flourish like the green bay tree. Cheer up, Scarlet. Didn't you tell me once that the main reason you wanted a lot of money was so you could tell everybody to go to hell? Now's your chance.
But you were the main one I wanted to tell to go to hell, said Scarlet, and laughed.
Do you still want to tell me to go to hell?
Well, not as often as I used to.
Do it whenever you like, if it makes you happy.
It doesn't make me especially happy, said Scarlet. And bending, she kissed him carelessly. His dark eyes flickered quickly over her face, hunting for something in her eyes which he did not find. And he laughed shortly.
Forget about it, Lana. Forget about the old cats. I brought you to New Orleans to have fun. And I intend.
Part 5. Chapter 48. She did have fun. More fun than she had had since the spring before the war. New Orleans was such a strange, glamorous place, and Scarlet enjoyed it with the headlong pleasure of a pardoned life prisoner. The carpetbaggers were looting the town. Many honest folk were driven from their homes and didn't know where to look for their next meal, and a Negro sat in the lieutenant governor's chair. But the New Orleans Rhett showed her was the gayest place she had ever seen. The people she met seemed to have all the money they wanted and no cares at all. Rhett introduced her to dozens of women, pretty women in bright gowns, women who had soft hands that showed no signs of hard work, women who laughed at everything and never talked of stupid, serious things or hard times. And the men she met, how thrilling they were, and how different from Atlanta men, and how they fought to dance with her and paid her the most extravagant compliments as though she were a young belle. These men had the same hard, reckless look Rhett wore. Their eyes were always alert, like men who have lived too long with danger to be ever quite careless. They seemed to have no pasts or futures, and they politely discouraged Scarlet when, to make conversation, she asked what or where they were before they came to New Orleans. That in itself was strange, for in Atlanta every respectable newcomer hastened to present his credentials, to tell proudly of his home and family, to trace the tortuous mazes of relationships that stretched over the entire South. But these men were a taciturn lot, picking their words carefully. Sometimes, when Rhett was alone with them and Scarlet in the next room, she heard laughter and caught fragments of conversation that meant nothing to her, scraps of words, puzzling names. Cuba and Nassau in the blockade days, the gold rush and claim jumping, gun running and filibustering, Nicaragua and William Walker and how he died against a wall at Trujillo. Once, her sudden entrance abruptly terminated a conversation about what had happened to the members of Quantrill's band of guerrillas, and she caught the name of Frank and Jesse James. But they were all well-mannered, beautifully tailored, and they evidently admired her, so it mattered little to Scarlet that they chose to live utterly in the present. What really mattered was that they were Rhett's friends, and had large houses and fine carriages, and they took her and Rhett driving, invited them to suppers, gave parties in their honor. And Scarlet liked them very well. Rhett was amused when she told him so. "I thought you would," he said, and laughed. "Why not?
her suspicions aroused as always by his laughter. "They're all second-raters, black sheep, rascals. They're all adventurers or carpetbag aristocrats. They all made their money speculating in food like your loving husband, or out of dubious government contracts, or in shady ways that won't bear investigation."
"I don't believe it. You're teasing. They're the nicest people."
"The nicest people in town are starving," said Rhett, "and living politely in hovels. And I doubt if I'd be received in those hovels. You see, my dear, I was engaged in some of my nefarious schemes here during the war, and these people have devilish long memories. Scarlett, you are a constant joy to me. You unerringly managed to pick the wrong people and the wrong things."
"But they are your friends."
"Oh, but I like rascals. My early youth was spent as a gambler on a riverboat, and I can understand people like that. But I'm not blind to what they are. Whereas you," he laughed again, "you have no instinct about people, no discrimination between the cheap and the great. Sometimes I think that the only great ladies you've ever associated with were your mother and Miss Melly, and neither seems to have made any impression on you."
"Melly? Why, she's as plain as an old shoe, and her clothes always look tacky, and she never has 2 words to say for herself."
"Spare me your jealousy, madam. Beauty doesn't make a lady, nor clothes a great lady."
"Oh, don't they? Just you wait, Rhett Butler, and I'll show you. Now that we've got money, I'm going to be the greatest lady you ever saw."
"I shall wait with interest," he said. More exciting than the people she met were the frocks Rhett bought her. Superintending the choice of colors, materials, and designs himself. Hoops were out now, and the new styles were charming, with the skirts pulled back from the front and draped over bustles. And on the bustles were wreaths of flowers and bows and cascades of lace. She thought of the modest hoops of the war years, and she felt a little embarrassed at these new skirts which undeniably outlined her abdomen. And the darling little bonnets that were not really bonnets at all, but flat little affairs worn over one eye and laden with fruits and flowers, dancing plumes and fluttering ribbons. If only Rhett had not been so silly and burned the false curls she brought to augment her knot of Indian straight hair that peeked from the rear of these little hats. And the delicate convent-made underwear. How lovely it was, and how many sets she had! Chemises and nightgowns and petticoats of the finest linen, trimmed with dainty embroidery and infinitesimal tucks. And the satin slippers Rhett bought her. They had heels 3 inches high and huge glittering paste buckles on them. And silk stockings, 12 pairs, and not a one had cotton tops. What riches! She recklessly bought gifts for the family. A furry St. Bernard puppy for Wade, who had always longed for one. A Persian kitten for Beau. A coral bracelet for little Ella. A heavy necklace with moonstone pendants for Aunt Pitty. A complete set of Shakespeare for Melanie and Ashley. An elaborate livery for Uncle Peter, including a high silk coachman's hat with a brush upon it. Dress lengths for Dilsey and Cookie. Expensive gifts for everyone at Tara. "But what have you bought for Mammy?" questioned Rhett, looking over the pile of gifts spread out on the bed in their hotel room, and removing the puppy and kitten to the dressing room.
"Not a thing. She was hateful. Why should I bring her a present when she called us mules?"
"Why should you so resent hearing the truth, my pet? You must bring Mammy a present. It would break her heart if you didn't, and hearts like hers are too valuable to be broken."
"I won't take her a thing. She doesn't deserve it."
"Then I'll buy her one. I remember my Mammy always said that when she went to heaven she wanted a taffeta petticoat so stiff that it would stand by itself, and so rustly that the Lord God would think it was made of angels' wings. I'll buy Mammy some red taffeta and have an elegant petticoat made."
"She won't take it from you. She'd die rather than wear it.
I don't doubt it. But I'll make the gesture just the same.
The shops of New Orleans were so rich and exciting, and shopping with Rhett was an adventure. Dining with him was an adventure, too, and one more thrilling than shopping, for he knew what to order and how it should be cooked. The wines and liqueurs and champagnes of New Orleans were new and exhilarating to her. Acquainted with only homemade blackberry and scuppernong vintages, and Aunt Pitty's swoon brandy, but oh, the food Rhett ordered. Best of all things in New Orleans was the food. Remembering the bitter, hungry days at Tara and her more recent penury, Scarlett felt that she could never eat enough of these rich dishes. Gumbos and shrimp creole, doves in wine, and oysters in crumbly patties full of creamy sauce, mushrooms and sweetbreads and turkey livers, fish baked cunningly in oiled paper and limes. Her appetite never dulled, for whenever she remembered the everlasting goobers and dried peas and sweet potatoes at Tara, she felt an urge to gorge herself anew on Creole dishes. "You eat as though each meal were your last," said Rhett. "Don't scrape the plate, Scarlett. I'm sure there's more in the kitchen. You have only to ask the waiter. If you don't stop being such a glutton, you'll be as fat as the Cuban ladies, and then Ash'll divorce you." But she only put out her tongue at him and ordered another pastry thick with chocolate and stuffed with meringue. What fun it was to be able to spend as much money as you liked and not count pennies and feel that you should save them to pay taxes or buy mules. What fun to be with people who were gay and rich and not genteelly poor like Atlanta people. What fun to wear rustling brocade dresses that showed your waist and all your neck and arms and more than a little of your breast, and know that men were admiring you. And what fun to eat all you wanted without having censorious people say you weren't ladylike. And what fun to drink all the champagne you pleased. The first time she drank too much, she was embarrassed when she awoke the next morning with a splitting headache and an awful memory of singing Bonnie Blue Flag all the way back to the hotel, through the streets of New Orleans, in an open carriage. She had never seen a lady even tipsy, and the only drunken woman she had ever seen had been that Watling creature on the day when Atlanta fell. She hardly knew how to face Rhett, so great was her humiliation, but the affair seemed only to amuse him. Everything she did seemed to amuse him, as though she were a gambolling kitten. It was exciting to go out with him, for he was so handsome. Somehow, she had never given his looks a thought before, and in Atlanta everyone had been too preoccupied with his shortcomings ever to talk about his appearance. But here in New Orleans she could see how the eyes of other women followed him, and how they fluttered when he bent over their hands. The realization that other women were attracted by her husband, and perhaps envied her, made her suddenly proud to be seen by his side. "Why, we're a handsome people," thought Scarlett with pleasure. Yes, as Rhett had prophesied, marriage could be a lot of fun. Not only was it fun, but she was learning many things. That was odd in itself, because Scarlett had thought life could teach her no more. Now she felt like a child, every day on the brink of a new discovery. First, she learned that marriage with Rhett was a far different matter from marriage with either Charles or Frank. They had respected her and been afraid of her temper. They had begged for favors, and if it pleased her, she had bestowed them. Rhett didn't fear her, and she often thought didn't respect her very much either. What he wanted to do, he did, and if she didn't like it, he laughed at her. She didn't love him, but he was undoubtedly an exciting person to live with. The most exciting thing about him was that even in his outbursts of passion, which were flavored sometimes with cruelty, sometimes with irritating amusement, he seemed always to be holding himself under restraint, always riding his emotions with a curb bit. "I guess that's because he isn't really in love with me," she thought, and was content enough with the state of affairs. I should hate him to ever turn completely loose in any way. But still, the thought of the possibility teased her curiosity in an exciting way. Living with Rhett, she learned many new things about him, and she had thought she knew him so well. She learned that his voice could be silky as cat's fur one moment, and crisp and crackling with oaths the next. He could tell, with apparent sincerity and approval, stories of courage and honor and virtue and love in the odd places he had been, and follow them with ribald stories of coldest cynicism. She knew no man should tell such stories to his wife, but they were entertaining, and they appealed to something coarse and earthy in her. He could be an ardent, almost a tender, lover for a brief while, and almost immediately a mocking devil who ripped the lid from her gunpowder temper, fired it, and enjoyed the explosion. She learned that his compliments were always two-edged, and his tenderest expressions open to suspicion. In fact, in those 2 weeks in New Orleans, she learned everything about him except what he really was. Some mornings, he dismissed the maid and brought her the breakfast tray himself, and fed her as though she were a child, took the hairbrush from her hand and brushed her long dark hair until it snapped and crackled. Yet other mornings she was torn rudely out of deep slumber when he snatched all the bed-covers from her and tickled her bare feet. Sometimes he listened with dignified interest to details of her businesses, nodding approval at her sagacity, and at other times he called her somewhat dubious trading, scavenging, highway robbery, and extortion. He took her to plays and annoyed her by whispering that God probably didn't approve of such amusements, and to churches and, sotto voce, retailed funny obscenities, and then reproved her for laughing. He encouraged her to speak her mind, to be flippant and daring. She picked up from him the gift of stinging words and sardonic phrases, and learned to relish using them for the power they gave her over other people. But she didn't possess his sense of humor which tempered his malice, nor his smile that jeered at himself, even while he was jeering at others. He made her play, and she had almost forgotten how. Life had been so serious and so bitter. He knew how to play, and swept her along with him. But he never played like a boy. He was a man, and no matter what he did, she could never forget it. She couldn't look down on him from the heights of womanly superiority, smiling as women have always smiled at the antics of men who are boys at heart. This annoyed her a little, whenever she thought of it. It would be pleasant to feel superior to Rhett. All the other men she had known she could dismiss with a half-contemptuous, "What a child!" Her father, the Tarleton twins with their love of teasing and their elaborate practical jokes, the hairy little Fontaines with their childish rages, Charles, Frank, all the men who had paid court to her during the war. Everyone, in fact, except Ashley. Only Ashley and Rhett eluded her understanding and her control, for they were both adults, and the elements of boyishness were lacking in them. She did not understand Rhett, nor did she trouble to understand him, though there were things about him which occasionally puzzled her. There was the way he looked at her sometimes, when he thought she was unaware. Turning quickly, she frequently caught him watching her, an alert, eager, waiting look in his eyes. "Why do you look at me like that?" she once asked irritably. "Like a cat in a mouse hole." But his face had changed swiftly, and he only laughed. Soon she forgot it, and didn't puzzle her head about it any more, or about anything concerning Rhett. He was too unpredictable to bother about, and life was very pleasant, except when she thought of Ashley. Rhett kept her too busy to think of Ashley often. Ashley was hardly ever in her thoughts during the day, but at night, when she was tired from dancing, or her head was spinning from too much champagne. Then she thought of Ashley. Frequently, when she lay drowsily in Rhett's arms with the moonlight streaming over the bed, she thought how perfect life would be if it were only Ashley's arms which held her so closely. If it were only Ashley who drew her black hair across his face and wrapped it about his throat. Once, when she was thinking this, she sighed and turned her head toward the window, and after a moment she felt the heavy arm beneath her neck become like iron, and Rhett's voice spoke in the stillness. "May God damn your cheating little soul to hell for all eternity." And, getting up, he put on his clothes and left the room despite her startled protests and questions. He reappeared the next morning as she was breakfasting in her room, disheveled, quite drunk, and in his worst sarcastic mood, and neither made excuses nor gave an account of his absence. Scarlett asked no questions and was quite cool to him, as became an injured wife. And when she had finished the meal, she dressed under his bloodshot gaze and went shopping. He was gone when she returned, and didn't appear again until time for supper. It was a silent meal, and Scarlett's temper was straining because it was her last supper in New Orleans, and she wanted to do justice to the crawfish, and she couldn't enjoy it under his gaze. Nevertheless, she ate a large one, and drank a quantity of champagne. Perhaps it was this combination that brought back her old nightmare that evening, for she awoke, cold with sweat, sobbing brokenly. She was back at Tara again, and Tara was desolate. Mother was dead, and with her all the strength and wisdom of the world. Nowhere in the world was there anyone to turn to, anyone to rely upon. And something terrifying was pursuing her, and she was running till her heart was bursting, running in a thick swimming fog, crying out, blindly seeking that nameless, unknown haven of safety that was somewhere in the mist about her. Rhett was leaning over her when she woke, and without a word he picked her up in his arms like a child and held her close, his hard muscles comforting, his wordless murmuring soothing, until her sobbing ceased. "Oh, Rhett, I was so cold and so hungry and so tired, and I couldn't find it. I ran through the mist and I ran, but I couldn't find it." "Find what, honey?" "I don't know. I wish I did know." "Is it your old dream?" "Oh, yes." He gently placed her on the bed, fumbled in the darkness and lit a candle. In the light, his face with bloodshot eyes and harsh lines was as unreadable as stone. His shirt, open to the waist, showed a brown chest covered with thick black hair. Scarlett, still shaking with fright, thought how strong and unyielding that chest was, and she whispered, "Hold me, Rhett." "Darling," he said swiftly, and picking her up he sat down in a large chair, cradling her body against him. "Oh, Rhett, it's awful to be hungry." "It must be awful to dream of starvation after a 7-course dinner, including that enormous crawfish." He smiled, but his eyes were kind. "Oh, Rhett, I just run and hunt, and I can't ever find what it is I'm hunting for. It's always hidden in the mist. I know if I could find it, I'd be safe forever and ever and never be cold or hungry again." "Is it a person or a thing you're hunting?" "I don't know. I never thought about it. Rhett, do you think I'll ever dream that I get there to safety?" "No," he said, smoothing her tumbled hair. "I don't. Dreams aren't like that. But I do think that if you get used to being safe and warm and well-fed in your everyday life, you'll stop dreaming that dream. And, Scarlett, I'm going to see that you are safe." "Rhett, you are so nice." "Thanks for the crumbs from your table, Mrs. Dives." "Scarlett, I want you to say to yourself every morning when you wake up, I can't ever be hungry again, and nothing can ever touch me so long as Rhett is here and the United States government holds out." "The United States government?" she questioned, sitting up, startled, tears still on her cheeks.
The ex-Confederate money has now become an honest woman. I invested most of it in government bonds.
"God's nightgown!" cried Scarlett, sitting up in his lap, forgetful of her recent terror. "Do you mean to tell me you've loaned your money to the Yankees?"
At a fair percent.
"I don't care if it's 100%. You must sell them immediately. The idea of letting the Yankees have the use of your money."
"And what must I do with it?" he questioned with a smile, noting that her eyes were no longer wide with fright.
Why, buy property at 5 points. I'll bet you could buy all of 5 points with the money you have."
"Thank you, but I wouldn't have 5 points. Now that the carpetbagger government has really gotten control of Georgia, there's no telling what may happen. I wouldn't put anything beyond the swarm of buzzards that's swooping down on Georgia now from north, east, south, and west. I'm playing along with them, you understand? As a good scalawag should do, but I don't trust them. And I'm not putting my money in real estate. I prefer bonds. You can hide them. You can't hide real estate very easily."
"Do you think—" she began, paling as she thought of the mills in the store.
"I don't know. But don't look so frightened, Scarlett. Our charming new governor is a good friend of mine. It's just that times are too uncertain now, and I don't want much of my money tied up in real estate."
He shifted her to one knee and, leaning back, reached for a cigar and lit it. She sat with her bare feet dangling, watching the play of muscles on his brown chest, her terrors forgotten.
"And while we are on the subject of real estate, Scarlett," he said, "I'm going to build a house. You might have bullied Frank into living in Miss Petty's house, but not me. I don't believe I could bear her vaporings 3 times a day, and moreover, I believe Uncle Peter would assassinate me before he would let me live under the sacred Hamilton roof. Miss Petty can get Miss India Wilkes to stay with her and keep the bogeyman away. When we get back to Atlanta, we are going to stay in the bridal suite of the National Hotel until our house is finished. Before we left Atlanta, I was dickering for that big lot on Peachtree, the one near the Layden house. You know the one I mean?"
"Oh, Rhett, how lovely! I do so want a house of my own, a great big one."
"Then at last we are agreed on something. What about a white stucco with wrought iron work, like these Creole houses here?"
"Oh, no, Rhett. Not anything old-fashioned like these New Orleans houses. I know just what I want. It's the newest thing because I saw a picture of it in, let me see, it was in that Harper's Weekly I was looking at. It was modeled after a Swiss shallot."
"A Swiss what?"
"A shallot."
"Spell it."
She complied.
"Oh," he said, and stroked his mustache.
"It was lovely. It had a high mansard roof with a picket fence on the top and a tower made of fancy shingles at each end. And the towers had windows with red and blue glass in them. It was so stylish looking."
"I suppose it had jigsaw work on the porch banisters?"
"Yes."
"And a fringe of wood and scroll work hanging from the roof of the porch?"
"Yes. You must have seen one like it."
"I have, but not in Switzerland. The Swiss are a very intelligent race and keenly alive to architectural beauty. Do you really want a house like that?"
"Oh, yes."
"I had hoped that association with me might improve your taste. Why not a Creole house or a colonial with 6 white columns?"
"I tell you, I don't want anything tacky and old-fashioned looking. And inside, let's have red wallpaper and red velvet portieres over all the folding doors and, oh, lots of expensive walnut furniture and grand thick carpets and... Oh, Rhett, everybody will be pea green when they see our house."
"It's very necessary that everyone shall be envious? Well, if you like, they shall be green. But, Scarlett, has it occurred to you that it's hardly in good taste to furnish the house on so lavish a scale when everyone is so poor?"
"I want it that way," she said obstinately. "I want to make everybody who's been mean to me feel bad. And we'll give big receptions that'll make the whole town wish they hadn't said such nasty things.
But who will come to our receptions?
Well, everybody, of course.
I doubt it. The old guard dies, but it never surrenders.
Oh, Rhett, how you run on. If you got money, people always like you.
Not Southerners. It's harder for speculators' money to get into the best parlors than for a camel to go through the needle's eye. Scalawags. That's you and me, my pet. We'll be lucky if we aren't spit upon. But if you'd like to try, I'll back you, my dear. And I'm sure I shall enjoy your campaign intensely. And while we're on the subject of money, let me make this clear to you. You can have all the cash you want for the house and all you want for your fal-lals. And if you like jewelry, you can have it. But I'm going to pick it out. You have such execrable taste, my pet. And anything you want for Wade or Ella. And if Will Benteen can't make a go of the cotton, I'm willing to chip in and help out on that white elephant in Clayton County that you love so much. That's fair enough, isn't it?
Of course. You're very generous.
But listen closely. Not 1 cent for the store. And not 1 cent for that kindling factory of yours.
Oh, said Scarlett, her face falling.
All during the honeymoon, she had been thinking how she could bring up the subject of the $1,000 she needed to buy 50 feet more of land to enlarge her lumber yard.
I thought you always bragged about being broad-minded and not caring what people said about my running a business. And you're just like every other man. So afraid people will say I wear the pants in the family.
There's never going to be any doubt in anybody's mind about who wears the pants in the Butler family, drawled Rhett. I don't care what fools say. In fact, I'm ill-bred enough to be proud of having a smart wife. I want you to keep on running the store and the mills. They're your children's. When Wade grows up, he won't feel right about being supported by his stepfather, and then he can take over the management. But not 1 cent of mine goes into either business.
Why?
Because I don't care to contribute to the support of Ashley Wilkes.
Are you going to begin that again?
No, but you asked my reasons, and I have given them. And another thing, don't think you can juggle books on me and lie about how much your clothes cost and how much it takes to run the house so that you can use the money to buy more mules or another mill for Ashley. I intend to look over and carefully check your expenditures, and I know what things cost. Oh, don't get insulted. You'd do it. I wouldn't put it beyond you. In fact, I wouldn't put anything beyond you where either Tara or Ashley is concerned. I don't mind Tara. But I must draw the line at Ashley. I'm riding you with a slack rein, my pet. But don't forget that I'm riding with curb and spurs, just the same.
Chapter 49. Mrs. Elsing cocked her ear toward the hall. Hearing Melanie's steps die away into the kitchen where rattling dishes and clinking silverware gave promise of refreshments, she turned and spoke softly to the ladies who sat in a circle in the parlor, their sewing baskets in their laps. "Personally, I do not intend to call on Scarlett now or ever," she said, the chill elegance of her face colder than usual. The other members of the ladies' sewing circle for the widows and orphans of the Confederacy eagerly laid down their needles and edged their rocking chairs closer. All the ladies had been bursting to discuss Scarlett and Rhett, but Melanie's presence prevented it. Just the day before, the couple had returned from New Orleans, and they were occupying the bridal suite at the National Hotel. "Hugh says that I must call out of courtesy for the way Captain Butler saved his life," Mrs. Elsing continued. "And poor Fanny sides with him, and says she will call too. I said to her, 'Fanny,' I said, 'if it wasn't for Scarlett, Tommy would be alive this minute. It's an insult to his memory to call.' And Fanny had no better sense than to say, "Mother, I'm not calling on Scarlett, I'm calling on Captain Butler. He tried his best to save Tommy, and it wasn't his fault if he failed." "How silly young people are," said Mrs. Merriweather. "Call, indeed." Her stout bosom swelled indignantly as she remembered Scarlett's rude reception of her advice on marrying Rhett. "My Maybelle is just as silly as your Fanny. She says she and Renee will call because Captain Butler kept Renee from getting hanged. And I said if it hadn't been for Scarlett exposing herself, Renee would never have been in any danger. And Father Merriweather intends to call, and he talks like he was in his dotage, and says he's grateful to that scoundrel, even if I'm not. I vow, since Father Merriweather was in that Watling creature's house, he has acted in a disgraceful way. Call, indeed. I certainly shan't call. Scarlett has outlawed herself by marrying such a man. He was bad enough when he was a speculator during the war, and making money out of our hunger. But now that he is hand in glove with the carpetbaggers and scalawags, and a friend, actually a friend of that odious wretch, Governor Bullock. Call, indeed." Mrs. Bunnell sighed. She was a plump brown wren of a woman with a cheerful face. "They'll only call once for courtesy, Dolly. I don't know that I blame them. I've heard that all the men who were out that night intend to call, and I think they should. Somehow, it's hard for me to think that Scarlett is her mother's child. I went to school with Ellen Robillard in Savannah, and there was never a lovelier girl than she was, and she was very dear to me. If only her father had not opposed her match with her cousin Philippe Robillard. There was nothing really wrong with the boy. Boys must sow their wild oats. But Ellen must run off and marry old man O'Hara and have a daughter like Scarlett. But really, I feel that I must call once out of memory to Ellen." "Sentimental nonsense," snorted Mrs. Merriweather with vigor. "Kitty Bunnell, are you going to call on a woman who married a bare year after her husband's death? A woman—" "And she really killed Mr. Kennedy," interrupted India. Her voice was cool but acid. Whenever she thought of Scarlett, it was hard for her even to be polite, always remembering Stuart Tarleton. "And I have always thought that there was more between her and that—" Before the ladies could recover from their shocked astonishment at her statement, and at a spinster mentioning such a matter, Melanie was standing in the doorway. So engrossed had they been in their gossip that they had not heard her light tread, and now, confronted by their hostess, they looked like whispering schoolgirls caught by a teacher. Alarm was added to consternation at the change in Melanie's face. She was pink with righteous anger, her gentle eyes snapping fire, her nostrils quivering. No one had ever seen Melanie angry before. Not a lady present thought her capable of wrath. They all loved her, but they thought her the sweetest, most pliable of young women, deferential to her elders and without any opinions of her own. "How dare you, India?" she questioned in a low voice that shook. "Where will your jealousy lead you? For shame!" India's face went white, but her head was high. "I retract nothing," she said briefly, but her mind was seething. "Jealous am I," she thought, with the memory of Stuart Tarleton and of Honey and Charles. Didn't she have good reason to be jealous of Scarlett? Didn't she have good reason to hate her, especially now that she had a suspicion that Scarlett had somehow entangled Ashley in her web? She thought, "There's plenty I could tell you about Ashley and your precious Scarlett." India was torn between the desire to shield Ashley by her silence and to extricate him by telling all her suspicions to Melanie and the whole world. That would force Scarlett to release whatever hold she had on Ashley. But this was not the time. She had nothing definite, only suspicions. "I retract nothing," she repeated. "Then it is fortunate that you are no longer living under my roof," said Melanie, and her words were cold. India leaped to her feet, red flooding her sallow face. "Melanie, my sister-in-law, you aren't going to quarrel with me over that fast piece." "Scarlett is my sister-in-law, too," said Melanie, meeting India's eyes squarely as though they were strangers. "And dearer to me than any blood sister could ever be. If you are so forgetful of my favors at her hands, I am not. She stayed with me through the whole siege when she could have gone home, when even Aunt Pitty had run away to Macon. She brought my baby for me, when the Yankees were almost in Atlanta. And she burdened herself with me and Beau all that dreadful trip to Tara, when she could have left me here in a hospital for the Yankees to get me. And she nursed and fed me, even if she was tired, and even if she went hungry. Because I was sick and weak, I had the best mattress at Tara. When I could walk, I had the only whole pair of shoes. You can forget those things she did for me, India, but I cannot. And when Ashley came home sick, discouraged, without a home, without a cent in his pockets, she took him in like a sister. And when we thought we would have to go north and it was breaking our hearts to leave Georgia, Scarlett stepped in and gave him the mill to run. And Captain Butler saved Ashley's life out of the kindness of his heart. Certainly Ashley had no claim on him. And I am grateful to Scarlett and to Captain Butler. But you, India, how can you forget the favors Scarlett has done me and Ashley? How can you hold your brother's life so cheap as to cast slurs on the man who saved him? If you went down on your knees to Captain Butler and Scarlett, it would not be enough." "Now, Melly," began Mrs. Merriweather briskly, for she had recovered her composure, "that's no way to talk to India." "I heard what you said about Scarlett, too," cried Melanie, swinging on the stout old lady with the air of a duelist who, having withdrawn a blade from one prostrate opponent, turns hungrily toward another. "And you too, Mrs. Elsing. What you think of her in your own petty minds I do not care, for that is your business. But what you say about her in my own house or in my own hearing ever is my business. But how can you even think such dreadful things, much less say them? Are your men so cheap to you that you would rather see them dead than alive? Have you no gratitude to the man who saved them, and saved them at risk of his own life? The Yankees might easily have thought him a member of the Klan if the whole truth had come out. They might have hanged him. But he risked himself for your men, for your father-in-law, Mrs. Merriweather, and your son-in-law, and your 2 nephews, too, and your brother, Mrs. Bunnell, and your son and son-in-law, Mrs. Elsing. Ingrates, that's what you are. I ask an apology from all of you." Mrs. Elsing was on her feet, cramming her sewing into her box, her mouth set. "If anyone had ever told me that you could be so ill-bred, Melly. No, I will not apologize. India is right. Scarlett is a flighty, fast bit of baggage. I can't forget how she acted during the war, and I can't forget how poor white trashy she's acted since she got a little money. What you can't forget," cut in Melanie, clenching her small fists against her sides, "is that she demoted Hugh because he wasn't smart enough to run her mill." "Melly!" moaned a chorus of voices. Mrs. Elsing's head jerked up, and she started toward the door. With her hand on the knob of the front door, she stopped and turned. "Melly," she said, and her voice softened. "Honey, this breaks my heart. I was your mother's best friend, and I helped Dr. Meade bring you into this world, and I've loved you like you were mine. If it was something that mattered, it wouldn't be so hard to hear you talk like this. But about a woman like Scarlett O'Hara, who'd just as soon do you a dirty turn as the next of us." Tears had started in Melanie's eyes at the first words Mrs. Elsing spoke, but her face hardened when the old lady had finished. "I want it understood," she said, "that any of you who do not call on Scarlett need never, never call on me." There was a loud murmur of voices, confusion as the ladies got to their feet. Mrs. Elsing dropped her sewing-box on the floor and came back into the room, her false fringe jerking awry. "I won't have it," she cried. "I won't have it. You are beside yourself, Melly, and I don't hold you responsible. You shall be my friend, and I shall be yours. I refuse to let this come between us." She was crying, and somehow Melanie was in her arms crying too, but declaring between sobs that she meant every word she said. Several of the other ladies burst into tears, and Mrs. Merriweather, trumpeting loudly into her handkerchief, embraced both Mrs. Elsing and Melanie. Aunt Pitty, who had been a petrified witness to the whole scene, suddenly slid to the floor in what was one of the few real fainting spells she had ever had. Amid the tears and confusion and kissing and scurrying for smelling salts and brandy, there was only one calm face, one dry pair of eyes. India Wilkes took her departure unnoticed by anyone. Grandpa Merriweather, meeting Uncle Henry Hamilton in the Girl of the Period saloon several hours later, related the happenings of the morning which he had heard from Mrs. Merriweather. He told it with relish, for he was delighted that someone had the courage to face down his redoubtable daughter-in-law. Certainly, he had never had the courage. "Well, what did the pack of silly fools finally decide to do?" asked Uncle Henry irritably. "I don't know for sure," said Grandpa. "But it looks to me like Melly won hands down on this go-round. I'll bet they'll all call at least once. Folks set a store by that niece of yours, Henry. Melly's a fool and the ladies are right. Scarlett is a slick piece of baggage, and I don't see why Charlie ever married her," said Uncle Henry gloomily. "But Melly was right, too, in a way. It's only decent that the families of the men Captain Butler saved should call. When you come right down to it, I haven't got so much against Butler. He showed himself a fine man that night he saved our hides. It's Scarlett who sticks under my tail like a cocklebur. She's a sight too smart for her own good. Well, I've got to call. Scalawag or not, Scarlett is my niece by marriage, after all. I was aiming to call this afternoon. I'll go with you, Henry. Dolly will be fit to be tied when she hears I've gone. Wait till I get one more drink. No, we'll get a drink off Captain Butler. I'll say this for him. He always has good liquor." Rhett had said that the old guard would never surrender, and he was right. He knew how little significance there was to the few calls made upon them, and he knew why the calls were made. The families of the men who had been in the ill-starred clan foray did call at first, but called with obvious infrequency thereafter, and they did not invite the Rhett Butlers to their homes. Rhett said they would not have come at all except for fear of violence at the hands of Melanie. Where he got this idea, Scarlett didn't know, but she dismissed it with the contempt it deserved. For what possible influence could Melanie have on people like Mrs. Elsing and Mrs. Merriweather? That they didn't call again worried her very little. In fact, their absence was hardly noticed, for her suite was crowded with guests of another type. New people, established Atlanteans called them, when they were not calling them something less polite. There were many new people staying at the National Hotel who, like Rhett and Scarlett, were waiting for their houses to be completed. There were gay, wealthy people, very much like Rhett's New Orleans friends, elegant of dress, free with their money, vague as to their antecedents. All the men were Republicans and were in Atlanta on business connected with the state government. Just what the business was, Scarlett didn't know, and didn't trouble to learn. Rhett could have told her exactly what it was, the same business that buzzards have with dying animals. They smelled death from afar and were drawn unerringly to it, to gorge themselves. Government of Georgia, by its own citizens, was dead. The state was helpless, and the adventurers were swarming in. The wives of Rhett Scalawag and Carpetbagger friends called in droves, and so did the new people she had met when she sold lumber for their homes. Rhett said that having done business with them, she should receive them, and having received them, she found them pleasant company. They wore lovely clothes and never talked about the war or hard times, but confined their conversation to fashions, scandals, and whist. Scarlett had never played cards before, and she took to whist with joy, becoming a good player in a short time. Whenever she was at the hotel, there was a crowd of whist players in her suite. But she was not often in her suite these days, for she was too busy with the building of her new house to be bothered with callers. These days, she didn't much care whether she had callers or not. She wanted to delay her social activities until the day when the house was finished, and she could emerge as the mistress of Atlanta's largest mansion, the hostess of the town's most elaborate entertainments. Through the long, warm days she watched her red stone and gray shingle house rise grandly, to tower above any other house on Peachtree Street. Forgetful of the store and the mills, she spent her time on the lot, arguing with carpenters, bickering with masons, harrying the contractor. As the walls went swiftly up, she thought with satisfaction that when finished, it would be larger and finer looking than any other house in town. It would be even more imposing than the nearby James residence, which had just been purchased for the official mansion of Governor Bullock. The governor's mansion was brave with jigsaw work on banisters and eaves, but the intricate scroll work on Scarlett's house put the mansion to shame. The mansion had a ballroom, but it looked like a billiard table compared with the enormous room that covered the entire third floor of Scarlett's house. In fact, her house had more of everything than the mansion, or any other house in town for that matter. More cupolas and turrets and towers and balconies and lightning rods, and far more windows with colored panes. A veranda encircled the entire house, and 4 flights of steps on the 4 sides of the building led up to it. The yard was wide and green, and scattered about it were rustic iron benches, an iron summer house, fashionably called a gazebo, which Scarlett had been assured was of pure Gothic design, and 2 large iron statues, one a stag, and the other a mastiff as large as a Shetland pony. To Wade and Ella, a little dazzled by the size, splendor, and fashionable dark gloom of their new home, these 2 metal animals were the only cheerful notes. Within, the house was furnished as Scarlett had desired, with thick red carpeting which ran from wall to wall, red velvet portieres, and the newest of highly varnished black walnut furniture, carved wherever there was an inch for carving, and upholstered in such slick horsehair that ladies had to deposit themselves thereon with great care for fear of sliding off. Everywhere on the walls were gilt-framed mirrors and long pier glasses, as many, Rhett said idly, as there were in Belle Watling's establishment. Interspersed were steel engravings in heavy frames, some of them 8 feet long, which Scarlett had ordered especially from New York. The walls were covered with rich, dark paper. The ceilings were high, and the house was always dim, for the windows were overdraped with plum-colored plush hangings that shut out most of the sunlight. All in all, it was an establishment to take one's breath away. And Scarlett, stepping on the soft carpets and sinking into the embrace of the deep feather beds, remembered the cold floors and the straw-stuffed bed-ticks of Tara, and was satisfied. She thought it the most beautiful and most elegantly furnished house she had ever seen. But Rhett said it was a nightmare. However, if it made her happy, she was welcome to it. A stranger without being told a word about us would know this house was built with ill-gotten gains, he said. You know, Scarlett, money ill come by never comes to good, and this house is proof of the axiom. It's just the kind of house a profiteer would build. But Scarlett, abrim with pride and happiness and full of plans for the entertainment she would give when they were thoroughly settled in the house, only pinched his ear playfully and said, "Fiddly-dee, how you do run on." She knew by now that Rhett loved to take her down a peg, and would spoil her fun whenever he could if she lent an attentive ear to his jibes. Should she take him seriously, she would be forced to quarrel with him. And she didn't care to match swords, for she always came off second best. So she hardly ever listened to anything he said, and what she was forced to hear, she tried to turn off as a joke. At least, she tried for a while. During their honeymoon, and for the greater part of their stay at the National Hotel, they had lived together with amiability. But scarcely had they moved into the new house, and Scarlett gathered her new friends about her, when sudden sharp quarrels sprang up between them. They were brief quarrels, short-lived because it was impossible to keep a quarrel going with Rhett, who remained coolly indifferent to her hot words, and waited his chance to pink her in an unguarded spot. She quarreled. Rhett did not. He only stated his unequivocal opinion of herself, her actions, her house, and her new friends. And some of his opinions were of such a nature that she could no longer ignore them and treat them as jokes. For instance, when she decided to change the name of Kennedy's General Store to something more edifying, she asked him to think of a title that would include the word Emporium. Rhett suggested Caveat Emptorium, assuring her that it would be a title most in keeping with the type of goods sold in the store. She thought it had an imposing sound, and even went so far as to have the sign painted when Ashley Wilkes, embarrassed, translated the real meaning, and Rhett had roared at her rage. And there was the way he treated Mammy. Mammy had never yielded an inch from her stand that Rhett was a mule in horse harness. She was polite but cold to Rhett. She always called him Captain Butler, never Mr. Rhett. She never even dropped a curtsy when Rhett presented her with a red petticoat, and she never wore it, either. She kept Ella and Wade out of Rhett's way whenever she could, despite the fact that Wade adored Uncle Rhett, and Rhett was obviously fond of the boy. But instead of discharging Mammy, or being short and stern with her, Rhett treated her with the utmost deference, with far more courtesy than he treated any of the ladies of Scarlett's recent acquaintance. In fact, with more courtesy than he treated Scarlett herself. He always asked Mammy's permission to take Wade riding and consulted her before he bought Ella dolls. And Mammy was hardly polite to him. Scarlett felt that Rhett should be firm with Mammy, as became the head of the house. But Rhett only laughed and said that Mammy was the real head of the house. He infuriated Scarlett by saying coolly that he was preparing to be very sorry for her some years hence, when the Republican rule was gone from Georgia and the Democrats back in power. When the Democrats get a governor and a legislature of their own, all your new vulgar Republican friends will be wiped off the chessboard and sent back to minding bars and emptying slops where they belong. And you'll be left out on the end of a limb, with never a Democratic friend or a Republican either. Well, take no thought of the morrow. Scarlett laughed, and with some justice, for at that time Bullock was safe in the governor's chair. 27 Negroes were in the legislature, and thousands of the Democratic voters of Georgia were disfranchised. The Democrats will never get back. All they do is make the Yankees madder and put off the day when they could get back. All they do is talk big and run around at night Ku Kluxing. They will get back. I know Southerners. I know Georgians. They're a tough and a bull-headed lot. If they've got to fight another war to get back, they'll fight another war. If they've got to buy black votes like the Yankees have done, they will buy black votes. If they've got to vote 10,000 dead men like the Yankees did, Every corpse in every cemetery in Georgia will be at the polls. Things are going to get so bad under the benign rule of our good friend Rufus Bullock that Georgia is going to vomit him up.
Rhett, don't use such vulgar words, cried Scarlett. You talk like I wouldn't be glad to see the Democrats come back. And you know that isn't so. I'd be very glad to see them back. Do you think I like to see these soldiers hanging around, reminding me of... Do you think I like... Well, I'm a Georgian, too. I'd like to see the Democrats get back. But they won't. Not ever. And even if they did, how would that affect my friends? They'd still have their money, wouldn't they?
If they kept their money. But I doubt the ability of any of them to keep money more than 5 years at the rate they're spending. Easy come, easy go. Their money won't do them any good. Any more than my money has done you any good. It certainly hasn't made a horse out of you yet, has it, my pretty mule? The quarrel which sprang from this last remark lasted for days. After the 4th day of Scarlett's sulks and obvious silent demands for an apology, Rhett went to New Orleans, taking Wade with him, over Mammy's protests, and he stayed away until Scarlett's tantrum had passed. But the sting of not humbling him remained with her. When he came back from New Orleans, cool and bland, she swallowed her anger as best she could, pushing it into the back of her mind, to be thought of at some later date. She didn't want to bother with anything unpleasant now. She wanted to be happy, for her mind was full of the first party she would give in the new house. It would be an enormous night reception with palms and an orchestra and all the porches shrouded in canvas, and a collation that made her mouth water in anticipation. To which she intended to invite everyone she had ever known in Atlanta, all the old friends and all the new and charming ones she had met since returning from her honeymoon. The excitement of the party banished, for the most part, the memory of Rhett's barbs, and she was happy, happier than she had been in years, as she planned her reception. Oh, what fun it was to be rich! To give parties and never count the cost, to buy the most expensive furniture and dresses and food and never think about the bills. How marvelous to be able to send tidy checks to Aunt Pauline and Aunt Eulalie in Charleston, and to Will at Tara. Oh, the jealous fools who said money wasn't everything. How perverse of Rhett to say that it had done nothing for her. Scarlett issued cards of invitation to all her friends and acquaintances, old and new, even those she didn't like. She didn't accept even Mrs. Merriweather, who had been almost rude when she called on her at the National Hotel, or Mrs. Elsing, who had been cool to frigidness. She invited Mrs. Meade and Mrs. Whiting, who she knew disliked her, and who she knew would be embarrassed because they didn't have the proper clothes to wear to so elegant a function. For Scarlett's housewarming, or crush, as it was fashionable to call such evening parties, half reception, half ball, was by far the most elaborate affair Atlanta had ever seen. That night the house and canvas-covered veranda were filled with guests who drank her champagne punch and ate her patties and creamed oysters and danced to the music of the orchestra that was carefully screened by a wall of palms and rubber plants. But none of those whom Rhett had termed the old guard were present, except Melanie and Ashley, Aunt Pitty and Uncle Henry, Dr. and Mrs. Meade, and Grandpa Merriweather. Many of the old guard had reluctantly decided to attend the crush. Some had accepted because of Melanie's attitude, others because they felt they owed Rhett a debt for saving their lives and those of their relatives. But 2 days before the function, a rumor went about Atlanta that Governor Bullock had been invited. The old guard signified their disapproval by a sheaf of cards, regretting their inability to accept Scarlett's kind invitation. and the small group of old friends who did attend took their departure, embarrassed but firm, as soon as the governor entered Scarlett's house. Scarlett was so bewildered and infuriated at these slights that the party was utterly ruined for her. Her elegant crush. She had planned it so lovingly, and so few old friends and no old enemies had been there to see how wonderful it was. After the last guest had gone home at dawn, she would have cried and stormed had she not been afraid that Rhett would roar with laughter, afraid that she would read "I told you so" in his dancing black eyes, even if he didn't speak the words. So she swallowed her wrath with poor grace, and pretended indifference. Only to Melanie, the next morning, did she permit herself the luxury of exploding. "You insulted me, Melly Wilkes, and you made Ashley and the others insult me. You know they'd never have gone home so soon if you hadn't dragged them. Oh, I saw you. Just when I started to bring Governor Bullock over to present him to you, you ran like a rabbit." "I did not believe, I could not believe that he would really be present," answered Melanie unhappily, "even though everybody said—" "Everybody? So everybody's been clacking and blabbing about me, have they?" cried Scarlett furiously. "Do you mean to tell me that if you'd known the governor was going to be present, you wouldn't have come either?" "No," said Melanie in a low voice, her eyes on the floor. "Darling, I just couldn't have come." "Great balls of fire! So you'd have insulted me like everybody else did." "Oh, mercy," cried Melly in real distress. "I didn't mean to hurt you. You're my own sister, darling, and my own Charlie's widow, and I—" She put a timid hand on Scarlett's arm, but Scarlett flung it off, wishing fervently that she could roar as loudly as Gerald used to roar when in a temper. But Melanie faced her wrath, and as she looked into Scarlett's stormy green eyes, her slight shoulders straightened, and a mantle of dignity, strangely at variance with her childish face and figure, fell upon her. "I'm sorry you're hurt, my dear, but I cannot meet Governor Bullock, or any Republican, or any scallywag. I will not meet them in your house or any other house. No, not even if I have to. If I have to—" Melanie cast about for the worst thing she could think of. "Not even if I have to be rude." "Are you criticizing my friends?" "No, dear. But they are your friends and not mine." "Are you criticizing me for having the governor at my house?" Cornered, Melanie still met Scarlett's eyes unwaveringly. "Darling, what you do, you always do for a good reason, and I love you and trust you, and it is not for me to criticize. And I will not permit anyone to criticize you in my hearing. But, oh, Scarlett!" Suddenly words began to bubble out, swift, hot words, and there was an inflexible hate in the low voice. "Can you forget what these people did to us? Can you forget darling Charlie dead and Ashley's health ruined and 12 Oaks burned? Oh, Scarlett, you can't forget that terrible man you shot with your mother's sewing box in his hands. You can't forget Sherman's men at Tara, and how they even stole our underwear and tried to burn the place down and actually handled my father's sword. Oh, Scarlett, it was these same people who robbed us and tortured us and left us to starve that you invited to your party. The same people who have set the darkies up to lord it over us, who are robbing us and keeping our men from voting. I can't forget. I won't forget. I won't let my beau forget. And I'll teach my grandchildren to hate these people, and my grandchildren's grandchildren, if God lets me live that long. Scarlett, how can you forget?" Melanie paused for breath, and Scarlett stared at her, startled out of her own anger by the quivering note of violence in Melanie's voice. "Do you think I'm a fool?" she questioned impatiently. "Of course I remember. But all that's past, Melly. It's up to us to make the best of things, and I'm trying to do it. Governor Bullock and some of the nicer Republicans can help us a lot if we handle them right. There are no nice Republicans, said Melanie flatly. And I don't want their help. And I don't intend to make the best of things, if they are Yankee things. Good heaven, Melly! Why get in such a pet?
Oh, cried Melanie, looking conscience-stricken.
How I have run on. Scarlett, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings or to criticize. Everybody thinks differently, and everybody's got a right to their own opinion. Now, dear, I love you, and you know I love you, and nothing you could ever do would make me change. And you still love me, don't you? I haven't made you hate me, have I? Scarlett, I couldn't stand it if anything ever came between us. After all we've been through together. Say it's all right. Fiddly-dee, Melly, what a tempest you make in a teapot, said Scarlett grudgingly. But she didn't throw off the hand that stole around her waist. Now, we're all right again, said Melanie pleasedly. But she added softly, I want us to visit each other just like we always did, darling. Just, you let me know what days Republicans and scalawags are coming to see you, and I'll stay home on those days. It's a matter of supreme indifference to me whether you come or not, said Scarlett, putting on her bonnet and going home in a huff. There was some satisfaction to her wounded vanity in the hurt look on Melanie. In the weeks that followed her first party, Scarlett was hard put to keep up her pretense of supreme indifference to public opinion. When she didn't receive calls from old friends, except Melanie and Pitty and Uncle Henry and Ashley, and didn't get cards to their modest entertainments, she was genuinely puzzled and hurt. Had she not gone out of her way to bury old hatchets and show these people that she bore them no ill will for their gossiping and backbiting? Surely they must know that she didn't like Governor Bullock any more than they did, but that it was expedient to be nice to him. The idiots! If everybody would be nice to the Republicans, Georgia would get out of the fix she was in very quickly. She didn't realize then that with one stroke she had cut forever any fragile tie that still bound her to the old days, to old friends. Not even Melanie's influence could repair the break of that gossamer thread. And Melanie, bewildered, broken-hearted but still loyal, didn't try to repair it. Even had Scarlett wanted to turn back to old ways, old friends, there was no turning back possible now. The face of the town was set against her as stonily as granite. The hate that enveloped the Bullock regime enveloped her too, a hate that had little fire and fury in it, but much cold implacability. Scarlett had cast her lot with the enemy, and whatever her birth and family connections, she was now in the category of a turncoat, a nigger lover, a traitor, a Republican, and a scalawag. After a miserable while, Scarlett's pretended indifference gave way to the real thing. She had never been one to worry long over the vagaries of human conduct, or to be cast down for long if one line of action failed. Soon she didn't care what the Merriweathers, the Elsings, the Whitings, the Bunnells, the Meads, and the others thought of her. At least Melanie called, bringing Ashley. And Ashley was the one who mattered the most. And there were other people in Atlanta who would come to her parties, other people far more congenial than those hide-bound old hens. Any time she wanted to fill her house with guests, she could do so, and these guests would be far more entertaining, far more handsomely dressed than those prissy, straight-laced old fools who disapproved of her. These people were newcomers to Atlanta. Some of them were acquaintances of Rhett. Some associated with him in those mysterious affairs which he referred to as mere business, my pet. Some were couples Scarlett had met when she was living at the National Hotel, and some were Governor Bullock's appointees. The set with which she was now moving was a motley crew. Among them were the Gellerts, who had lived in a dozen different states, and who apparently had left each one hastily upon detection of their swindling schemes. The Conningtons, whose connection with the Freedmen's Bureau in a distant state had been highly lucrative at the expense of the ignorant blacks they were supposed to protect. The Deals, who had sold cardboard shoes to the Confederate government until it became necessary for them to spend the last year of the war in Europe. The Hundons, who had police records in many cities, but nevertheless were often successful bidders on state contracts. The Carahans, who had gotten their start in a gambling house, and now were gambling for bigger stakes in the building of non-existent railroads with the state's money. The Flahertys, who had bought salt at 1 cent a pound in 1861, and made a fortune when salt went to 50 cents in 1863. And the Barts, who had owned the largest brothel in a northern metropolis during the war, and now were moving in the best circles of carpetbagger society. Such people were Scarlett's intimates now. But those who attended her larger receptions included others of some culture and refinement, many of excellent families. In addition to the carpetbag gentry, substantial people from the North were moving into Atlanta, attracted by the never-ceasing business activity of the town in this period of rebuilding and expansion. Yankee families of wealth sent young sons to the South to pioneer on the new frontier, and Yankee officers after their discharge took up permanent residence in the town they had fought so hard to capture. At first, strangers in a strange town, they were glad to accept invitations to the lavish entertainments of the wealthy and hospitable Mrs. Butler. But they soon drifted out of her set. They were good people, and they needed only a short acquaintance with carpetbaggers and carpetbag rule to become as resentful of them as the native Georgians were. Many became Democrats, and more Southern than the Southerners. Other misfits in Scarlett's circle remained there only because they were not welcome elsewhere. They would have much preferred the quiet parlors of the old guard, but the old guard would have none of them. Among these were the Yankee schoolmarms who had come south imbued with a desire to uplift the Negro, and the scalawags who had been born good Democrats, but had turned Republican after the surrender. It was hard to say which class was more cordially hated by the settled citizenry, the impractical Yankee schoolmarms or the scalawags, but the balance probably fell with the latter. The schoolmarms could be dismissed with, "Well, what can you expect of nigger-loving Yankees? Of course they think the nigger is just as good as they are." But for those Georgians who had turned Republican for personal gain, there was no excuse. "Starving is good enough for us. It ought to be good enough for you," was the way the old guard felt. Many ex-Confederate soldiers, knowing the frantic fear of men who saw their families in want, were more tolerant of former comrades who had changed political colors in order that their families might eat. But not the women of the old guard. And the women were the implacable and inflexible power behind the social throne. The lost cause was stronger, dearer now in their hearts than it had ever been at the height of its glory. It was a fetish now. Everything about it was sacred. The graves of the men who had died for it, the battlefields, the torn flags, the crossed sabers in their halls, the fading letters from the front, the veterans. These women gave no aid, comfort, or quarter to the late enemy. And now Scarlett was numbered among the enemy. In this mongrel society thrown together, by the exigencies of the political situation, there was but one thing in common. That was money. As most of them had never had $25 at one time in their whole lives previous to the war, they were now embarked on an orgy of spending such as Atlanta had never seen before. With the Republicans in the political saddle, the town entered into an era of waste and ostentation, with the trappings of refinement thinly veneering the vice and vulgarity beneath. Never before had the cleavage of the very rich and the very poor been so marked. Those on top took no thought for those less fortunate. Except for the Negroes, of course. They must have the very best. The best of schools and lodgings and clothes and amusements, for they were the power in politics, and every Negro vote counted. But as for the recently impoverished Atlanta people, they could starve and drop in the streets for all the newly rich Republicans cared. On the crest of this wave of vulgarity, Scarlett rode triumphantly, newly a bride, dashingly pretty in her fine clothes, with Rhett's money solidly behind her. It was an era that suited her, crude, garish, showy, full of overdressed women, overfurnished houses, too many jewels, too many horses, too much food, too much whiskey. When Scarlett infrequently stopped to think about the matter, she knew that none of her new associates could be called ladies, by Ellen's strict standards. But she had broken with Ellen's standards too many times since that faraway day, when she stood in the parlor at Tara and decided to be Rhett's mistress. And she didn't often feel the bite of conscience now. Perhaps these new friends were not, strictly speaking, ladies and gentlemen. But like Rhett's New Orleans friends, they were so much fun. So very much more fun than the subdued, church-going, Shakespeare-reading friends of her earlier Atlanta days. And except for her brief honeymoon interlude, she had not had fun in so long. Nor had she had any sense of security. Now secure, she wanted to dance, to play, to riot, to gorge on foods and fine wine, to deck herself in silks and satins, to wallow on soft feather beds and fine upholstery. And she did all these things. Encouraged now by Rhett's amused tolerance, freed now from the restraints of her childhood, freed even from that last fear of poverty, she was permitting herself the luxury she had often dreamed, of doing exactly what she pleased, and telling people who didn't like it to go to hell. To her had come that pleasant intoxication, peculiar to those whose lives are a deliberate slap in the face of organized society. The gambler, the confidence man, the polite adventuress, all those who succeed by their wits. She said and did exactly what she pleased, and in practically no time. Her insolence knew no bounds. She didn't hesitate to display arrogance to her new Republican and scalawag friends, but to no class was she ruder or more insolent than the Yankee officers of the garrison and their families. Of all the heterogeneous mass of people who had poured into Atlanta, the Army people alone she refused to receive or tolerate. She even went out of her way to be bad-mannered to them. Melanie was not alone in being unable to forget what a blue uniform meant. To Scarlett, that uniform and those gold buttons would always mean the fears of the siege, the terror of flight, the looting and burning, the desperate poverty, and the grinding work at Tara. Now that she was rich and secure in the friendship of the governor and many prominent Republicans, she could be insulting to every blue uniform she saw. And she was insulting. Rhett once lazily pointed out to her that most of the male guests who assembled under their roof had worn that same blue uniform not so long ago. But she retorted that a Yankee didn't seem like a Yankee unless he had on a blue uniform, to which Rhett replied, "Consistency? "Thou art a jewel," and shrugged. Scarlet, hating the bright, hard blue they wore, enjoyed snubbing them all the more because it so bewildered them. The Garrison families had a right to be bewildered, for most of them were quiet, well-bred folk, lonely in a hostile land, anxious to go home to the north, a little ashamed of the riffraff whose rule they were forced to uphold. An infinitely better class than that of Scarlet's associates. Naturally, the officers' wives were puzzled that the dashing Mrs. Butler took to her bosom such women as the common red-haired Bridget Flaherty, and went out of her way to slight them. But even the ladies whom Scarlet took to her bosom had to endure much from her. However, they did it gladly. To them she not only represented wealth and elegance, but the old regime, with its old names, old families, old traditions with which they wished ardently to identify themselves. The old families they yearned after might have cast Scarlet out, but the ladies of the new aristocracy didn't know it. They only knew that Scarlet's father had been a great slave owner, her mother a Robillard of Savannah, and her husband was Rhett Butler of Charleston, and this was enough for them. She was their opening wedge into the old society they wished to enter, the society which scorned them, would not return calls, and bowed frigidly in churches. In fact, she was more than their wedge into society. To them, fresh from obscure beginnings, she was society. Pinchbeck ladies themselves. They no more saw through Scarlet's pinchbeck pretensions than she herself did. They took her at her own valuation and endured much at her hands, her airs, her graces, her tempers, her arrogance, her downright rudeness, and her frankness about their shortcomings. They were so lately come from nothing, and so uncertain of themselves, that they were doubly anxious to appear refined, and feared to show their temper or make retorts in kind, lest they be considered unladylike. At all costs they must be ladies. They pretended to great delicacy, modesty, and innocence. To hear them talk, one would have thought they had no legs, natural functions, or knowledge of the wicked world. No one would have thought that red-haired Bridget Flaherty, who had a sun-defying white skin and a brogue that could be cut with a butter knife, had stolen her father's hidden hoard to come to America to be chambermaid in a New York hotel. And to observe the delicate vapors of Sylvia, formerly Sadie Bell, Connington, and Mamie Bart, no one would have suspected that the first grew up above her father's saloon in the Bowery and waited on the bar at rush times, and that the latter, so it was said, had come out of one of her husband's own brothels. No, they were delicate, sheltered creatures now. The men, though they had made money, learned new ways less easily, or were, perhaps, less patient with the demands of the new gentility. They drank heavily at Scarlet's parties, far too heavily, and usually after a reception there were one or more unexpected guests who stayed the night. They didn't drink like the men of Scarlet's girlhood. They became sodden, stupid, ugly, or obscene. Moreover, no matter how many spittoons she might put out in plain view, the rugs always showed signs of tobacco juice on the mornings after. She had a contempt for these people, but she enjoyed them. Because she enjoyed them, she filled the house with them. And because of her contempt, she told them to go to hell as often as they annoyed her. But they stood it. They even stood for Rhett, a more difficult matter. For Rhett saw through them, and they knew it. He had no hesitation about stripping them verbally, even under his own roof, always in a manner that left them no reply. Unashamed of how he came by his fortune, he pretended that they, too, were unashamed of their beginnings, and he seldom missed an opportunity to remark upon matters which, by common consent, everyone felt were better left in polite obscurity. There was never any knowing when he would remark affably over a punch cup, "Ralph, if I'd had any sense, I'd have made my money selling gold mine stocks to widows and orphans like you instead of blockading. It's so much safer." "Well, Bill, I see you have a new span of horses. Been selling a few thousand more bonds for non-existent railroads? Good work, boy. Congratulations, Amos, on landing that state contract. Too bad you had to grease so many palms to get it." The ladies felt that he was odiously, unendurably vulgar. The men said behind his back that he was a swine and a bastard. New Atlanta liked Rhett no better than old Atlanta had done, and he made as little attempt to conciliate the one as he had the other. Amused, contemptuous, impervious to the opinions of those about him, so courteous that his courtesy was an affront in itself. To Scarlett, he was still an enigma, but an enigma about which she no longer bothered her head. She was convinced that nothing ever pleased him or ever would please him, that he either wanted something badly and didn't have it, or never had wanted anything and so didn't care about anything. He laughed at everything she did, encouraged her extravagances and insolences, jeered at her pretenses, and paid the bills. Chapter 50. Rhett never deviated from his smooth, imperturbable manners, even in their most intimate moments. But Scarlett never lost the old feeling that he was watching her covertly, knew that if she turned her head suddenly, she would surprise in his eyes that speculative, waiting look, that look of almost terrible patience that she did not understand. Sometimes he was a very comfortable person to live with, for all his unfortunate habit of not permitting anyone in his presence to act a lie, palm off a pretense, or indulge in bombast. He listened to her talk of the store and the mills and the saloon, the convicts and the cost of feeding them, and gave shrewd, hard-headed advice. He had untiring energy for the dancing and parties she loved, and an unending supply of coarse stories, with which he regaled her on their infrequent evenings alone, when the table was cleared and brandy and coffee before them. She found that he would give her anything she desired, answer any question she asked as long as she was forthright, and refuse her anything she attempted to gain by indirection, hints, and feminine angling. He had a disconcerting habit of seeing through her and laughing rudely. Contemplating the suave indifference with which he generally treated her, Scarlett frequently wondered, but with no real curiosity, why he had married her. Men married for love or a home and children or money, but she knew he had married her for none of these things. He certainly didn't love her. He referred to her lovely house as an architectural horror, and said he would rather live in a well-regulated hotel than a home. And he never once hinted about children, as Charles and Frank had done. Once, when trying to coquette with him, she asked him why he married her, and was infuriated when he replied with an amused gleam in his eye, "I married you to keep you for a pet, my dear." No. He hadn't married her for any of the usual reasons men marry women. He had married her solely because he wanted her, and couldn't get her any other way. He had admitted as much the night he proposed to her. He had wanted her, just as he had wanted Belle Watling. This was not a pleasant thought. In fact, it was a bare-faced insult. But she shrugged it off, as she had learned to shrug off all unpleasant facts. They had made a bargain, and she was quite pleased with her side of the bargain. She hoped he was equally pleased, but she didn't care very much whether he was or not. But one afternoon, when she was consulting Dr. Meade about a digestive upset, she learned an unpleasant fact which she couldn't shrug off. It was with real hate in her eyes that she stormed into her bedroom at twilight and told Rhett that she was going to have a baby. He was lounging in a silk dressing-gown in a cloud of smoke, and his eyes went sharply to her face as she spoke, but he said nothing. He watched her in silence, but there was a tenseness about his pose, as he waited for her next words, that was lost on her. Indignation and despair had claimed her to the exclusion of all other thoughts. "You know I don't want any more children. I never wanted any at all. Every time things are going right with me, I have to have a baby. Oh, don't sit there and laugh. You don't want it either. Oh, Mother of God!" If he was waiting for words from her, these were not the words he wanted. His face hardened slightly, and his eyes became blank. "Well, why not give it to Miss Melly? Didn't you tell me she was so misguided as to want another baby?" "Oh, I could kill you. I won't have it, I tell you, I won't." "No. Pray continue." "Oh, there are things to do. I'm not the stupid country fool I used to be. Now I know that a woman doesn't have to have children if she doesn't want them. There are things." He was on his feet and had her by the wrist, and there was a hard, driving fear in his face. "Scarlet, you fool, tell me the truth. You haven't done anything." "No, I haven't, but I'm going to. Do you think I'm going to have my figure ruined all over again just when I've got my waistline down and I'm having a good time? And where did you get this idea? Who's been telling you things?" "Maybe Bart. The madam of a whorehouse would know such tricks. That woman never puts foot in this house again, do you understand? After all, it's my house and I'm the master of it. I do not even want you to speak to her again." "I'll do as I please. Turn me loose. Why should you care?" "I don't care whether you have 1 child or 20, but I do care if you die." "Die? Me?" "Yes, die. I don't suppose Mamie Bart told you the chances a woman takes when she does a thing like that?" "No," said Scarlet reluctantly. "She just said it would fix things up fine." "By God, I will kill her!" cried Rhett, and his face was black with rage. He looked down into Scarlet's tear-stained face, and some of the wrath faded, but it was still hard and set. Suddenly he picked her up in his arms and sat down in the chair, holding her close to him tightly as if he feared she would get away from him. "Listen, my baby. I won't have you take your life in your hands. Do you hear? Good God, I don't want children any more than you do, but I can support them. I don't want to hear any more foolishness out of you, and if you dare try to... Scarlet, I saw a girl die that way once. She was only a... Well, but she was a pretty good sort at that. It's not an easy way to die. Well, Rhett, she cried, startled out of her misery at the emotion in his voice. She had never seen him so moved. "Where? Who?" "In New Orleans. Oh, years ago. I was young and impressionable." He bent his head suddenly and buried his lips in her hair. "You will have your baby, Scarlet, if I have to handcuff you to my wrist for the next 9 months. She sat up in his lap and stared into his face with frank curiosity. Under her gaze it was suddenly smooth and bland, as though wiped clear by magic. His eyebrows were up, and the corner of his mouth was down. "Do I mean so much to you?" she questioned, dropping her eyelids. He gave her a level look, as though estimating how much coquetry was behind the question. Reading the true meaning of her demeanor, he made casual answer. "Well, yes. You see, I've invested a good deal of money in you.
and I'd hate to lose it.
Melanie came out of Scarlett's room, weary from the strain, but happy to tears at the birth of Scarlett's daughter. Rhett stood tensely in the hall, surrounded by cigar butts, which had burned holes in the fine carpet. "You can go in now, Captain Butler," she said shyly. Rhett went swiftly past her into the room, and Melanie had a brief glimpse of him bending over the small, naked baby in Mammy's lap before Dr. Meade shut the door. Melanie sank into a chair, her face pinkening with embarrassment that she had unintentionally witnessed so intimate a scene. "Ah," she thought, "how sweet, how worried poor Captain Butler has been. And he didn't take a single drink all this time. How nice of him. So many gentlemen are so intoxicated by the time their babies are born. I fear he needs a drink badly. Dare I suggest it? No, that would be very forward of me." She sank gratefully into a chair, her back, which always ached these days, feeling as though it would break in two at the waistline. Oh, how fortunate Scarlett was to have Captain Butler just outside her door while the baby was being born. If only she had had Ashley with her that dreadful day Beau came, she wouldn't have suffered half so much. If only that small girl behind those closed doors were hers, and not Scarlett's. Oh, how wicked I am, she thought guiltily. I am coveting her baby, and Scarlett has been so good to me. Forgive me, Lord. I wouldn't really want Scarlett's baby, but I would so like a baby of my own. She pushed a small cushion behind her aching back, and thought hungrily of a daughter of her own. But Dr. Meade had never changed his opinion on that subject, and though she was quite willing to risk her life for another child, Ashley would not hear of it. A daughter. How Ashley would love a daughter. A daughter? Mercy! She sat up in alarm. I never told Captain Butler it was a girl, and of course he was expecting a boy. Oh, how dreadful! Melanie knew that to a woman a child of either sex was equally welcome, but to a man, and especially such a self-willed man as Captain Butler, a girl would be a blow, a reflection upon his manhood. Oh, how thankful she was that God had permitted her only child to be a boy. She knew that, had she been the wife of the fearsome Captain Butler, she would have thankfully died in childbirth, rather than present him with a daughter as his firstborn. But Mammy, waddling grinning from the room, set her mind at ease, and at the same time made her wonder just what kind of a man Captain Butler really was. "When I was bathing that child just now," said Mammy, "I kind of apologized to Mr. Rhett about it not being a boy. But, Lord, Miss Melly, you know what he say? He say, 'Hush your mouth, Mammy. Who want a boy? Boys ain't no fun. There's just a passel of trouble. Gals is what is fun. I wouldn't swap this here gal for a baker's dozen of boys.' Then he tried to snatch the child from me, buck naked as she was, and I slap his wrist and say, 'Behave yourself, Mr. Rhett. I'll just bide my time till you gets a boy, and then I'll laugh out loud to hear you holler for joy.' He grin and shake his head and say, 'Mammy, you is a fool. Boys ain't no use to nobody.' Ain't I proof of that? Yes'm, Miss Melly, he act like a gentleman about it," finished Mammy graciously. It was not lost on Melanie that Rhett's conduct had gone far toward redeeming him in Mammy's eyes. "Maybe I done been a mite wrong about Mr. Rhett. This sure is a happy day to me, Miss Melly. I done died for 3 generations of Robillard gals, and it sure is a happy day." "Oh, yes, it is a happy day, Mammy. The happiest days are the days when babies come." To one person in the house, it was not a happy day. Scolded and for the most part ignored, Wade Hampton idled miserably about the dining room. Early that morning, Mammy had waked him abruptly, dressed him hurriedly, and sent him with Ella to Aunt Pitty's house for breakfast. The only explanation he received was that his mother was sick, and the noise of his playing might upset her. Aunt Pitty's house was in an uproar, for the news of Scarlett's sickness had sent the old lady to bed in a state with Cookie in attendance. And breakfast was a scant meal that Peter concocted for the children. As the morning wore on, fear began to possess Wade's soul. Suppose Mother died. Other boys' mothers had died. He had seen the hearses move away from the houses and heard his small friend sobbing. Suppose Mother should die. Wade loved his mother very much, almost as much as he feared her, and the thought of her being carried away in a black hearse behind black horses with plumes on their bridles made his small chest ache so that he could hardly breathe. When noon came, and Peter was busy in the kitchen, Wade slipped out the front door and hurried home as fast as his short legs could carry him, fear speeding him. Uncle Rhett or Aunt Mellie or Mammy surely would tell him the truth. But Uncle Rhett and Aunt Mellie were not to be seen, and Mammy and Dilsey sped up and down the back stairs with towels and basins of hot water and didn't notice him in the front hall. From upstairs he could hear occasionally the curt tones of Dr. Meade whenever a door opened. Once he heard his mother groan, and he burst into sobbing hiccups. He knew she was going to die. For comfort, he made overtures to the honey-colored cat which lay on the sunny window-sill in the front hall. But Tom, full of years and irritable at disturbances, switched his tail and spat softly. Finally, Mammy, coming down the front stairs, her apron rumpled and spotted, her head rag awry, saw him and scowled. Mammy had always been Wade's mainstay, and her frown made him tremble. "You is the worstest boy I ever seed," she said. "Ain't I done sent you to Miss Pitty's? G'wan back there." "Is Mother going to... will she die?" "You is the troublesomest child I ever seed. Die? God Almighty, no. Lord, boys is a torment. I don't see why the Lord send boys to folks. Now g'wan way from here." But Wade did not go. He retreated behind the portieres in the hall, only half convinced by her words. The remark about the troublesomeness of boys stung, for he had always tried his best to be good. Aunt Mellie hurried down the stairs half an hour later, pale and tired, but smiling to herself. She looked thunderstruck when she saw his woe-begone face in the shadows of the drapery. Usually Aunt Mellie had all the time in the world to give him. She never said, as Mother so often did, "Don't bother me now, I'm in a hurry," or "Run away, Wade, I'm busy." But this morning she said, "Wade, you've been very naughty. Why didn't you stay at Aunt Pitty's?" "Is Mother going to die?" "Gracious, no, Wade. Don't be a silly child." And then, relenting, "Dr. Meade has just brought her a nice little baby. A sweet little sister for you to play with. And if you're real good, you can see her tonight. Now run out and play, and don't make any noise." Wade slipped into the quiet dining room, his small and insecure world tottering. Was there no place for a worried little 7-year-old boy on this sunshiny day when the grown-ups acted so curiously? He sat down on the window-sill in the alcove and nibbled a bit of the elephant's ear, which grew in a box in the sun. It was so peppery that it stung his eyes to tears, and he began to cry. Mother was probably dying. Nobody paid him any heed, and one and all they rushed about because of a new baby, a girl baby. Wade had little interest in babies, still less in girls. The only little girl he knew intimately was Ella, and so far she had done nothing to command his respect or liking. After a long interval, Dr. Meade and Uncle Rhett came down the stairs and stood talking in the hall in low voices.
After the door shut behind the doctor, Uncle Rhett came swiftly into the dining room and poured himself a large drink from the decanter before he saw Wade. Wade shrank back, expecting to be told again that he was naughty and must return to Aunt Pitty's, but instead, Uncle Rhett smiled. Wade had never seen him smile like that, or look so happy, and, encouraged, he leaped from the sill and ran to him.
"You've got a sister," said Rhett, squeezing him. "By God, the most beautiful baby you ever saw. Now, why are you crying?"
"Mother."
"Your mother's eating a great big dinner, chicken and rice and gravy and coffee, and we're going to make us some ice cream in a little while. And you can have 2 plates if you want them. And I'll show you your sister, too." Weak with relief, Wade tried to be polite about his new sister, but failed. Everyone was interested in this girl. No one cared anything about him anymore, not even Aunt Mellie or Uncle Rhett. "Uncle Rhett," he began, "do people like girls better than boys?" Rhett set down his glass and looked sharply into the small face, and instant comprehension came into his eyes. "No, I can't say they do," he answered seriously, as though giving the matter due thought. "It's just that girls are more trouble than boys, and people are apt to worry more about troublesome people than those who aren't."
"Mammy said boys were troublesome."
"Well, Mammy was upset. She didn't mean it."
"Uncle Rhett, wouldn't you rather have had a little boy than a little girl?" questioned Wade hopefully.
"No," answered Rhett swiftly, and seeing the boy's face fall, he continued, "Now why should I want a boy when I've already got one?"
"You have?"
cried Wade, his mouth falling open at this information.
"Where is he?"
"Right here," answered Rhett, and picking the child up, drew him to his knee. "You're a boy enough for me, son." For a moment, the security and happiness of being wanted was so great that Wade almost cried again. His throat worked, and he ducked his head against Rhett's waistcoat. "You are my boy, aren't you?"
"Can you be, well, 2 men's boy?" questioned Wade, loyalty to the father he had never known struggling with love for the man who held him so understandingly.
"Yes," said Rhett firmly. "Just like you can be your mother's boy and Aunt Mellie's, too." Wade digested this statement. It made sense to him, and he smiled and wriggled against Rhett's arm shyly.
"You understand little boys, don't you, Uncle Rhett?"
Rhett's dark face fell into its old harsh lines, and his lip twisted. "Yes," he said bitterly, "I understand little boys." For a moment, fear came back to Wade, fear and a sudden sense of jealousy. Uncle Rhett wasn't thinking of him, but of someone else.
"You haven't got any other little boys, have you?"
Rhett set him on his feet. "I'm going to have a drink, and so are you, Wade. Your first drink. A toast to your new sister."
"You haven't got any other—"
began Wade, and then seeing Rhett reach for the decanter of claret, the excitement at being included in this grown-up ceremony diverted him.
"Oh, I can't, Uncle Rhett. I promised Aunt Mellie I wouldn't drink till I graduated from the university, and she's going to give me a watch if I don't."
"And I'll give you a chain for it. This one I'm wearing now, if you want it," said Rhett, and he was smiling again. "Aunt Mellie's quite right. But she was talking about spirits, not wine. You must learn to drink water." Skillfully, he diluted the claret with water from the carafe until the liquid was barely pink, and handed the glass to Wade. At that moment, Mammy entered the dining room. She had changed to her best Sunday black, and her apron and head rag were fresh and crisp.
As she waddled, she switched herself, and from her skirts came the whisper and rustle of silk. The worried look had gone from her face, and her almost toothless gums showed in a wide smile.
"Birthday gift, Mr. Rhett,"
she said. Wade stopped with his glass at his lips. He knew Mammy had never liked his stepfather. He had never heard her call him anything except Captain Butler, and her conduct toward him had been dignified but cold. And here she was, beaming and sidling and calling him Mr. Rhett. What a topsy-turvy day!
"You'd rather have rum than claret, I suppose," said Rhett, reaching into the cellarette and producing a squat bottle. "She is a beautiful baby, isn't she, Mammy?"
"She sure is," answered Mammy, smacking her lips as she took the glass.
"Did you ever see a prettier one?"
"Well, sir, Miss Scarlett was mighty nigh as pretty when she come out, but not quite."
"Have another glass, Mammy. And Mammy." His tone was stern, but his eyes twinkled. "What's that rustling noise I hear?"
"Lord, Mr. Rhett,
that ain't nothing but my red silk petticoat," Mammy giggled, and switched till her huge bulk shook. "Nothing but your petticoat? I don't believe it. You sound like a peck of dried leaves rubbing together. Let me see. Pull up your skirt."
"Mr. Rhett, you is bad. Yea, oh, Lord!"
Mammy gave a little shriek and retreated, and from a distance of a yard modestly elevated her dress a few inches and showed the ruffle of a red taffeta petticoat. "You took long enough about wearing it," grumbled Rhett, but his black eyes laughed and danced.
"Yes, sir?"
"Too long." Then Rhett said something that Wade didn't understand. "No more mule and horse harness?"
"Miss Rhett, Miss Scarlett was bad to tell you that.
You ain't holding that against this old nigger?" "No, I'm not holding it. I just wanted to know. Have another drink, Mammy. Have the whole bottle. Drink up, Wade. Give us a toast."
"To Sissy!" cried Wade, and gulped the liquid down. Choking, he began to cough and hiccup, and the other two laughed and beat him on the back. From the moment his daughter was born, Rhett's conduct was puzzling to all observers, and he upset many settled notions about himself, notions which both the town and Scarlett were loath to surrender. Whoever would have thought that he of all people would be so shamelessly, so openly proud of fatherhood? Especially in view of the embarrassing circumstance that his firstborn was a girl and not a boy. The novelty of fatherhood did not wear off. This caused some secret envy among women whose husbands took offspring for granted, long before the children were christened. He buttonholed people on the street and related details of his child's miraculous progress without even prefacing his remarks with the hypocritical but polite, "I know everyone thinks their own child is smart, but—" He thought his daughter marvelous, not to be compared with lesser brats, and he didn't care who knew it. When the new nurse permitted the baby to suck a bit of fat pork, thereby bringing on the first attack of colic, Rhett's conduct sent seasoned fathers and mothers into gales of laughter. He hurriedly summoned Dr. Meade and 2 other doctors, and with difficulty he was restrained from beating the unfortunate nurse with his crop. The nurse was discharged, and thereafter followed a series of nurses who remained, at the most, a week. None of them was good enough to satisfy the exacting requirements Rhett laid down. Mammy likewise viewed with displeasure the nurses that came and went, for she was jealous of any strange Negro, and saw no reason why she couldn't care for the baby, and Wade, and Ella, too. But Mammy was showing her age, and rheumatism was slowing her lumbering tread, Rhett lacked the courage to cite these reasons for employing another nurse. He told her instead that a man of his position couldn't afford to have only one nurse. It didn't look well. He would hire 2 others to do the drudgery and leave her as Mammy-in-Chief. This Mammy understood very well. More servants were a credit to her position as well as Rhett's. But she wouldn't, she told him firmly, have any trashy free-issue niggers in her nursery. So Rhett sent to Tara for Prissy. He knew her shortcomings, but after all, she was a family darky. Peter produced a great niece named Lou, who had belonged to one of Miss Pitty's Burr cousins. Even before Scarlett was able to be about again, she noticed Rhett's preoccupation with the baby, and was somewhat nettled and embarrassed at his pride in her in front of callers. It was all very well for a man to love his child, but she felt there was something unmanly in the display of such love. He should be offhand and careless, as other men were. "You're making a fool of yourself," she said irritably, "and I don't see why." "No? Well, you wouldn't. The reason is that she's the first person who's ever belonged utterly to me." "She belongs to me, too." "No, you have 2 other children. She's mine." "Great balls of fire," said Scarlett. "I had the baby, didn't I? Besides, honey, I belong to you." Rhett looked at her over the black head of the child and smiled oddly. "Do you, my dear?" Only the entrance of Melanie stopped one of those swift, hot quarrels, which seemed to spring up so easily between them these days. Scarlett swallowed her wrath and watched Melanie take the baby. The name agreed upon for the child was Eugenia Victoria. But that afternoon Melanie unwittingly bestowed a name that clung, even as Pittypat had blotted out all memory of Sarah Jane. Rhett, leaning over the child, had said, "Her eyes are going to be pea green." "Indeed they are not," cried Melanie indignantly, forgetting that Scarlett's eyes were almost that shade. "They're going to be blue, like Mr. O'Hara's eyes, as blue as the bonny blue flag." "Bonny blue Butler," laughed Rhett, taking the child from her and peering more closely into the small eyes. And bonny she became until even her parents didn't recall that she had been named for 2 queens. Chapter 51. When she was finally able to go out again, Scarlett had Lou lace her into her stays as tightly as the strings would pull. Then she passed the tape measure about her waist. 20 inches! She groaned aloud. That was what having babies did to your figure. Her waist was as large as Aunt Pitty's, as large as Mammy's. "Pull them tighter, Lou. See if you can't make it 18.5 inches, or I can't get into any of my dresses." "It'll bust the strings," said Lou. "Your waist just done got bigger, Miss Scarlett, and there ain't nothing to do about it." "There is something to do about it," thought Scarlett, as she ripped savagely at the seams of her dress to let out the necessary inches. "I just won't have any more babies." Of course, Bonnie was pretty and a credit to her, and Rhett adored the child. But she wouldn't have another baby. Just how she would manage this she didn't know, for she couldn't handle Rhett as she had Frank. Rhett wasn't afraid of her. It would probably be difficult with Rhett acting so foolishly about Bonnie, and probably wanting a son next year. For all that, he said he'd drown any boy she gave him. Well, she wouldn't give him a boy or girl either. 3 children were enough for any woman to have. When Lou had stitched up the ripped seams, pressed them smooth, and buttoned Scarlett into the dress, she called the carriage, and Scarlett set out for the lumber yard.
Her spirits rose as she went, and she forgot about her waistline, for she was going to meet Ashley at the yard, to go over the books with him. And if she was lucky, she might see him alone. She hadn't seen him since long before Bonnie was born. She hadn't wanted to see him at all when she was so obviously pregnant. And she had so missed the daily contact with him, even if there was always someone around. She had missed the importance and activity of her lumber business while she was immured. Of course, she didn't have to work now. She could easily sell the mills and invest the money for Wade and Ella. But that would mean she would hardly ever see Ashley, except in a formal social way with crowds of people around. And working by Ashley's side was her greatest pleasure. When she drove up to the yard, she saw with interest how high the piles of lumber were, and how many customers were standing among them, talking to Hugh Elsing. And there were 6 mule teams and wagons being loaded by the Negro drivers. 6 teams, she thought, with pride. And I did this all by myself. Ashley came to the door of the little office, his eyes joyful with the pleasure of seeing her again, and he handed her out of her carriage and into the office as if she were a queen. But some of her pleasure was dimmed when she went over the books of his mill and compared them with Johnny Gallagher's books. Ashley had barely made expenses, and Johnny had a remarkable sum to his credit. She forbore to say anything as she looked at the 2 sheets, but Ashley read her face. "Scarlett, I'm sorry. All I can say is that I wish you'd let me hire free darkies instead of using convicts. I believe I could do better." "Darkies? Why, their pay would break us. Convicts are dirt cheap. If Johnny can make this much with them." Ashley's eyes went over her shoulder, looking at something she couldn't see, and the glad light went out of his eyes. "I can't work convicts like Johnny Gallagher. I can't drive men." "God's nightgown! Johnny's a wonder at it. Ashley, you are just too soft-hearted. You ought to get more work out of them. Johnny told me that any time a malingerer wanted to get out of work, he told you he was sick, and you gave him a day off. Good Lord, Ashley, that's no way to make money. A couple of licks will cure most any sickness short of a broken leg." "Scarlett, Scarlett, stop. I can't bear to hear you talk that way," cried Ashley, his eyes coming back to her with a fierceness that stopped her short. "Don't you realize that they are men? Some of them sick, underfed, miserable, and... Oh, my dear, I can't bear to see the way he has brutalized you, you who were always so sweet." "Who has wanted me?" "I've got to say it, and I haven't any right, but I've got to say it. You're Rhett Butler. Everything he touches he poisons. And he has taken you, who were so sweet and generous and gentle, for all your spirited ways. And he has done this to you, hardened you, brutalized you by his contact." "Oh," breathed Scarlett, guilt struggling with joy that Ashley should feel so deeply about her, should still think her sweet. Thank God he thought Rhett to blame for her penny-pinching ways. Of course Rhett had nothing to do with it, and the guilt was hers, but after all, another black mark on Rhett could do him no harm. If it were any other man in the world, I wouldn't care so much. But Rhett Butler, I've seen what he's done to you. Without your realizing it, he's twisted your thoughts into the same hard path his own run in. Oh, yes, I know I shouldn't say this. He saved my life, and I'm grateful, but I wish to God it had been any other man but him. And I haven't the right to talk to you like... Oh, Ashley, you have the right. No one else has. I tell you, I can't bear it. Seeing your fineness coarsened by him, knowing that your beauty and your charm are in the keeping of a man who... When I think of him touching you, He's going to kiss me, thought Scarlett ecstatically. And it won't be my fault. She swayed toward him. But he drew back suddenly,
as if realizing he had said too much, said things he never intended to say. "I apologize most humbly, Scarlett. I've been insinuating that your husband is not a gentleman, and my own words have proved that I'm not one. No one has a right to criticize a husband to a wife. I haven't any excuse except... He faltered, and his face twisted. She waited, breathless. "I haven't any excuse at all." All the way home in the carriage, Scarlett's mind raced. No excuse at all, except that he loved her. And the thought of her lying in Rhett's arms roused a fury in him that she didn't think possible. Well, she could understand that. If it wasn't for the knowledge that his relations with Melanie were necessarily those of brother and sister, her own life would be a torment. And Rhett's embraces coarsened her, brutalized her. Well, if Ashley thought that, she could do very well without those embraces. She thought how sweet and romantic it would be for them both to be physically true to each other, even though married to other people. The idea possessed her imagination, and she took pleasure in it. And then, too, there was the practical side of it. It would mean that she wouldn't have to have any more children. When she reached home and dismissed the carriage, some of the exultation which had filled her at Ashley's words began to fade, as she faced the prospect of telling Rhett that she wanted separate bedrooms, and all which that implied. It would be difficult. Moreover, how could she tell Ashley that she had denied herself to Rhett because of his wishes? What earthly good was a sacrifice if no one knew about it? What a burden modesty and delicacy were. If she could only talk to Ashley as frankly as she could to Rhett. Well, no matter. She'd insinuate the truth to Ashley somehow. She went up the stairs, and opening the nursery door, found Rhett sitting beside Bonnie's crib with Ella upon his lap and Wade displaying the contents of his pocket to him. What a blessing Rhett liked children and made much of them. Some stepfathers were so bitter about children of former marriages. "I want to talk to you," she said, and passed on into their bedroom. Better have this over now, while her determination not to have any more children was hot within her, and while Ashley's love was giving her strength. "Rhett," she said abruptly, when he had closed the bedroom door behind him, "I've decided that I don't want any more children." If he was startled at her unexpected statement, he didn't show it. He lounged to a chair, and sitting down, tilted it back. "My pet, as I told you before Bonnie was born, it is immaterial to me whether you have one child or 20. How perverse of him to evade the issue so neatly, as if not caring whether children came had anything to do with their actual arrival. I think 3 are enough. I don't intend to have one every year." 3 seems an adequate number. "You know very well," she began, embarrassment making her cheeks red. "You know what I mean?" "I do. Do you realize that I can divorce you for refusing me my marital rights?" "You were just low enough to think of something like that," she cried, annoyed that nothing was going as she planned it. "If you had any chivalry, you'd be nice like... Well, look at Ashley Wilkes. Melanie can't have any children, and he..." "Quite the little gentleman, Ashley," said Rhett, and his eyes began to gleam oddly. "Pray go on with your discourse." Scarlett choked, for her discourse was at its end, and she had nothing more to say. Now she saw how foolish had been her hope of amicably settling so important a matter, especially with a selfish swine like Rhett. "You've been to the lumber office this afternoon, haven't you?" "What's that got to do with it?" "You like dogs, don't you, Scarlett? Do you prefer them in kennels or mangers?"
The illusion was lost on her, as the tide of her anger and disappointment rose. He got lightly to his feet, and coming to her, put his hand under her chin and jerked her face up to his. "What a child you are! You have lived with 3 men and still know nothing of men's natures. You seem to think they're like old ladies past the change of life." He pinched her chin playfully, and his hand dropped away from her. One black eyebrow went up as he bent a cool, long look on her. "Scarlett, understand this. If you and your bed still held any charms for me, no locks and no entreaties could keep me away. And I would have no sense of shame for anything I did, for I made a bargain with you. A bargain which I have kept, and you are now breaking. Keep your chaste bed, my dear."
"Do you mean to tell me," cried Scarlett indignantly, "that you don't care—"
"You have tired of me, haven't you? Well, men tire more easily than women. Keep your sanctity, Scarlett. It'll work no hardship on me. It doesn't matter." He shrugged and grinned. "Fortunately, the world is full of beds, and most of the beds are full of women."
"You mean you'd actually be so—"
"My dear, innocent. But of course. It's a wonder I haven't strayed long ere this. I never held fidelity to be a virtue."
"I shall lock my door every night."
"Why bother? If I wanted you, no lock would keep me out." He turned, as though the subject were closed, and left the room. Scarlett heard him going back to the nursery, where he was welcomed by the children. She sat down abruptly. She had had her way. This was what she wanted, and Ashley wanted. But it wasn't making her happy. Her vanity was sore, and she was mortified at the thought that Rhett had taken it all so lightly, that he didn't want her, that he put her on the level of other women in other beds. She wished she could think of some delicate way to tell Ashley that she and Rhett were no longer actually man and wife. But she knew now she could not. It all seemed a terrible mess now, and she half-heartedly wished she had said nothing about it. She would miss the long, amusing conversations in bed with Rhett, when the ember of his cigar glowed in the dark. She would miss the comfort of his arms when she woke terrified from dreams that she was running through cold mist. Suddenly, she felt very unhappy, and leaning her head on the arm of the chair, she cried. Chapter 52. One rainy afternoon, when Bonnie was barely past her first birthday, Wade moped about the sitting room, occasionally going to the window and flattening his nose on the dripping pane. He was a slender, weedy boy, small for his 8 years, quiet almost to shyness, never speaking unless spoken to. He was bored, and obviously at loss for entertainment, for Ella was busy in the corner with her dolls. Scarlett was at her secretary muttering to herself, as she added a long column of figures, and Rhett was lying on the floor, swinging his watch by its chain, just out of Bonnie's reach. After Wade had picked up several books and let them drop with bangs and sighed deeply, Scarlett turned to him in irritation. "Heavens, Wade! Run out and play." "I can't. It's raining." "Is it? I hadn't noticed." "Well, do something. You make me nervous, fidgeting about. Go tell Pork to hitch up the carriage and take you over to play with Bo." "He isn't home," sighed Wade. "He's at Raoul Picard's birthday party." Raoul was the small son of Maybelle and René Picard. A detestable little brat, Scarlett thought, more like an ape than a child. "Well, you can go see anyone you want to. Run tell Pork."
"Nobody's at home," answered Wade. "Everybody's at the party." The unspoken words, "everybody but me," hung in the air. But Scarlett, her mind on her account books, paid no heed. Rhett raised himself to a sitting posture and said, "Why aren't you at the party too, son?" Wade edged closer to him, scuffing one foot and looking unhappy. "I wasn't invited, sir." Rhett handed his watch into Bonnie's destructive grasp and rose lightly to his feet. "Leave those damn figures alone, Scarlett. Why wasn't Wade invited to this party?" "For heaven's sakes, Rhett, don't bother me now. Ashley has gotten these accounts in an awful snarl. Oh, that party? Well, I think it's nothing unusual that Wade wasn't invited, and I wouldn't let him go if he had been. Don't forget that Raoul is Mrs. Merriweather's grandchild, and Mrs. Merriweather would as soon have a free-issue nigger in her sacred parlor as one of us." Rhett, watching Wade's face with meditative eyes, saw the boy flinch. "Come here, son," he said, drawing the boy to him. "Would you like to be at that party?" "No, sir," said Wade bravely, but his eyes fell. Tell me, Wade, do you go to little Joe Whiting's parties, or Frank Bunnell's, or, well, any of your playmates?" "No, sir. I don't get invited to many parties." "Wade, you are lying," cried Scarlett, turning. "You went to 3 last week, the Bart children's party, and the Gellerts, and the Hundens." "As choice a collection of mules in horse harness as you could group together," said Rhett, his voice going into a soft drawl. "Did you have a good time at those parties? Speak up." "No, sir." "Why not?" I don't know, sir. Mammy says they're white trash." "I'll skin Mammy this minute," cried Scarlett, leaping to her feet. "And as for you, Wade, talking so about Mother's friends." "The boy's telling the truth, and so is Mammy," said Rhett. "But, of course, you've never been able to know the truth if you met it in the road. Don't bother, son. You don't have to go to any more parties you don't want to go to. Here." He pulled a bill from his pocket. "Tell Pork to harness the carriage and take you downtown. Buy yourself some candy. A lot. Enough to give you a wonderful stomachache." Wade, beaming, pocketed the bill and looked anxiously toward his mother for confirmation. But she, with a pucker in her brows, was watching Rhett. He had picked Bonnie from the floor and was cradling her to him, her small face against his cheek. She couldn't read his face, but there was something in his eyes almost like fear. Fear and self-accusation. Wade, encouraged by his stepfather's generosity, came shyly toward him. "Uncle Rhett, can I ask you something?" "Of course." Rhett's look was anxious, absent, as he held Bonnie's head closer. "What is it, Wade?" "Uncle Rhett, did you fight in the war?" Rhett's eyes came alertly back, and they were sharp, but his voice was casual. "Why do you ask, son?" "Well, Joe Whiting said you didn't, and so did Frankie Bunnell." "Ah," said Rhett. "And what did you tell them?" Wade looked unhappy. I told him I didn't know." And with a rush, "But I didn't care, and I hit him." "Were you in the war, Uncle Rhett?" "Yes," said Rhett, suddenly violent. "I was in the war. I was in the Army for 8 months. I fought all the way from Lovejoy up to Franklin, Tennessee. Then I was with Johnston when he surrendered." Wade wriggled with pride, but Scarlett laughed. "I thought you were ashamed of your war record," she said. "Didn't you tell me to keep it quiet?" "Hush," he said briefly. "Does that satisfy you, Wade?" Oh, yes, sir. I knew you were in the war. I knew you weren't scared like they said, but why weren't you with the other little boys' fathers?
Because the other little boys' fathers were such fools they had to put them in the infantry. I was a West Pointer, and so I was in the artillery. In the regular artillery, Wade, not the Home Guard. It takes a pile of sense to be in the artillery, Wade.
I bet, said Wade, his face shining. Did you get wounded, Uncle Rhett?
Rhett hesitated.
Tell him about your dysentery,
jeered Scarlett. Rhett carefully set the baby on the floor and pulled his shirt and undershirt out of his trouser band. Come here, Wade. I'll show you where I was wounded.
Wade advanced, excited, and gazed where Rhett's finger pointed.
A long raised scar ran across his brown chest and down into his heavily muscled abdomen. It was the souvenir of a knife fight in the California goldfields, but Wade didn't know it. He breathed heavily and happily.
I guess you're about as brave as my father, Uncle Rhett.
Almost, but not quite, said Rhett, stuffing his shirt into his trousers. Now go on and spend your dollar and whale hell out of any boy who says I wasn't in the army. Wade went dancing out happily, calling to Pork, and Rhett picked up the baby again.
Now why all these lies, my gallant soldier laddie?
Asked Scarlett. A boy has to be proud of his father, or his stepfather. I can't let him be ashamed before the other little brutes, cruel creatures, children.
Oh, fiddle-de-dee.
I never thought about what it meant to Wade, said Rhett slowly. I never thought how he suffered. And it's not going to be that way for Bonnie.
What way?
Do you think I'm going to have my Bonnie ashamed of her father? Have her left out of parties when she's 9 or 10? Do you think I'm going to have her humiliated like Wade for things that aren't her fault but yours and mine?
Oh, children's parties.
Out of children's parties grow young girls' debut parties. Do you think I'm going to let my daughter grow up outside of everything decent in Atlanta? I'm not going to send her north to school and to visit because she won't be accepted here or in Charleston or Savannah or New Orleans, and I'm not going to see her forced to marry a Yankee or a foreigner because no decent Southern family will have her, because her mother was a fool and her father a blackguard.
Wade, who had come back to the door, was an interested but puzzled listener. Bonnie can marry Bo, Uncle Rhett.
The anger went from Rhett's face as he turned to the little boy, and he considered his words with apparent seriousness, as he always did when dealing with the children. That's true, Wade. Bonnie can marry Bo Wilkes. But who will you marry?
Oh, I shan't marry anyone, said Wade confidently,
luxuriating in a man-to-man talk with the one person, except Aunt Millie, who never reproved and always encouraged him.
I'm going to go to Harvard and be a lawyer, like my father, and then I'm going to be a brave soldier, just like him.
I wish Millie would keep her mouth shut, cried Scarlett.
Wade, you are not going to Harvard. It's a Yankee school, and I won't have you going to a Yankee school. You are going to the University of Georgia, and after you graduate, you are going to manage the store for me. And as for your father being a brave soldier,
hush, said Rhett curtly, not missing the shining light in Wade's eyes when he spoke of the father he had never known. You grow up and be a brave man like your father, Wade. Try to be just like him, for he was a hero, and don't let anyone tell you differently. He married your mother, didn't he? Well, that's proof enough of heroism. And I'll see that you go to Harvard and become a lawyer. Now run along and tell Pork to take you to town. I'll thank you to let me manage my children, cried Scarlett as Wade obediently trotted from the room. You're a damn poor manager. You've wrecked whatever chances Ella and Wade had, but I won't permit you to do Bonnie that way. Bonnie's going to be a little princess, and everyone in the world is going to want her. There's not going to be any place she can't go. Good God, do you think I'm going to let her grow up and associate with a riffraff that fills this house? They're good enough for you, and a damn sight too good for you, my pet, but not for Bonnie.
Do you think I'd let her marry any of this renegade gang you spend your time with? Irishmen on the make, Yankees, white trash, carpet-bag parvenus. My Bonnie with her Butler blood and her Robillard strain. The O'Haras might have been kings of Ireland once, but your father was nothing but a smart Mick on the make, and you are no better. But then I'm at fault, too. I've gone through life like a bat out of hell, never caring what I did, because nothing ever mattered to me. But Bonnie matters. God, what a fool I've been. Bonnie wouldn't be received in Charleston no matter what my mother or your Aunt Eulalie or Aunt Pauline did. And it's obvious that she won't be received here unless we do something quickly.
Oh, Rhett, you take it so seriously, you're funny. With our money,
Damn our money. All our money can't buy what I want for her. I'd rather Bonnie was invited to eat dry bread in the Picard's miserable house, or Mrs. Elsing's rickety barn, than to be the belle of a Republican inaugural ball. Scarlett, you've been a fool. You should have ensured a place for your children in the social scheme years ago, but you didn't. You didn't even bother to keep what position you had. And it's too much to hope that you'll mend your ways at this late date. You're too anxious to make money and too fond of bullying people.
I consider this whole affair a tempest in a teapot, said Scarlett coldly,
rattling her papers to indicate that as far as she was concerned, the discussion was finished. We have only Mrs. Wilkes to help us, and you do your best to alienate and insult her. Oh, spare me your remarks about her poverty and her tacky clothes. She's the soul and the center of everything in Atlanta that's sterling. Thank God for her. She'll help me do something about it.
And what are you going to do?
Do? I'm going to cultivate every female dragon of the old guard in this town, especially Mrs. Merriweather, Mrs. Elsing, Mrs. Whiting, and Mrs. Meade. If I have to crawl on my belly to every fat old cat who hates me, I'll do it. I'll be meek under their coldness and repent of my evil ways. I'll contribute to their damned charities, and I'll go to their damned churches. I'll admit and brag about my services to the Confederacy, and if worst comes to worst, I'll join the damned Klan. Though a merciful God could hardly lay so heavy a penance on my shoulders as that. And I shall not hesitate to remind the fools whose necks I've saved that they owe me a debt. And you, madam, will kindly refrain from undoing my work behind my back by foreclosing mortgages on any of the people I'm courting, or selling them rotten lumber, or in other ways insulting them. And Governor Bullock never sets foot in this house again. Do you hear? And none of this gang of elegant thieves you've been associating with either. If you do invite them over my request, you will find yourself in the embarrassing position of having no host in your home. If they come in this house, I will spend the time in Belle Watling's bar telling anyone who cares to hear that I won't stay under the same roof with them. Scarlett, who had been smarting under his words, laughed shortly. So the riverboat gambler and the speculator is going to be respectable. Well, your first move toward respectability had better be the sale of Belle Watling's house. That was a shot in the dark. She had never been absolutely certain that Rhett owned the house. He laughed suddenly, as though he read her mind. Had he tried, Rhett could not have chosen a more difficult time to beat his way back to respectability. Never before or after did the names Republican and Scalawag carry such odium. For now the corruption of the carpetbag regime was at its height. And since the surrender, Rhett's name had been inextricably linked with Yankees, Republicans, and Scalawags. Atlanta people had thought, with helpless fury, in 1866, that nothing could be worse than the harsh military rule they had then. But now, under Bullock, they were learning the worst.
Thanks to the Negro vote, the Republicans and their allies were firmly entrenched, and they were riding roughshod over the powerless but still protesting minority. Word had been spread among the Negroes that there were only two political parties mentioned in the Bible, the publicans and the sinners. No Negro wanted to join a party made up entirely of sinners, so they hastened to join the Republicans. Their new masters voted them over and over again, electing poor whites and scalawags to high places, electing even some Negroes. These Negroes sat in the legislature where they spent most of their time eating goobers and easing their unaccustomed feet into and out of new shoes. Few of them could read or write. They were fresh from cotton patch and canebrake. But it was within their power to vote taxes and bonds as well as enormous expense accounts to themselves and their Republican friends. And they voted them. The state staggered under taxes which were paid in fury, for the taxpayers knew that much of the money voted for public purposes was finding its way into private pockets. Completely surrounding the state capitol was a host of promoters, speculators, seekers after contracts, and others hoping to profit from the orgy of spending. And many were growing shamelessly rich. They had no difficulty at all in obtaining the state's money for building railroads that were never built, for buying cars and engines that were never bought, for erecting public buildings that never existed, except in the minds of their promoters. Bonds were issued running into the millions. Most of them were illegal and fraudulent, but they were issued just the same. The state treasurer, a Republican but an honest man, protested against the illegal issues and refused to sign them. But he and others who sought to check the abuses could do nothing against the tide that was running. The state-owned railroad had once been an asset to the state, but now it was a liability, and its debts had piled up to the million mark. It was no longer a railroad. It was an enormous bottomless trough in which the hogs could swill and wallow. Many of its officials were appointed for political reasons, regardless of their knowledge of the operation of railroads. There were 3 times as many people employed as were necessary. Republicans rode free on passes. Carloads of Negroes rode free on their happy jaunts about the state to vote and re-vote in the same elections. The mismanagement of the state road especially infuriated the taxpayers, for out of the earnings of the road was to come the money for free schools. But there were no earnings. There were only debts, and so there were no free schools. Few had money to send their children to pay schools, and there was a generation of children growing up in ignorance who would spread the seeds of illiteracy down the years. But far and above their anger at the waste and mismanagement and graft was the resentment of the people at the bad light in which the governor represented them in the North. When Georgia howled against corruption, the governor hastily went north, appeared before Congress, and told of white outrages against Negroes, of Georgia's preparation for another rebellion, and the need for a stern military rule in the state. No Georgian wanted trouble with the Negroes, and they tried to avoid trouble. No one wanted another war. No one wanted or needed bayonet rule. All Georgia wanted was to be let alone so the state could recuperate. But with the operation of what came to be known as the governor's slander mill, the North saw only a rebellious state that needed a heavy hand, and a heavy hand was laid upon it. It was a glorious spree for the gang which had Georgia by the throat. There was an orgy of grabbing, and over all there was a cold cynicism about open theft in high places that was chilling to contemplate. Protests and efforts to resist accomplished nothing, for the state government was being upheld and supported by the power of the United States Army. Atlanta cursed the name of Bullock and his scalawags and Republicans, and they cursed the name of anyone connected with them. And Rhett was connected with them. He had been in with them, so everyone said, in all their schemes. But now he turned against the stream in which he had drifted so short a while before, and began swimming arduously back against the current. He went about his campaign slowly, subtly, not arousing the suspicions of Atlanta by the spectacle of a leopard trying to change his spots overnight. He avoided his dubious cronies and was seen no more in the company of Yankee officers, scalawags, and Republicans. He attended Democratic rallies, and he ostentatiously voted the Democratic ticket. He gave up high-stake card games and stayed comparatively sober. If he went to Belle Watling's house at all, he went by night and by stealth, as did more respectable townsmen, instead of leaving his horse hitched in front of her door in the afternoons as an advertisement of his presence within. And the congregation of the Episcopal Church almost fell out of their pews when he tiptoed in, late for services, with Wade's hand held in his. The congregation was as much stunned by Wade's appearance as by Rhett's, for the little boy was supposed to be a Catholic. At least, Scarlett was one, or she was supposed to be one. But she hadn't put foot in the church in years, for religion had gone from her as many of Ellen's other teachings had gone. Everyone thought she had neglected her boy's religious education, and thought more of Rhett for trying to rectify the matter, even if he did take the boy to the Episcopal Church instead of the Catholic. Rhett could be grave of manner and charming when he chose to restrain his tongue and keep his black eyes from dancing maliciously. It had been years since he had chosen to do this, but he did it now, putting on gravity and charm, even as he put on waistcoats of more sober hues. It wasn't difficult to gain a foothold of friendliness with the men who owed their necks to him. They would have showed their appreciation long ago, had Rhett not acted as if their appreciation were a matter of small moment. Now, Hugh Elsing, Renee, the Simmons boys, Andy Bunnell, and the others found him pleasant, diffident about putting himself forward, and embarrassed when they spoke of the obligation they owed him. "It was nothing," he would protest. "In my place, you'd have all done the same thing." He subscribed handsomely to the fund for the repairs of the Episcopal Church, and he gave a large, but not vulgarly large, contribution to the Association for the Beautification of the Graves of Our Glorious Dead. He sought out Mrs. Elsing to make this donation, and embarrassedly begged that she keep his gift a secret, knowing very well that this would spur her to spreading the news. Mrs. Elsing hated to take his money, speculator money, but the association needed money badly. "I don't see why you, of all people, should be subscribing," she said acidly. When Rhett told her with a proper sober mien that he was moved to contribute by the memories of former comrades in arms, braver than he but less fortunate, who now lay in unmarked graves, Mrs. Elsing's aristocratic jaw dropped. Dolly Merriweather had told her Scarlett had said Captain Butler was in the army, but, of course, she hadn't believed it. Nobody had believed it. "You? In the army? What was your company? Your regiment?" Rhett gave them. "Oh, the artillery. Everyone I knew was either in the cavalry or the infantry. Then that explains—" She broke off, disconcerted, expecting to see his eyes snap with malice. But he only looked down and toyed with his watch chain. "I would have liked the infantry," he said, passing completely over her insinuation. "But when they found out that I was a West Pointer, though I didn't graduate, Mrs. Elsing, due to a boyish prank, they put me in the artillery, the regular artillery, not the militia. They needed men with specialized knowledge in that last campaign. You know how heavy the losses had been, so many artillerymen killed. It was pretty lonely in the artillery. I didn't see a soul I knew. I don't believe I saw a single man from Atlanta during my whole service." "Well," said Mrs. Elsing, confused, "if he had been in the army, then she was in the wrong." She had made many sharp remarks about his cowardice, and the memory of them made her feel guilty. "Well, and why haven't you ever told anybody about your service? You act as though you were ashamed of it." Rhett looked her squarely in the eyes, his face blank. "Mrs. Elsing," he said earnestly, "believe me when I say that I am prouder of my services to the Confederacy than of anything I have ever done or will do. I feel... Well, why did you keep it hidden?" "I was ashamed to speak of it in the light of some of my former actions." Mrs. Elsing reported the contribution and the conversation in detail to Mrs. Merriweather. "And, Dolly, I give you my word that when he said that about being ashamed, tears came into his eyes. Yes, tears. I nearly cried myself." "Stuff and nonsense!" cried Mrs. Merriweather in disbelief. "I don't believe tears came into his eyes any more than I believe he was in the army. And I can find out mighty quick. If he was in that artillery outfit, I can get at the truth. For Colonel Carleton, who commanded it, married the daughter of one of my grandfather's sisters, and I'll write him." She wrote Colonel Carleton, and to her consternation received a reply praising Rhett's services in no uncertain terms. A born artilleryman, a brave soldier, and an uncomplaining gentleman, a modest man who wouldn't even take a commission when it was offered him. "Well," said Mrs. Merriweather, showing the letter to Mrs. Elsing, "you can knock me down with a feather. Maybe we did misjudge the scamp about not being a soldier. Maybe we should have believed what Scarlett and Melanie said about him enlisting the day the town fell. But just the same, he's a scalawag and a rascal, and I don't like him." "Somehow," said Mrs. Elsing uncertainly, "somehow, I don't think he's so bad. A man who fought for the Confederacy can't be all bad. It's Scarlett who's the bad one. Do you know, Dolly, I really believe that that he's ashamed of Scarlett, but is too much of a gentleman to let on." "Ashamed? Pooh! They're both cut out of the same piece of cloth. Where did you ever get such a silly notion?" "It isn't silly," said Mrs. Elsing indignantly. "Yesterday, in the pouring rain, he had those 3 children, even the baby, mind you, out in his carriage riding them up and down Peachtree Street, and he gave me a lift home. And when I said, 'Captain Butler, have you lost your mind keeping these children out in the damp? Why don't you take them home?' And he didn't say a word, but just looked embarrassed. But Mammy spoke up and said, 'The house full of white trash, and it healthier for the children in the rain than at home.'" "What did he say?" "What could he say? He just scowled at Mammy and passed it over. You know, Scarlett was giving a big whist party yesterday afternoon with all those common, ordinary women there. I guess he didn't want them kissing his baby." "Well," said Mrs. Merriweather, wavering but still obstinate. But the next week, she, too, capitulated. Rhett now had a desk in the bank. What he did at this desk, the bewildered officials of the bank didn't know. But he owned too large a block of the stock for them to protest his presence there. After a while they forgot that they had objected to him, for he was quiet and well-mannered, and actually knew something about banking and investments. At any rate, he sat at his desk all day, giving every appearance of industry, for he wished to be on equal terms with his respectable fellow townsmen who worked and worked hard. Mrs. Merriweather, wishing to expand her growing bakery, had tried to borrow $2,000 from the bank with her house as security. She had been refused because there were already 2 mortgages on the house. The stout old lady was storming out of the bank when Rhett stopped her, learned the trouble, and said worriedly, "But there must be some mistake, Mrs. Merriweather. Some dreadful mistake.
You, of all people, shouldn't have to bother about collateral. Why, I'd lend you money just on your word. Any lady who could build up the business you've built up is the best risk in the world. The bank wants to lend money to people like you. Now do sit down right here in my chair, and I will attend to it for you." When he came back, he was smiling blandly, saying that there had been a mistake, just as he had thought. The $2,000 was right there waiting for her whenever she cared to draw against it. Now about her house. Would she just sign right here? Mrs. Merriweather, torn with indignation and insult, furious that she had to take this favor from a man she disliked and distrusted, was hardly gracious in her thanks, but he failed to notice it. As he escorted her to the door, he said, "Mrs. Merriweather, I have always had a great regard for your knowledge, and I wonder if you could tell me something." The plumes on her bonnet barely moved as she nodded. "What did you do when your Maybelle was little and she sucked her thumb?" "What?" "My Bonnie sucks her thumb. I can't make her stop it." "You should make her stop it," said Mrs. Merriweather vigorously. "It will ruin the shape of her mouth." I know, and she has a beautiful mouth. But I don't know what to do." "Well, Scarlett ought to know," said Mrs. Merriweather shortly. "She's had 2 other children." Rhett looked down at his shoes and sighed. "I've tried putting soap under her fingernails," he said, passing over her remark about Scarlett. "Soap? Bah! Soap is no good at all. I put quinine on Maybelle's thumb, and let me tell you, Captain Butler, she stopped sucking that thumb mighty quick." "Quinine? I would never have thought of it. I can't thank you enough, Mrs. Merriweather. It was worrying me." He gave her a smile so pleasant, so grateful, that Mrs. Merriweather stood uncertainly for a moment. But as she told him goodbye, she was smiling too. She hated to admit to Mrs. Elsing that she had misjudged the man, but she was an honest person, and she said there had to be something good about a man who loved his child. What a pity Scarlett took no interest in so pretty a creature as Bonnie. There was something pathetic about a man trying to raise a little girl all by himself. Rhett knew very well the pathos of the spectacle, and if it blackened Scarlett's reputation, he didn't care. From the time the child could walk, he took her about with him constantly, in the carriage or in front of his saddle. When he came home from the bank in the afternoon, he took her walking down Peachtree Street, holding her hand, slowing his long strides to her toddling steps, patiently answering her 1,000 questions. People were always in their front yards or on their porches at sunset, and as Bonnie was such a friendly, pretty child, with her tangle of black curls and her bright blue eyes, few could resist talking to her. Rhett never presumed on these conversations, but stood by, exuding fatherly pride and gratification at the notice taken of his daughter. Atlanta had a long memory, and was suspicious and slow to change. Times were hard, and feeling was bitter against anyone who had had anything to do with Bullock and his crowd. But Bonnie had the combined charm of Scarlett and Rhett at their best, and she was the small opening wedge Rhett drove into the wall of Atlanta's coldness. Bonnie grew rapidly, and every day it became more evident that Gerald O'Hara had been her grandfather. She had short, sturdy legs, and wide eyes of Irish blue, and a small square jaw that went with a determination to have her own way. She had Gerald's sudden temper, to which she gave vent in screaming tantrums that were forgotten as soon as her wishes were gratified. And as long as her father was near her, they were always gratified hastily. He spoiled her despite all the efforts of Mammy and Scarlett, for in all things she pleased him, except one, and that was her fear of the dark.
Until she was 2 years old, she went to sleep readily in the nursery she shared with Wade and Ella. Then, for no apparent reason, she began to sob whenever Mammy waddled out of the room, carrying the lamp. From this, she progressed to wakening in the late-night hours, screaming with terror, frightening the 2 other children and alarming the house. Once Dr. Meade had to be called, and Rhett was short with him when he diagnosed only bad dreams. All anyone could get from her was one word: dark. Scarlett was inclined to be irritated with the child and favored a spanking. She wouldn't humor her by leaving a lamp burning in the nursery, for then Wade and Ella would be unable to sleep. Rhett, worried but gentle, attempting to extract further information from his daughter, said coldly that if any spanking were done, he would do it personally and to Scarlett. The upshot of the situation was that Bonnie was removed from the nursery to the room Rhett now occupied alone. Her small bed was placed beside his large one, and a shaded lamp burned on the table all night long. The town buzzed when this story got about. Somehow there was something indelicate about a girl-child sleeping in her father's room, even though the girl was only 2 years old. Scarlett suffered from this gossip in 2 ways. First, it proved indubitably that she and her husband occupied separate rooms, in itself a shocking enough state of affairs. Second, everyone thought that if the child was afraid to sleep alone, her place was with her mother. And Scarlett didn't feel equal to explaining that she couldn't sleep in a lighted room, nor would Rhett permit the child to sleep with her. "You'd never wake up unless she screamed, and then you'd probably slap her," he said shortly. Scarlett was annoyed at the weight he attached to Bonnie's night terrors, but she thought she could eventually remedy the state of affairs and transfer the child back to the nursery. All children were afraid of the dark, and the only cure was firmness. Rhett was just being perverse in the matter, making her appear a poor mother, just to pay her back for banishing him from her room. He had never put foot in her room, nor even rattled the doorknob since the night she told him she didn't want any more children. Thereafter, and until he began staying at home on account of Bonnie's fears, he had been absent from the supper table more often than he had been present. Sometimes he had stayed out all night, and Scarlett, lying awake behind her locked door, hearing the clock count off the early morning hours, wondered where he was. She remembered, "There are other beds, my dear," though the thought made her writhe. There was nothing she could do about it. There was nothing she could say that wouldn't precipitate a scene in which he would be sure to remark upon her locked door, and the probable connection Ashley had with it. Yes, his foolishness about Bonnie sleeping in a lighted room, in his lighted room, was just a mean way of paying her back. She didn't realize the importance he attached to Bonnie's foolishness, nor the completeness of his devotion to the child until one dreadful night. The family never forgot that night. That day, Rhett had met an ex-blockade runner, and they had had much to say to each other. Where they had gone to talk and drink, Scarlett didn't know, but she suspected, of course, Belle Watling's house. He didn't come home in the afternoon to take Bonnie walking, nor did he come home to supper. Bonnie, who had watched from the window impatiently all afternoon, anxious to display a mangled collection of beetles and roaches to her father, had finally been put to bed by Lou amid wails and protests. Either Lou had forgotten to light the lamp, or it had burned out. No one ever knew exactly what happened, but when Rhett finally came home, somewhat the worse for drink, the house was in an uproar, and Bonnie's screams reached him even in the stables. She had waked in the darkness and called for him, and he had not been there. All the nameless horrors that peopled her small imagination clutched her. All the soothing and bright lights brought by Scarlett and the servants couldn't quiet her. And Rhett, coming up the stairs 3 at a jump, looked like a man who has seen death. When he finally had her in his arms, and from her sobbing gasps had recognized only one word, dark, he turned on Scarlett and the Negroes in fury. "Who put out the light? Who left her alone in the dark? Prissy, I'll skin you for this, you—"
"God almighty, Mr. Red, 'twarn't me, 'twas Lou. For God, Mr. Red, I—"
"Shut up. You know my orders. By God, I'll—" "Get out. Don't come back. Scarlett, give her some money and see she's gone before I come downstairs. Now, everybody, get out. Everybody." The Negroes fled, the luckless Lou wailing into her apron. But Scarlett remained. It was hard to see her favorite child quieting in Rhett's arms, when she had screamed so pitifully in her own. It was hard to see the small arms going around his neck, and hear the choking voice relate what had frightened her when she, Scarlett, had gotten nothing coherent out of her. "So it sat on your chest," said Rhett softly. "Was it a big one?"
"Oh, yes, dreadful big, and claws."
"Ah, claws, too. Well, now, I shall certainly sit up all night and shoot him if he comes back." Rhett's voice was interested and soothing, and Bonnie's sobs died away. Her voice became less choked as she went into detailed description of her monster guest, in a language which only he could understand. Irritation stirred in Scarlett as Rhett discussed the matter as if it had been something real. "For heaven's sake, Rhett!" But he made a sign for silence. When Bonnie was at last asleep, he laid her in bed and pulled up the sheet. "I'm going to skin that nigger alive," he said quietly. "It's your fault, too. Why didn't you come up here and see if the light was burning?"
"Don't be a fool, Rhett," she whispered. "She gets this way because you humor her. Lots of children are afraid of the dark, but they get over it. Wade was afraid, but I didn't pamper him. If you just let her scream for a night or two—"
"Let her scream!" For a moment Scarlett thought he would hit her. "Either you are a fool or the most inhuman woman I've ever seen. I don't want her to grow up nervous and cowardly." "Cowardly? Hell's a fire! There isn't a cowardly bone in her body. But you haven't any imagination, and of course you can't appreciate the tortures of people who have one, especially a child. If something with claws and horns came and sat on your chest, you'd tell it to get the hell off, wouldn't you? Like hell you would. Kindly remember, madam, that I've seen you wake up squalling like a scalded cat simply because you dreamed of running in a fog, and that's not been so long ago either." Scarlett was taken aback, for she never liked to think of that dream. Moreover, it embarrassed her to remember that Rhett had comforted her in much the same manner he comforted Bonnie. So she swung rapidly to a different attack. "You were just humoring her, and I intend to keep on humoring her. If I do, she'll outgrow it and forget about it." "Then," said Scarlett acidly, "if you intend to play nursemaid, you might try coming home at nights and sober too for a change." "I shall come home early, but drunk as a fiddler's bitch, if I please." He did come home early thereafter, arriving long before time for Bonnie to be put to bed. He sat beside her, holding her hand until sleep loosened her grasp. Only then did he tiptoe downstairs, leaving the lamp burning brightly and the door ajar so he might hear her should she awake and become frightened. Never again did he intend her to have a recurrence of fear of the dark. The whole household was acutely conscious of the burning light. Scarlett, Mammy, Prissy, and Pork frequently tiptoeing upstairs to make sure that it still burned. He came home sober, too, but that was none of Scarlett's doing. For months he had been drinking heavily, though he was never actually drunk. And one evening, the smell of whiskey was especially strong upon his breath. He picked up Bonnie, swung her to his shoulder, and asked her, "Have you a kiss for your sweetheart?" She wrinkled her small upturned nose, and wriggled to get down from his arms. "No," she said frankly. "Nasty."
"I'm what?"
"Smell nasty." "Uncle Ashley don't smell nasty."
"Well, I'll be damned," he said ruefully, putting her on the floor. "I never expected to find a temperance advocate in my own home, of all places." But thereafter, he limited his drinking to a glass of wine after supper. Bonnie, who was always permitted to have the last drops in the glass, didn't think the smell of wine nasty at all. As the result, the puffiness which had begun to obscure the hard lines of his cheeks slowly disappeared, and the circles beneath his black eyes were not so dark or so harshly cut. Because Bonnie liked to ride on the front of his saddle, he stayed out of doors more, and the sunburn began to creep across his dark face, making him swarthier than ever. He looked healthier and laughed more, and was again like the dashing young blockader who had excited Atlanta early in the war. People who had never liked him came to smile as he went by, with a small figure perched before him on his saddle. Women who had heretofore believed that no woman was safe with him began to stop and talk with him on the streets, to admire Bonnie. Even the strictest old ladies felt that a man who could discuss the ailments and problems of childhood as well as he did could not be altogether bad. Chapter 53. It was Ashley's birthday, and Melanie was giving him a surprise reception that night. Everyone knew about the reception except Ashley. Even Wade and Little Bo knew, and were sworn to a secrecy that puffed them up with pride. Everyone in Atlanta who was nice had been invited and was coming. General Gordon and his family had graciously accepted. Alexander Stevens would be present, if his ever-uncertain health permitted. And even Bob Toombs, the stormy petrel of the Confederacy, was expected. All that morning, Scarlett, with Melanie, India, and Aunt Pitty, flew about the little house, directing the Negroes as they hung freshly laundered curtains, polished silver, waxed the floor, and cooked, stirred and tasted the refreshments. Scarlett had never seen Melanie so excited or so happy. "You see, dear, Ashley hasn't had a birthday party since you remember the barbecue at 12 Oaks? The day we heard about Mr. Lincoln's call for volunteers? Well, he hasn't had a birthday party since then. And he works so hard, and he's so tired when he gets home at night, that he really hasn't thought about today being his birthday. And won't he be surprised after supper when everybody troops in?" "How you gonna manage them lanterns on the lawn without Mr. Wilkes seeing 'em when he comes home to supper?" demanded Archie grumpily. He had sat all morning watching the preparations, interested but unwilling to admit it. He had never been behind the scenes at a large town folks' party, and it was a new experience. He made frank remarks about women running around like the house was afire, just because they were having company, but wild horses couldn't have dragged him from the scene. The colored paper lanterns which Mrs. Elsing and Fanny had made and painted for the occasion held a special interest for him, as he had never seen such contraptions before. They had been hidden in his room in the cellar, and he had examined them minutely. "Mercy! I hadn't thought of that," cried Melanie. "Archie, how fortunate that you mentioned it. Dear, dear, what shall I do? They've got to be strung on the bushes and trees and little candles put in them and lighted just at the proper time when the guests are arriving. Scarlett, can you send Pork down to do it while we're eating supper?" "Miss Wilkes, you got more sense than most women, but you gets flurried right easy," said Archie. "And as for that fool nigger Pork, he ain't got no business with them thar contraptions. He'd set them afire in no time. They're right pretty," he conceded.
I'll hang 'em for you whilst you and Mr. Wilkes are eating."
"Oh, Archie, how kind of you." Melanie turned childlike eyes of gratitude and dependence upon him. "I don't know what I should do without you. Do you suppose you could go put the candles in them now, so we'd have that much out of the way?"
"Well, I could, perhaps,"
said Archie ungraciously, and stumped off toward the cellar stairs. "There's more ways of killing a cat than choking him to death with butter," giggled Melanie, when the whiskered old man had thumped down the stairs. "I had intended all along for Archie to put up those lanterns, but you know how he won't do a thing if you ask him to. And now we've got him out from underfoot for a while. The darkies are so scared of him, they just won't do any work when he's around, breathing down their necks." "Melly, I wouldn't have that old desperado in my house," said Scarlett crossly. She hated Archie as much as he hated her, and they barely spoke. Melanie's was the only house in which he would remain if she were present. And even in Melanie's house, he stared at her with suspicion and cold contempt. "He'll cause you trouble, mark my words." "Oh, he's harmless if you flatter him and act like you depend on him," said Melanie. "And he's so devoted to Ashley and Beau that I always feel safe having him around." "You mean he's so devoted to you, Melly?" said India, her cold face relaxing into a faintly warm smile, as her gaze rested fondly on her sister-in-law. "I believe you're the first person that old ruffian has loved since his wife, I think he'd really like for somebody to insult you, so he could kill them to show his respect for you." "Mercy, how you run on, India," said Melanie, blushing. "He thinks I'm a terrible goose, and you know it." "Well, I don't see that what that smelly old hillbilly thinks is of any importance," said Scarlett abruptly. The very thought of how Archie had sat in judgment upon her about the convicts always enraged her. "I have to go now. I've got to go get dinner and then go by the store and pay off the clerks and go by the lumber yard and pay the drivers and Hugh Elsing." "Oh, are you going to the lumber yard?" asked Melanie. "Ashley's coming into the yard in the late afternoon to see Hugh. Can you possibly hold him there till 5 o'clock? If he comes home earlier, he'll be sure to catch us finishing up a cake or something, and then he won't be surprised at all." Scarlett smiled inwardly, good temper restored. "Yes, I'll hold him," she said. As she spoke, India's pale, lashless eyes met hers piercingly. "She always looks at me so oddly when I speak of Ashley," thought Scarlett. "Well, hold him there as long as you can after 5 o'clock," said Melanie, "and then India will drive down and pick him up. Scarlett, do come early tonight. I don't want you to miss a minute of the reception." As Scarlett rode home, she thought sullenly, "She doesn't want me to miss a minute of the reception, eh? Well, then why doesn't she invite me to receive with her and India and Aunt Pitty?" Generally, Scarlett would not have cared whether she received at Melly's piddling parties or not. But this was the largest party Melanie had ever given, and Ashley's birthday party, too. And Scarlett longed to stand by Ashley's side and receive with him. But she knew why she had not been invited to receive. Even had she not known it, Rhett's comment on the subject had been frank enough. "A scalawag receive when all the prominent ex-Confederates and Democrats are going to be there? Your notions are as enchanting as they are muddle-headed." Scarlett dressed with more than usual care that afternoon for her trip to the store and the lumber yard, wearing the new dull green changeable taffeta frock that looked lilac in some lights, and the new pale green bonnet circled about with dark green plumes. If only Rhett would let her cut bangs and frizzle them on her forehead, how much better this bonnet would look. But he had declared that he would shave her whole head if she banged her forelocks. And these days he acted so atrociously he really might do it. It was a lovely afternoon, sunny but not too hot, bright but not glaring, and the warm breeze that rustled the trees along Peachtree Street made the plumes on Scarlett's bonnet dance. Her heart danced, too, as always when she was going to see Ashley. Perhaps if she paid off the team drivers and Hugh early, they would go home and leave her and Ashley alone in the square little office in the middle of the lumber yard. Chances to see Ashley alone were all too infrequent these days. And to think that Melanie had asked her to hold him, that was funny. Her heart was merry when she reached the store, and she paid off Willie and the other counter boys without even asking what the day's business had been. It was Saturday, the biggest day of the week for the store, for all the farmers came to town to shop that day, but she asked no questions. Along the way to the lumber yard, she stopped a dozen times to speak with carpetbagger ladies in splendid equipages. Not so splendid as her own, she thought with pleasure. And with many men who came through the red dust of the street to stand hat in hand and compliment her. It was a beautiful afternoon. She was happy. She looked pretty, and her progress was a royal one. Because of these delays, she arrived at the lumber yard later than she intended, and found Hugh and the team drivers sitting on a low pile of lumber waiting for her. "Is Ashley here?" "Yes, he's in the office," said Hugh, the habitually worried expression leaving his face at the sight of her happy dancing eyes. "He's trying to... he's going over the books." "Oh, he needn't bother about that today," she said, and then lowering her voice, "Melly sent me down to keep him here till they get the house straight for the reception tonight." Hugh smiled, for he was going to the reception. He liked parties, and he guessed Scarlett did too from the way she looked this afternoon. She paid off the teamsters and Hugh, and, abruptly leaving them, walked toward the office, showing plainly by her manner that she didn't care to be accompanied. Ashley met her at the door and stood in the afternoon sunshine, his hair bright and on his lips a little smile that was almost a grin. "Why, Scarlett, what are you doing downtown this time of the day? Why aren't you out at my house helping Melly get ready for the surprise party?" "Why, Ashley Wilkes," she cried indignantly. "You weren't supposed to know a thing about it. Melly will be so disappointed if you aren't surprised." "Oh, I won't let on. I'll be the most surprised man in Atlanta," said Ashley, his eyes laughing. "Now, who was mean enough to tell you?" "Practically every man Melly invited. General Gordon was the first. He said it had been his experience that when women gave surprise parties, they usually gave them on the very nights men had decided to polish and clean all the guns in the house. And then Grandpa Merriweather warned me. He said Mrs. Merriweather gave him a surprise party once, and she was the most surprised person there because Grandpa had been treating his rheumatism on the sly with a bottle of whiskey, and he was too drunk to get out of bed, and... oh, every man who's ever had a surprise party given him told me." "The mean things!" cried Scarlett, but she had to smile. He looked like the old Ashley she knew at 12 Oaks when he smiled like this, and he smiled so seldom these days. The air was so soft, the sun so gentle, Ashley's face so gay, his talk so unconstrained that her heart leaped with happiness. It swelled in her bosom until it positively ached with pleasure, ached as with a burden of joyful, hot, unshed tears. Suddenly she felt 16 again, and happy, a little breathless and excited. She had a mad impulse to snatch off her bonnet and toss it into the air and cry, "Hooray!" Then she thought how startled Ashley would be if she did this, and she suddenly laughed until tears came to her eyes. He laughed, too, throwing back his head as though he enjoyed laughter, thinking her mirth came from the friendly treachery of the men who had given Melly's secret away. "Come in, Scarlett. I'm going over the books." She passed into the small room, blazing with the afternoon sun, and sat down in the chair before the roll-topped desk. Ashley, following her, seated himself on the corner of the rough table, his long legs dangling easily. Oh, don't let's fool with any books this afternoon, Ashley. I just can't be bothered. When I'm wearing a new bonnet, it seems like all the figures I know leave my head.
Figures are well lost when the bonnet's as pretty as that one, he said. Scarlett, you get prettier all the time. He slipped from the table and, laughing, took her hands, spreading them wide so he could see her dress. You are so pretty. I don't believe you'll ever get old. At his touch, she realized that, without being conscious of it, she had hoped that just this thing would happen. All this happy afternoon, she had hoped for the warmth of his hands, the tenderness of his eyes, a word that would show he cared. This was the first time they had been utterly alone since the cold day in the orchard at Tara. The first time their hands had met in any but formal gestures. And through the long months she had hungered for closer contact. But now... How odd that the touch of his hands did not excite her. Once his very nearness would have set her a-tremble. Now she felt only a curious warm friendliness and content. No fever leaped from his hands to hers, and in his hands her heart hushed to happy quietness. This puzzled her, made her a little disconcerted. He was still her Ashley, still her bright, shining darling, and she loved him better than life. Then why? But she pushed the thought from her mind. It was enough that she was with him, and he was holding her hands and smiling, completely friendly, without strain or fever. It seemed miraculous that this could be, when she thought of all the unsaid things that lay between them. His eyes looked into hers, clear and shining, smiling in the old way she loved, smiling as though there had never been anything between them but happiness. There was no barrier between his eyes and hers now, no baffling remoteness. She laughed. "Oh, Ashley, I'm getting old and decrepit." "Ah, that's very apparent." "No, Scarlett. When you are 60, you look the same to me. I will always remember you as you were that day of our last barbecue, sitting under an oak with a dozen boys around you. I can even tell you just how you were dressed, in a white dress covered with tiny green flowers and a white lace shawl about your shoulders. You had on little green slippers with black lacings and an enormous leghorn hat with long green streamers. I know that dress by heart because when I was in prison and things got too bad, I'd take out my memories and thumb over them like pictures, recalling every little detail." He stopped abruptly, and the eager light faded from his face. He dropped her hands gently, and she sat waiting for his next words. "We've come a long way, both of us, since that day, haven't we, Scarlett? We've traveled roads we never expected to travel. You've come swiftly, directly, and I, slowly and reluctantly." He sat down on the table again and looked at her, and a small smile crept back into his face. But it was not the smile that had made her so happy so short a while before. It was a bleak smile. "Yes, you came swiftly, dragging me at your chariot wheels. Scarlett, sometimes I have an impersonal curiosity as to what would have happened to me without you." Scarlett went quickly to defend him from himself, more quickly because treacherously there rose to her mind Rhett's words on this same subject. "But I've never done anything for you, Ashley. Without me, you'd have been just the same. Some day you'd have been a rich man, a great man, like you're going to be." "No, Scarlett, the seeds of greatness were never in me. I think that if it hadn't been for you, I'd have gone down into oblivion. Like poor Kathleen Calvert and so many other people who once had great names, old names." "Oh, Ashley, don't talk like that. You sound so sad." "No, I'm not sad. Not any longer. Once I was sad. Now I'm only
He stopped, and suddenly she knew what he was thinking. It was the first time she had ever known what Ashley was thinking when his eyes went past her, crystal clear, absent. When the fury of love had beaten in her heart, his mind had been closed to her. Now, in the quiet friendliness that lay between them, she could walk a little way into his mind, understand a little. He wasn't sad any longer. He had been sad after the surrender, sad when she begged him to come to Atlanta. Now, he was only resigned. "I hate to hear you talk like that, Ashley," she said vehemently. "You sound just like Red. He's always harping on things like that and something he calls the survival of the fitting till I'm so bored I could scream." Ashley smiled. "Did you ever stop to think, Scarlett, that Red and I are fundamentally alike?" "Oh, no! You are so fine, so honorable, and he—" She broke off, confused. "But we are. We came of the same kind of people. We were raised in the same pattern, brought up to think the same things. And somewhere along the road we took different turnings. We still think alike, but we react differently. As, for instance, neither of us believed in war, but I enlisted and fought, and he stayed out till nearly the end. We both knew the war was all wrong. We both knew it was a losing fight. I was willing to fight a losing fight. He wasn't. Sometimes I think he was right, and then, again—" "Oh, Ashley, when will you stop seeing both sides of questions?" she asked. But she didn't speak impatiently as she once would have done. "No one ever gets anywhere seeing both sides." "That's true, but—" "Scarlett, just where do you want to get? I've often wondered. You see, I never wanted to get anywhere at all. I've only wanted to be myself." Where did she want to get? That was a silly question. Money and security, of course, and yet... Her mind fumbled. She had money and as much security as one could hope for in an insecure world. But now that she thought about it, they weren't quite enough. Now that she thought about it, they hadn't made her particularly happy, though they had made her less harried, less fearful of the morrow. "If I'd had money and security and you, that would have been where I wanted to get," she thought, looking at him yearningly. But she didn't speak the words, fearful of breaking the spell that lay between them, fearful that his mind would close against her. "You only want to be yourself?" she laughed, a little ruefully. "Not being myself has always been my hardest trouble. As to where I want to get, well, I guess I've gotten there. I wanted to be rich and safe and—" "But, Scarlett, did it ever occur to you that I don't care whether I'm rich or not?" No. It had never occurred to her that anyone would not want to be rich. "Then what do you want?" "I don't know now. I knew once, but I've half forgotten. Mostly to be left alone, not to be harried by people I don't like, driven to do things I don't want to do. Perhaps I want the old days back again. And they'll never come back. And I'm haunted by the memory of them, and of the world falling about my ears." Scarlett set her mouth obstinately. It was not that she didn't know what he meant. The very tones of his voice called up other days as nothing else could, made her heart hurt suddenly, as she too remembered. But since the day she had lain sick and desolate in the garden at 12 Oaks and said, "I won't look back," she had set her face against the past. "I like these days better," she said. But she didn't meet his eyes as she spoke. "There's always something exciting happening now. Parties and so on. Everything's got a glitter to it. The old days were so dull. Oh, lazy days and warm, still country twilights. The high, soft laughter from the quarters, the golden warmth life had then, and the comforting knowledge of what all tomorrows would bring. How can I deny you? I like these days better, she said, but her voice was tremulous. He slipped from the table, laughing softly in unbelief. Putting his hand under her chin, he turned her face up to his. Ah, Scarlet, what a poor liar you are. Yes, life has a glitter now, of a sort. That's what's wrong with it. The old days had no glitter, but they had a charm, a beauty, a slow-paced glamour. Her mind pulled two ways. She dropped her eyes. The sound of his voice, the touch of his hand were softly unlocking doors that she had locked forever. Behind those doors lay the beauty of the old days, and a sad hunger for them welled up within her. But she knew that no matter what beauty lay behind, it must remain there. No one could go forward with a load of aching memories. His hand dropped from her chin, and he took one of her hands between his two and held it gently. "Do you remember?" he said, and a warning bell in her mind rang. "Don't look back! Don't look back!" But she swiftly disregarded it, swept forward on a tide of happiness. At last she was understanding him. At last their minds had met. This moment was too precious to be lost, no matter what pain came after. "Do you remember?" he said. And under the spell of his voice the bare walls of the little office faded, and the years rolled aside, and they were riding country bridle paths together in a long-gone spring. As he spoke, his light grip tightened on her hand, and in his voice was the sad magic of old, half-forgotten songs. She could hear the gay jingle of bridle bits as they rode under the dogwood trees to the Tarletons' picnic, hear her own careless laughter, see the sun glinting on his silver-gilt hair, and note the proud, easy grace with which he sat his horse. There was music in his voice, the music of fiddles and banjos to which they had danced in the white house that was no more. There was the far-off yelping of possum dogs in the dark swamp, under cool autumn moons, and the smell of eggnog bowls, wreathed with holly at Christmas time, and smiles on black and white faces. And old friends came trooping back, laughing as though they had not been dead these many years. Stuart and Brent with their long legs and their red hair and their practical jokes. Tom and Boyd as wild as young horses. Joe Fontaine with his hot black eyes. And Cade and Rayford Calvert, who moved with such languid grace. There was John Wilkes, too, and Gerald, red with brandy. And a whisper and a fragrance that was Ellen. Over it all rested a sense of security, a knowledge that tomorrow could only bring the same happiness today had brought. His voice stopped, and they looked for a long, quiet moment into each other's eyes. And between them lay the sunny, lost youth that they had so unthinkingly shared. "Now I know why you can't be happy," she thought sadly. "I never understood before. I never understood before why I wasn't altogether happy either. But, why, we're talking like old people talk," she thought with dreary surprise. "Old people looking back 50 years, and we're not old. It's just that so much has happened in between. Everything's changed so much that it seems like 50 years ago. But we're not old." But when she looked at Ashley, he was no longer young and shining. His head was bowed as he looked down absently at her hand, which he still held. And she saw that his once bright hair was very gray, silver-gray as moonlight on still water. Somehow the bright beauty had gone from the April afternoon, and from her heart as well, and the sad sweetness of remembering was as bitter as gall. I shouldn't have let him make me look back, she thought despairingly. I was right when I said I'd never look back. It hurts too much. It drags at your heart till you can't ever do anything else except look back. That's what's wrong with Ashley. He can't look forward anymore. He can't see the present. He fears the future. And so he looks back. I never understood it before. I never understood Ashley before. Oh, Ashley, my darling, you shouldn't look back. What good will it do? I shouldn't have let you tempt me into talking of the old days. This is what happens when you look back to happiness, this pain, this heartbreak, this discontent. She rose to her feet, her hand still in his. She must go. She couldn't stay and think of the old days and see his face, tired and sad and bleak as it now was. "We've come a long way since those days, Ashley," she said, trying to steady her voice, trying to fight the constriction in her throat. "We had fine notions then, didn't we?" And then with a rush, "Oh, Ashley, nothing has turned out as we expected." "It never does," he said. "Life's under no obligation to give us what we expect. We take what we get and are thankful it's no worse than it is." Her heart was suddenly dull with pain, with weariness, as she thought of the long road she had come since those days. There rose up in her mind the memory of Scarlett O'Hara, who loved bows and pretty dresses, and who intended some day, when she had the time, to be a great lady like Ellen. Without warning, tears started in her eyes and rolled slowly down her cheeks, and she stood looking at him dumbly, like a hurt, bewildered child. He said no word, but took her gently in his arms, pressed her head against his shoulder, and leaning down, laid his cheek against hers. She relaxed against him, and her arms went round his body. The comfort of his arms helped dry her sudden tears. Ah, it was good to be in his arms, without passion, without tenseness, to be there as a loved friend. Only Ashley, who shared her memories and her youth, who knew her beginnings and her present, could understand. She heard the sound of feet outside, but paid little heed, thinking it was the teamsters going home. She stood for a moment, listening to the slow beat of Ashley's heart. Then suddenly he wrenched himself from her, confusing her by his violence. She looked up into his face in surprise, but he wasn't looking at her. He was looking over her shoulder at the door. She turned, and there stood India, white-faced, her pale eyes blazing, and Archie, malevolent as a one-eyed parrot. Behind them stood Mrs. Elsing. How she got out of the office, she never remembered. But she went instantly, swiftly, by Ashley's order, leaving Ashley and Archie in grim converse in the little room, and India and Mrs. Elsing outside with their backs to her. Shame and fear sped her homeward, and in her mind, Archie with his patriarch's beard assumed the proportions of an avenging angel, straight from the pages of the Old Testament. The house was empty and still in the April sunset. All the servants had gone to a funeral, and the children were playing in Melanie's backyard. Melanie... Scarlett went cold at the thought of her as she climbed the stairs to her room. Melanie would hear of this. India had said she would tell her. Oh, India would glory in telling her, not caring if she blackened Ashley's name, not caring if she hurt Melanie, if by doing so she could injure Scarlett. And Mrs. Elsing would talk too, even though she had really seen nothing, because she was behind India and Archie in the door of the lumber office. But she would talk just the same. The news would be all over town by supper time. Everyone, even the Negroes, would know by tomorrow's breakfast. At the party tonight, women would gather in corners and whisper discreetly and with malicious pleasure. Scarlett Butler tumbled from her high and mighty place, and the story would grow and grow. There was no way of stopping it. It wouldn't stop at the bare facts that Ashley was holding her in his arms while she cried. Before nightfall, people would be saying she had been taken in adultery. And it had been so innocent, so sweet. Scarlett thought wildly, if we had been caught that Christmas of his furlough when I kissed him goodbye. If we had been caught in the orchard at Tara when I begged him to run away with me. Oh, if we'd been caught any of the times when we were really guilty, it wouldn't be so bad. Now, when I went to his arms as a friend. But no one would believe that. She wouldn't have a single friend to take her part. Not a single voice would be raised to say, I don't believe she was doing anything wrong. She had outraged old friends too long to find a champion among them now. Her new friends, suffering in silence under her insolences, would welcome a chance to blackguard her. No. Everybody would believe anything about her, though they might regret that so fine a man as Ashley Wilkes was mixed up in so dirty an affair. As usual, they would cast the blame upon the woman and shrug at the man's guilt. And in this case, they would be right. She had gone into his arms. Oh, she could stand the cuts, the slights, the covert smiles, anything the town might say, if she had to stand them. But not Melanie. Oh, not Melanie. She didn't know why she should mind Melanie knowing more than anyone else. She was too frightened and weighed down by a sense of past guilt to try to understand it. But she burst into tears at the thought of what would be in Melanie's eyes when India told her that she had caught Ashley fondling Scarlett. And what would Melanie do when she knew? Leave Ashley? What else could she do with any dignity? And what will Ashley and I do then? She thought frenziedly, the tears streaming down her face. Oh, Ashley will die of shame and hate me for bringing this on him. Suddenly her tears stopped short as a deadly fear went through her heart. What of Rhett? What would he do? Perhaps he'd never know. What was that old saying, that cynical saying? The husband is always the last to find out. Perhaps no one would tell him. It would take a brave man to break such news to Rhett. For Rhett had the reputation for shooting first and asking questions afterwards. Please, God, don't let anybody be brave enough to tell him. But she remembered the face of Archie in the lumber office, the cold, pale eye, remorseless, full of hate for her and all women. Archie feared neither God nor man, and he hated loose women. He hated them enough to kill one. And he had said he would tell Rhett. And he'd tell him in spite of all Ashley could do to dissuade him. Unless Ashley killed him, Archie would tell Rhett, feeling it his Christian duty. She pulled off her clothes and lay down on the bed, her mind whirling round and round. If she could only lock her door and stay in this safe place forever and ever and never see anyone again. Perhaps Rhett wouldn't find out tonight. She'd say she had a headache and didn't feel like going to the reception. By morning she would have thought up some excuse to offer, some defense that might hold water. I won't think of it now, she said desperately, burying her face in the pillow. I won't think of it now. I'll think of it later when I can stand it. She heard the servants come back as night fell, and it seemed to her that they were very silent as they moved about preparing supper. Or was it her guilty conscience? Mammy came to the door and knocked, but Scarlett sent her away, saying she didn't want any supper. Time passed, and finally she heard Rhett coming up the stairs. She held herself tensely as he reached the upper hall, gathered all her strength for a meeting, but he passed into his room. She breathed easier. He hadn't heard. Thank God. He still respected her icy request that he never put foot in her bedroom again, for if he saw her now, her face would give her away. She must gather herself together enough to tell him that she felt too ill to go to the reception. Well, there was time enough for her to calm herself. Or was there time? Since the awful moment that afternoon, life had seemed timeless. She heard Rhett moving about in his room for a long time, speaking occasionally to Pork. Still she couldn't find the courage to call him. She lay still on the bed in the darkness, shaking. After a long time, he knocked on her door and she said, trying to control her voice, "Come in."
"Am I actually being invited into the sanctuary?" he questioned, opening the door.
It was dark, and she couldn't see his face, nor could she make anything of his voice. He entered and closed the door.
"Are you ready for the reception?"
"I'm so sorry, but I have a headache." How odd that her voice sounded natural. Thank God for the dark. "I don't believe I'll go. You go, Rhett, and give Melanie my regrets." There was a long pause, and he spoke drawlingly, bitingly, in the dark. "What a white-livered, cowardly little bitch you are." He knew. She lay shaking, unable to speak. She heard him fumble in the dark, strike a match, and the room sprang into light. He walked over to the bed and looked down at her. She saw that he was in evening clothes. "Get up," he said, and there was nothing in his voice. "We are going to the reception. You'll have to hurry." "Oh, Rhett, I can't, you see." "I can see. Get up." "Rhett, did Archie dead?" "Archie dead. A very brave man, Archie." "You should have killed him for telling lies." "I have a strange way of not killing people who tell the truth. There's no time to argue now. Get up." She sat up, hugging her wrapper close to her, her eyes searching his face. It was dark and impassive. "I won't go, Rhett. I can't until this misunderstanding is cleared up." "If you don't show your face tonight, you'll never be able to show it in this town as long as you live. And while I may endure a trollop for a wife, I won't endure a coward. You are going tonight, even if everyone from Alex Stevens down cuts you and Mrs. Wilkes asks us to leave the house." "Rhett, let me explain." "I don't want to hear. There isn't time. Get on your clothes." "They misunderstood. India and Mrs. Elsing and Archie, and they hate me so. India hates me so much that she'd even tell lies about her own brother to make me appear in a bad light. If you'll only let me explain." "Oh, Mother of God," she thought in agony. "Suppose he says, 'Pray do explain.' What can I say? How can I explain?" "They'll have told everybody lies. I can't go tonight." "You will go," he said. "If I have to drag you by the neck and plant my boot on your ever-so-charming bottom every step of the way." There was a cold glitter in his eyes as he jerked her to her feet. He picked up her stays and threw them at her. "Put them on. I'll lace you." "Oh, yes, I know all about lacing. No, I won't call Mammy to help you and have you lock the door and skulk here like the coward you are." "I'm not a coward," she cried, stung out of her fear. "Oh, spare me your saga about shooting Yankees and facing Sherman's army. You're a coward, among other things. If not for your own sake, you are going tonight for Bonnie's sake. How could you further ruin her chances? Put on your stays quick." Hastily, she slipped off her wrapper and stood clad only in her chemise. If only he would look at her and see how nice she looked in her chemise. Perhaps that frightening look would leave his face. After all, he hadn't seen her in her chemise for ever and ever so long. But he didn't look. He was in her closet going through her dresses swiftly. He fumbled and drew out her new jade-green watered silk dress. It was cut low over the bosom, and the skirt was draped back over an enormous bustle, and on the bustle was a huge bunch of pink velvet roses. "Wear that," he said, tossing it on the bed and coming toward her. "No modest matronly dove greys and lilacs tonight. Your flag must be nailed to the mast, for obviously you'd run it down if it wasn't. And plenty of rouge. I'm sure the woman the Pharisees took in adultery didn't look half so pale. Turn around." He took the strings of the stays in his hands and jerked them so hard that she cried out, frightened, humiliated, embarrassed at such an untoward performance. "Hurts, does it?" He laughed shortly, and she couldn't see his face. "Pity it isn't around your neck." Melanie's house blazed lights from every room, and they could hear the music far up the street. As they drew up in front, the pleasant, exciting sounds of many people enjoying themselves floated out. The house was packed with guests. They overflowed on verandas, and many were sitting on the benches in the dim lantern-hung yard. "I can't go in. I can't," thought Scarlet, sitting in the carriage, gripping her balled-up handkerchief. "I can't. I won't. I will jump out and run away somewhere, back home to Tara. Why did Rhett force me to come here? What will people do? What will Melanie do? What will she look like? Oh, I can't face her. I will run away." As though he read her mind, Rhett's hand closed upon her arm in a grip that would leave a bruise, the rough grip